James Bond 007 Spy Agent. James Bond Book 6. Dr. No. By Flemming, Ian. Audio works by NLJ Channel. March 2023. 1. I hear you loud and clear. Punctually at 6 o'clock the sun set with a last yellow flash behind the blue mountains. A wave of violet shadow poured down Richmond Road, and the crickets and tree frogs in the fine gardens began to zing and tinkle. Apart from the background noise of the insects, the wide empty street was quiet. The wealthy owners of the big, withdrawn houses, the bank managers, company directors and top civil servants had been home since 5 o'clock, and they would be discussing the day with their wives or taking a shower and changing their clothes. In half an hour the street would come to life again with the cocktail traffic, but now this very superior half-mile of Rich Road, as it was known to the tradesmen of Kingston, held nothing but the suspense of an empty stage and the heavy perfume of night-scented jasmine. Richmond Road is the best road in all Jamaica. It is Jamaica's Park Avenue, its Kensington Palace Gardens, its Avenue de Lena. The best people live in its big old-fashioned houses, each in an acre or two of beautiful lawns set, too trimly, with the finest trees and flowers from the botanical gardens at Hope. The long, straight road is cool and quiet and withdrawn from the hot, vulgar sprawl of Kingston where its residents earn their money, and, on the other side of the T intersection at its top, lie the grounds of King's House, where the Governor and Commander-in-Chief of Jamaica lives with his family. In Jamaica, no road could have a finer ending. On the eastern corner of the top intersection stands number 1 Richmond Road, a substantial 2-story house with broad white painted verandas running round both floors. From the road a gravel path leads up to the pillared entrance through wide lawns marked out with tennis courts on which this evening, as on all evenings, the sprinklers are at work. This mansion is the social mecca of Kingston. It is Queen's Club, which, for 50 years, has boasted the power and frequency of its blackballs. Such stubborn retreats will not long survive in modern Jamaica. One day Queen's Club will have its windows smashed and perhaps be burned to the ground, but for the time being it is a useful place to find in a subtropical island well run, well staffed and with the finest cuisine and cellar in the Caribbean. At that time of day, on most evenings of the year, you would find the same 4 motor cars standing in the road outside the club. They were the cars belonging to the High Bridge game that assembled punctually at 5 and played until around midnight. You could almost set your watch by these cars. They belonged, reading from the order in which they now stood against the curb, to the brigadier in command of the Caribbean Defense Force, to Kingston's leading criminal lawyer, and to the mathematics professor from Kingston University. At the tail of the line asterisk stood the black Sunbeam Alpine of Commander John Strangways, R.N. Brett, Regional Control Officer for the Caribbean, or, less discreetly, the local representative of the British Secret Service. Just before 6:15, the silence of Richmond Road was softly broken. 3 blind beggars came round the corner of the intersection and moved slowly down the pavement towards the 4 cars. They were Chigros, Chinese Negroes, bulky men, but bowed as they shuffled along, tapping at the curb with their white sticks. They walked in file. The first man, who wore blue glasses and could presumably see better than the others, walked in front holding a tin cup against the crook of the stick in his left hand. The right hand of the second man rested on his shoulder and the right hand of the third on the shoulder of the second. The eyes of the second and third men were shut. The 3 men were dressed in rags and wore dirty jipper-japper baseball caps with long peaks. They said nothing and no noise came from them except the soft tapping of their sticks as they came slowly down the shadowed pavement towards the group of cars. The 3 blind men would not have been incongruous in Kingston, where there are many diseased people on the streets, but, in this quiet rich empty street, they made an unpleasant impression. And it was odd that they should all be Chinese Negroes. This is not a common mixture of bloods. In the cardroom, the sunburned hand reached out into the green pool of the center table and gathered up the 4 cards. There was a quiet snap as the trick went to join the rest. 100 honors, said Strangways, and 90 below. He looked at his watch and stood up. Back in 20 minutes. Your deal, Bill. Order some drinks. Usual for me. Don't bother to cook a hand for me while I'm gone. I always spot them. Bill Templar, the brigadier, laughed shortly. He pinged the bell by his side and raked the cards in towards him. He said, "Hurry up, blast you. You always let the cards go cold just as your partner's in the money." Strangways was already out of the door. The three men sat back resignedly in their chairs. The colored steward came in and they ordered drinks for themselves and a whiskey and water for Strangways. There was this maddening interruption every evening at 6:15, about halfway through their second rubber. At this time precisely, even if they were in the middle of a hand, Strangways had to go to his office and make a call. It was a damned nuisance. But Strangways was a vital part of their fall and they put up with it. It was never explained what the call was, and no one asked. Strangways' job was hush, and that was that. He was rarely away for more than 20 minutes and it was understood that he paid for his absence with a round of drinks. The drinks came and the three men began to talk racing. In fact, this was the most important moment in Strangways' day, the time of his duty radio contact with the powerful transmitter on the roof of the building in Regent's Park that is the headquarters of the Secret Service. Every day, at 18:30 local time, unless he gave warning the day before that he would not be on the air when he had business on one of the other islands in his territory, for instance, or was seriously ill, he would transmit his daily report and receive his orders. If he failed to come on the air precisely at 6:30, there would be a second call, the blue call, at 7, and, finally, the red call at 7:30. After this, if his transmitter remained silent, it was emergency, and Section 3, his controlling authority in London, would urgently get on the job of finding out what had happened to him. Even a blue call means a bad mark for an agent unless his reasons in writing are unanswerable. London's radio schedules round the world are desperately tight and their minute disruption by even one extra call is a dangerous nuisance. Strangways had never suffered the ignominy of a blue call, let alone a red, and was as certain as could be that he never would do so. Every evening, at precisely 6:15, he left Queen's Club, got into his car and drove for 10 minutes up into the foothills of the Blue Mountains to his neat bungalow with the fabulous view over Kingston Harbour. At 6:25 he walked through the hall to the office at the back. He unlocked the door and locked it again behind him. Miss Trueblood, who passed as his secretary, but was in fact his number 2 and a former chief officer WRNS, would already be sitting in front of the dials inside the dummy filing cabinet. She would have the earphones on and would be making first contact, tapping out his call sign, WXN, on 14 megacycles. There would be a shorthand pad on her elegant knees. Strangways would drop into the chair beside her and pick up the other pair of headphones and, at exactly 6:28, he would take over from her and wait for the sudden hollowness in the ether that meant that WWW in London was coming in to acknowledge. It was an iron routine. Strangways was a man of iron routine. Unfortunately, strict patterns of behavior can be deadly if they are read by an enemy. Strangways, a tall lean man with a black patch over the right eye and the sort of aquiline good looks you associate with the bridge of a destroyer, walked quickly across the mahogany-paneled hallway of Queen's Club and pushed through the light mosquito-wired doors and ran down the 3 steps to the path. There was nothing very much on his mind except the sensual pleasure of the clean fresh evening air and the memory of the finesse that had given him his 3 spades. There was this case, of course, the case he was working on, a curious and complicated affair that M had rather nonchalantly tossed over the air at him 2 weeks earlier. But it was going well. A chance lead into the Chinese community had paid off. Some odd angles had come to light, for the present the merest shadows of angles, but if they gelled, thought Strangways as he strode down the gravel path and into Richmond Road, he might find himself involved in something very odd indeed. Strangways shrugged his shoulders. Of course it wouldn't turn out like that. The fantastic never materialized in his line of business. There would be some drab solution that had been embroidered by overheated imaginations and the usual hysteria of the Chinese. Automatically, another part of Strangways' mind took in the 3 blind men. They were tapping slowly towards him down the sidewalk. They were about 20 yards away. He calculated that they would pass him a second or two before he reached his car. Out of shame for his own health and gratitude for it, Strangways felt for a coin. He ran his thumbnail down its edge to make sure it was a florin and not a penny. He took it out. He was parallel with the beggars. How odd. They were all Chigros. How very odd. Strangways' hand went out. The coin clanged in the tin cup. "Bless you, master," said the leading man. "Bless you," echoed the other two. The car key was in Strangways' hand. Vaguely he registered the moment of silence as the tapping of the white sticks ceased. It was too late. As Strangways had passed the last man, all three had swiveled. The back two had fanned out a step to have a clear field of fire. 3 revolvers, ungainly with their sausage-shaped silencers, whipped out of holsters concealed among the rags. With disciplined precision the 3 men aimed at different points down Strangways' spine, one between the shoulders, one in the small of the back, one at the pelvis. The 3 heavy coughs were almost won. Strangways' body was hurled forward as if it had been kicked. It lay absolutely still in the small puff of dust from the sidewalk. It was 6:17. With a squeal of tires, a dingy motor hearse with black plumes flying from the 4 corners of its roof took the T intersection into Richmond Road and shot down towards the group on the pavement. The 3 men had just had time to pick up Strangways' body when the hearse slid to a stop abreast of them. The double doors at the back were open. So was the plain deal coffin inside. The 3 men manhandled the body through the doors and into the coffin. They climbed in. The lid was put on and the doors pulled shut. The 3 Negroes sat down on 3 of the 4 little seats at the corners of the coffin and unhurriedly laid their white sticks beside them. Roomy black alpaca coats hung over the backs of the seats. They put the coats on over their rags. Then they took off the baseball caps and reached down to the floor and picked up black top hats and put them on their heads. The driver, who also was a Chinese Negro, looked nervously over his shoulder. "Go, man, go," said the biggest of the killers. He glanced down at the luminous dial of his wristwatch. It said 6:20, just 3 minutes for the job. Dead on time. The hearse made a decorous U-turn and moved at a sedate speed up to the intersection. There it turned right and at 30 miles an hour it cruised genteelly up the tarmac highway towards the hills, its black plumes streaming the doleful signal of its burden, and the 3 mourners sitting bolt upright with their arms crossed respectfully over their hearts. WXN calling WWW. WXN calling WWW. WXN. 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 The center finger of Mary Trueblood's right hand stabbed softly, elegantly, at the key. She lifted her left wrist. 6:28. He was a minute late. Mary Trueblood smiled at the thought of the little open sunbeam tearing up the road towards her. Now, in a second, she would hear the quick step, then the key in the lock and he would be sitting beside her. There would be the apologetic smile as he reached for the earphones. "Sorry, Mary. Damned car wouldn't start. Or, you'd think the blasted police knew my number by now. Stopped me at halfway tree." Mary Trueblood took the second pair of earphones off their hook and put them on his chair to save him half a second. WXN calling WWW underscore 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 WXN calling WWW underscore 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 underscore. She tuned the dial a hair's breadth and tried again. Her watch said 6:29. She began to worry. In a matter of seconds, London would be coming in. Suddenly she thought, God, what could she do if Strangways wasn't on time? It was useless for her to acknowledge London and pretend she was him, useless and dangerous. Radio security would be monitoring the call, as they monitored every call from an agent. Those instruments which measured the minute peculiarities in an operator's fist would at once detect it wasn't Strangways at the key. Mary Trueblood had been shown the forest of dials in the quiet room on the top floor at headquarters, had watched as the dancing hands registered the weight of each pulse, the speed of each cipher group, the stumble over a particular letter. The controller had explained it all to her when she had joined the Caribbean station 5 years before, how a buzzer would sound and the contact be automatically broken if the wrong operator had come on the air. It was the basic protection against a Secret Service transmitter falling into enemy hands. And, if an agent had been captured and was being forced to contact London under torture, he had only to add a few hairbreadth peculiarities to his usual fist, and they would tell the story of his capture as clearly as if he had announced it on Claire. Now it had come. Now she was hearing the hollowness in the ether that meant London was coming in. Mary Trueblood glanced at her watch. 6:30. Panic. But now, at last, there were the footsteps in the hall. Thank God. In a second he would come in. She must protect him. Desperately she decided to take a chance and keep the circuit open. www calling WXN _ www calling WXN _ can you hear me? Can you hear me? London was coming over strong, searching for the Jamaica station. The footsteps were at the door. Coolly, confidently, she tapped back. Hear you loud and clear. Hear you loud and clear. Hear you. Behind her there was an explosion. Something hit her on the ankle. She looked down. It was the lock of the door. Mary Trueblood swiveled sharply on her chair. A man stood in the doorway. It wasn't Strangways. It was a big Negro with yellowish skin and slanting eyes. There was a gun in his hand. It ended in a thick black cylinder. Mary Trueblood opened her mouth to scream. The man smiled broadly. Slowly, lovingly, he lifted the gun and shot her 3 times in and around the left breast. The girl slumped sideways off her chair. The earphones slipped off her golden hair onto the floor. For perhaps a second the tiny chirrup of London sounded out into the room. Then it stopped. The buzzer at the controller's desk in radio security had signaled that something was wrong on WXN. The killer walked out of the door. He came back carrying a box with a colored label on it that said Presto Fire, and a big sugar sack marked Tate and Lyle. He put the box down on the floor and went to the body and roughly forced the sack over the head and down to the ankles. The feet stuck out. He bent them and crammed them in. He dragged the bulky sack out into the hall and came back. In the corner of the room the safe stood open, as he had been told it would, and the cipher books had been taken out and laid on the desk ready for work on the London signals. The man threw these and all the papers in the safe into the center of the room. He tore down the curtains and added them to the pile. He topped it up with a couple of chairs. He opened the box of Presto firelighters and took out a handful and tucked them into the pile and lit them. Then he went out into the hall and lit similar bonfires in appropriate places. The tinder-dry furniture caught quickly and the flames began to lick up the paneling. The man went to the front door and opened it. Through the hibiscus hedge he could see the glint of the hearse. There was no noise except the zing of crickets and the soft tick-over of the car's engine. Up and down the road there was no other sign of life. The man went back into the smoke-filled hall and easily shouldered the sack and came out again, leaving the door open to make a draft. He walked swiftly down the path to the road. The back doors of the hearse were open. He handed in the sack and watched the 2 men force it into the coffin on top of Strangways' body. Then he climbed in and shut the doors and sat down and put on his top hat. As the first flames showed in the upper windows of the bungalow, the hearse moved quietly from the sidewalk and went on its way up towards the Mona Reservoir. There the weighted coffin would slip down into its 50-fathom grave and, in just 45 minutes, the personnel and records of the Caribbean station of the Secret Service would have been utterly destroyed. Bond 6 Dr. No. E. Choice of weapons. 3 weeks later, in London, March came in like a rattlesnake. From first light on March east, hail and icy sleet, with a false 8 gale behind them, lashed at the city and went on lashing as the people streamed miserably to work, their legs whipped by the wet hems of their mackintoshes and their faces blotching with the cold. It was a filthy day and everybody said so, even M, who rarely admitted the existence of weather even in its extreme forms. When the old black-silver Wraith Rolls with the nondescript number plate stopped outside the tall building in Regent's Park and he climbed stiffly out onto the pavement, hail hit him in the face like a whiff of small shot. Instead of hurrying inside the building, he walked deliberately round the car to the window beside the chauffeur. "Won't be needing the car again today, Smith. Take it away and go home. I'll use the tube this evening. No weather for driving a car. Worse than one of those PQ convoys." Ex-leading stoker Smith grinned gratefully. Aye, sir, and thanks." He watched the elderly erect figure walk round the bonnet of the Rolls and across the pavement and into the building. Just like the old boy. He'd always see the men right first. Smith clicked the gear lever into first and moved off, peering forward through the streaming windscreen. They didn't come like that anymore. M went up in the lift to the 8th floor and along the thick carpeted corridor to his office. He shut the door behind him, took off his overcoat and scarf and hung them behind the door. He took out a large blue silk bandana handkerchief and brusquely wiped it over his face. It was odd, but he wouldn't have done this in front of the porters or the liftman. He went over to his desk and sat down and bent towards the intercom. He pressed a switch. "I'm in, Miss Moneypenny. The signals, please, and anything else you've got. Then get me Sir James Molyneux. He'll be doing his rounds at St. Mary's about now. Tell the Chief of Staff I'll see 007 in half an hour. And let me have the Strangways file." M waited for the metallic "Yes, sir," and released the switch. He sat back and reached for his pipe and began filling it thoughtfully. He didn't look up when his secretary came in with the stack of papers and he even ignored the half-dozen pink most immediates on top of the signal file. If they had been vital he would have been called during the night. A yellow light winked on the intercom. M picked up the black telephone from the row of 4. "That you, Sir James? Have you got 5 minutes? 6, for you." At the other end of the line the famous neurologist chuckled. "Want me to certify one of Her Majesty's ministers?" "Not today." M frowned irritably. The old Navy had respected governments. "It's about that man of mine you've been handling. We won't bother about the name. This is an open line. I gather you let him out yesterday. Is he fit for duty?" There was a pause on the other end. Now the voice was professional, judicious. "Physically he's as fit as a fiddle. Legs healed up. Shouldn't be any after effects. Yes, he's all right." There was another pause. "Just one thing, M, there's a lot of tension there, you know. You work these men of yours pretty hard. Can you give him something easy to start with? From what you've told me he's been having a tough time for some years now." M said gruffly, "That's what he's paid for. It'll soon show if he's not up to the work. Won't be the first one that's cracked. From what you say, he sounds in perfectly good shape. It isn't as if he'd really been damaged like some of the patients I've sent you, men who've been properly put through the mangle." "Of course, if you put it like that. But pain's an odd thing. We know very little about it. You can't measure it, the difference in suffering between a woman having a baby and a man having a renal colic. And, thank God, the body seems to forget fairly quickly. But this man of yours has been in real pain. M, don't think that just because nothing's been broken." Quite. Bond had made a mistake and he had suffered for it. In any case M didn't like being lectured, even by one of the most famous doctors in the world, on how he should handle his agents. There had been a note of criticism in Sir James Molyneux's voice. M said abruptly, "Ever hear of a man called Staincron, Dr. Peter Staincron?" "No, who's he?" "American doctor. Written a book my Washington people sent over for our library. This man talks about how much punishment the human body can put up with. Gives a list of the bits of the body an average man can do without. Matter of fact, Jay copied it out for future reference. Care to hear the list?" M dug into his coat pocket and put some letters and scraps of paper on the desk in front of him. With his left hand he selected a piece of paper and unfolded it. He wasn't put out by the silence on the other end of the line. "Hello, Sir James. Well, here they are: gallbladder, spleen, tonsils, appendix, one of his 2 kidneys, one of his 2 lungs, 2 of his 4 or 5 quarts of blood, 2/5 of his liver, most of his stomach, 4 of his 23 feet of intestines and half of his brain. M paused. When the silence continued at the other end, he said, "Any comments, Sir James?" There was a reluctant grunt at the other end of the telephone. "I wonder he didn't add an arm and a leg, or all of them. I don't see quite what you're trying to prove." M gave a curt laugh. "I'm not trying to prove anything, Sir James. It just struck me as an interesting list. All I'm trying to say is that my man seems to have got off pretty lightly compared with that sort of punishment." "But," M relented, "don't let's argue about it," he said in a milder voice. "As a matter of fact, I did have it in mind to let him have a bit of a breather. Something's come up in Jamaica." M glanced at the streaming windows. "It'll be more of a rest cure than anything. 2 of my people, a man and a girl, have gone off together. Or that's what it looks like. Our friend can have a spell at being an inquiry agent in the sunshine too. How's that? Just the ticket. I wouldn't mind the job myself on a day like this." But Sir James Molyneux was determined to get his message through. He persisted mildly. "Don't think I wanted to interfere, M, but there are limits to a man's courage. I know you have to treat these men as if they were expendable, but presumably you don't want them to crack at the wrong moment. This one I've had here is tough. I'd say you'll get plenty more work out of him. But you know what Moran has to say about courage in that book of his?" "Don't recall. He says that courage is a capital sum reduced by expenditure. I agree with him. All I'm trying to say is that this particular man seems to have been spending pretty hard since before the war. I wouldn't say he's overdrawn, not yet, but there are limits." Just so, M decided that was quite enough of that. Nowadays, softness was everywhere. "That's why I'm sending him abroad. Holiday in Jamaica. Don't worry, Sir James. I'll take care of him. By the way, did you ever discover what the stuff was that Russian woman put into him?" "Got the answer yesterday." Sir James Molyneux also was glad the subject had been changed. The old man was as raw as the weather. Was there any chance that he had got his message across into what he described to himself as M's thick skull? "Taken us 3 months. It was a bright chap at the School of Tropical Medicine who came up with it. The drug was fugu poison. The Japanese use it for committing suicide. It comes from the sex organs of the Japanese globefish. Trust the Russians to use something no one's ever heard of. They might just as well have used curare. It has much the same effect: paralysis of the central nervous system. Fugu's scientific name is tetrodotoxin. It's terrible stuff and very quick. 1 shot of it like your man got, and in a matter of seconds the motor and respiratory muscles are paralyzed. At first the chap sees double, and then he can't keep his eyes open. Next he can't swallow, his head falls and he can't raise it. Dies of respiratory paralysis. Lucky he got away with it. Miracle. Thanks entirely to that Frenchman who was with him. Got your man on the floor and gave him artificial respiration as if he was drowning. Somehow kept his lungs going until the doctor came. Luckily the doctor had worked in South America. Diagnosed curare and treated him accordingly. But it was a chance in a million. By the same token, what happened to the Russian woman?" M said shortly. "Oh, she died." "Well, many thanks, Sir James. And don't worry about your patient. I'll see he has an easy time of it. Goodbye." M hung up. His face was cold and blank. He pulled over the signal file and went quickly through it. On some of the signals he scribbled a comment. Occasionally he made a brief telephone call to one of the sections. When he had finished he tossed the pile into his outbasket and reached for his pipe and the tobacco jar made out of the base of a 14-pounder shell. Nothing remained in front of him except a buff folder marked with the top secret red star. Across the center of the folder was written in block capitals, "Caribbean Station," and underneath, in italics, "Strangways and Trueblood." A light winked on the intercom. M pressed down the switch. "Yes. 07's here, sir. Send him in, and tell the armorer to come up in 5 minutes." M sat back. He put his pipe in his mouth and set a match to it. Through the smoke he watched the door to his secretary's office. His eyes were very bright and watchful. James Bond came through the door and shut it behind him. He walked over to the chair across the desk from M and sat down. "Morning, 007. "Good morning, sir." There was silence in the room except for the rasping of M's pipe. It seemed to be taking a lot of matches to get it going. In the background the fingernails of the sleet slashed against the two broad windows. It was all just as Bond had remembered it through the months of being shunted from hospital to hospital, the weeks of dreary convalescence, the hard work of getting his body back into shape. To him this represented stepping back into life. Sitting here in this room opposite M was the symbol of normality he had longed for. He looked across through the smoke clouds into the shrewd grey eyes. They were watching him. What was coming? A post-mortem on the shambles which had been his last case. A curt relegation to one of the home sections for a spell of desk work. Or some splendid new assignment M had been keeping on ice while waiting for Bond to get back to duty. M threw the box of matches down on the red leather desk. He leant back and clasped his hands behind his head. "How do you feel?" "Glad to be back." "Very glad, sir, and I feel fine." "Any final thoughts about your last case?" "Haven't bothered you with it till you got well. You heard I ordered an inquiry. I believe the Chief of Staff took some evidence from you. Anything to add?" M's voice was businesslike, cold. Bond didn't like it. Something unpleasant was coming. He said, "No, sir. It was a mess. I blame myself for letting that woman get me. Shouldn't have happened." M took his hands from behind his neck and slowly leant forward and placed them flat on the desk in front of him. His eyes were hard. "Just so." The voice was velvet, dangerous. "Your gun got stuck, if I recall. This Beretta of yours with the silencer. Something wrong there, 007. Can't afford that sort of mistake if you're to carry a new number. Would you prefer to drop it and go back to normal duties?" Bond stiffened. His eyes looked resentfully into M's. The license to kill for the Secret Service, the 00 prefix, was a great honor. It had been earned hardly. It brought Bond the only assignments he enjoyed, the dangerous ones. "No, I wouldn't, sir." "Then we'll have to change your equipment. That was one of the findings of the Court of Inquiry. I agree with it. Do you understand?" Bond said obstinately, "I'm used to that gun, sir. I like working with it. What happened could have happened to anyone. With any kind of gun." "I don't agree. Nor did the Court of Inquiry. So that's final. The only question is what you're to use instead." M bent forward to the intercom. "Is the armorer there? Send him in." M sat back. "You may not know it, 007, but Major Boothroyd's the greatest small arms expert in the world. He wouldn't be here if he wasn't. We'll hear what he has to say." The door opened. A short slim man with sandy hair came in and walked over to the desk and stood beside Bond's chair. Bond looked up into his face. He hadn't often seen the man before, but he remembered the very wide-apart clear grey eyes that never seemed to flicker. With a non-committal glance down at Bond, the man stood relaxed. Looking across at M he said, "Good morning, sir," in a flat, unemotional voice. "Morning, armorer. Now I want to ask you some questions." M's voice was casual. "First of all, what do you think of the Beretta, the -25? "Lady's gun, sir." M raised ironic eyebrows at Bond. Bond smiled thinly. "Really? And why do you say that?" "No stopping power, sir. But it's easy to operate. A bit fancy looking too, if you know what I mean, sir. Appeals to the ladies. How would it be with a silencer?" "Still less stopping power, sir. And I don't like silencers. They're heavy and get stuck in your clothing when you're in a hurry. I wouldn't recommend anyone to try a combination like that, sir. Not if they were meaning business." M said pleasantly to Bond, "Any comment, 007? Bond shrugged his shoulders. "I don't agree. I've used the .25 Beretta for 15 years. Never had a stoppage and I haven't missed with it yet. Not a bad record for a gun. It just happens that I'm used to it and I can point it straight. I've used bigger guns when I've had to the .45 Colt with the long barrel, for instance. But for close-up work and concealment I like the Beretta. Bond paused. He felt he should give way somewhere. I'd agree about the silencer, sir. They're a nuisance, but sometimes you have to use them. We've seen what happens when you do, said M dryly. And as for changing your gun, it's only a question of practice. You'll soon get the feel of a new one. M allowed a trace of sympathy to enter his voice. Sorry, 007. But I've decided. Just stand up a moment. I want the armorer to get a look at your build. Bond stood up and faced the other man. There was no warmth in the two pairs of eyes. Bond showed irritation. Major Boothroyd's were indifferent, clinical. He walked round Bond. He said, "Excuse me," and felt Bond's biceps and forearms. He came back in front of him and said, "Might I see your gun?" Bond's hand went slowly into his coat. He handed over the Tate Beretta with the sawn barrel. Boothroyd examined the gun and weighed it in his hand. He put it down on the desk. "And your holster?" Bond took off his coat and slipped off the chamois leather holster and harness. He put his coat on again. With a glance at the lips of the holster, perhaps to see if they showed traces of snagging. Boothroyd tossed the holster down beside the gun with a motion that sneered. He looked across at M. "I think we can do better than this, sir." It was the sort of voice Bond's first expensive tailor had used. Bond sat down. He just stopped himself gazing rudely at the ceiling. Instead he looked impassively across at M. "Well, armorer, what do you recommend?" Major Boothroyd put on the expert's voice. "As a matter of fact, sir," he said modestly, "I've just been testing most of the small automatics. 5,000 rounds each at 25 yards. Of all of them, I'd choose the Walter PPK 7.65 mm. It only came fourth after the Japanese M14, the Russian Tokarev and the Sauer M38. But I like its light trigger pull and the extension spur of the magazine gives a grip that should suit 007. It's a real stopping gun. Of course it's about 8.32 caliber as compared with the Beretta's .25, but I wouldn't recommend anything lighter. And you can get ammunition for the welter anywhere in the world. That gives it an edge on the Japanese and the Russian guns." M turned to Bond. "Any comments?" "It's a good gun, sir," Bond admitted. "Bit more bulky than the Beretta. How does the armorer suggest I carry it?" "Burns Martin triple draw holster," said Major Boothroyd succinctly. "Best worn inside the trouser band to the left. But it's all right below the shoulder. Stiff saddle leather, holds the gun in with a spring. Should make for a quicker draw than that." He gestured towards the desk. 3/5 of a second to hit a man at 20 feet would be about right. "That's settled then." M's voice was final. "And what about something bigger?" "There's only one gun for that, sir," said Major Boothroyd stolidly. "Smith & Wesson Centennial Airweight. Revolver, 38 caliber, hammerless, so it won't catch in clothing. Overall length of 6.5 inches and it only weighs 13 ounces. To keep down the weight, the cylinder holds only 5 cartridges. But by the time they're gone," Major Boothroyd allowed himself a wintry smile, "somebody's been killed. Fires the -38 S&W Special. Very accurate cartridge indeed. With standard loading it has a muzzle velocity of 860 feet per second and muzzle energy of 260 foot-pounds. There are various barrel lengths, 3.5 inch, 5 inch. All right, all right." M's voice was testy. "Take it as read. If you say it's the best I'll believe you. So it's the Walter and the Smith & Wesson. Send up one of each to 007. With the harness. And arrange for him to fire them in. Starting today. He's got to be expert in a week." "All right, then thank you very much, armorer. I won't detain you." "Thank you, sir," said Major Boothroyd. He turned and marched stiffly out of the room. There was a moment's silence. The sleet tore at the windows. M swiveled his chair and watched the streaming panes. Bond took the opportunity to glance at his watch. 10 o'clock. His eyes slid to the gun and holster on the desk. He thought of his 15 years marriage to the ugly bit of metal. He remembered the times its single word had saved his life and the times when its threat alone had been enough. He thought of the days when he had literally dressed to kill, when he had dismantled the gun and oiled it and packed the bullets carefully into the spring-loaded magazine and tried the action once or twice, pumping the cartridges out onto the bedspread in some hotel bedroom somewhere round the world. Then the last wipe of a dry rag and the gun into the little holster and a pause in front of the mirror to see that nothing showed. And then out of the door and on his way to the rendezvous that was to end with either darkness or light. How many times had it saved his life? How many death sentences had it signed? Bond felt unreasonably sad. How could one have such ties with an inanimate object? An ugly one at that, and, he had to admit it, with a weapon that was not in the same class as the ones chosen by the armorer. But he had the ties and M was going to cut them. M swiveled back to face him. "Sorry, James," he said, and there was no sympathy in his voice. "I know how you like that bit of iron. But I'm afraid it's got to go. Never give a weapon a second chance any more than a man. I can't afford to gamble with the 00 section. They've got to be properly equipped. You understand that. A gun's more important than a hand or a foot in your job." Bond smiled thinly. "I know, sir. I shan't argue. I'm just sorry to see it go." "All right then, we'll say no more about it. Now I've got some more news for you. There's a job come up. In Jamaica. Personnel problem. Or that's what it looks like. Routine investigation and report. The sunshine'll do you good and you can practice your new guns on the turtles or whatever they have down there. You can do with a bit of holiday. Like to take it on?" Bond thought, he's got it in for me over the last job. Feels I let him down. Won't trust me with anything tough. Wants to see. "Oh well," he said, "sounds rather like the soft life, sir. I've had almost too much of that lately. But if it's got to be done. If you say so, sir." "Yes," said M, "I say so." Bond 6 Dr. No. E. Holiday task. It was getting dark. Outside the weather was thickening. M reached over and switched on the green-shaded desk light. The center of the room became a warm yellow pool in which the leather top of the desk glowed blood red. M pulled the thick file towards him. Bond noticed it for the first time. He read the reversed lettering without difficulty. What had Strangways been up to? Who was Trueblood? M pressed a button on his desk. "I'll get the Chief of Staff in on this," he said. "I know the bones of the case, but he can fill in the flesh. It's a drab little story, I'm afraid." The Chief of Staff came in. He was a colonel in the sappers, a man of about Bond's age, but his hair was prematurely grey at the temples from the endless grind of work and responsibility. He was saved from a nervous breakdown by physical toughness and a sense of humor. He was Bond's best friend at headquarters. They smiled at each other. "Bring up a chair, Chief of Staff. I've given 007 the Strangways case. Got to get the mess cleared up before we make a new appointment there. 007 can be acting head of station in the meantime. I want him to leave in a week. Would you fix that with the Colonial Office and the Governor? And now let's go over the case." He turned to Bond. "I think you knew Strangways, 007. See, you worked with him on that treasure business about 5 years ago. What did you think of him?" "Good man, sir. Bit highly strung. I'd have thought he'd have been relieved by now. 5 years is a long time in the tropics." M ignored the comment. "And his number 2, this girl Trueblood, Mary Trueblood. Ever come across her?" "No, sir. I see she's got a good record. Chief Officer WRNS and then came to us. Nothing against her on her confidential record. Good looker to judge from her photographs. That probably explains it. Would you say Strangways was a bit of a womanizer?" "Could have been," said Bond carefully, not wanting to say anything against Strangways, but remembering the dashing good looks. "But what's happened to them, sir?" "That's what we want to find out," said M. "They've gone, vanished into thin air. Both went on the same evening about 3 weeks ago. Left Strangways' bungalow burned to the ground, radio, codebooks, files. Nothing left but a few charred scraps. The girl left all her things intact. Must have taken only what she stood up in. Even her passport was in her room. But it would have been easy for Strangways to cook up 2 passports. He had plenty of blanks. He was passport control officer for the island. Any number of planes they could have taken to Florida or South America or one of the other islands in his area. Police are still checking the passenger lists. Nothing's come up yet, but they could always have gone to ground for a day or 2 and then done a bunk. Dyed the girl's hair and so forth. Airport security doesn't amount to much in that part of the world. Isn't that so, Chief of Staff? Yes, sir. The Chief of Staff sounded dubious. But I still can't understand that last radio contact. He turned to Bond. You see, they began to make their routine contact at 18:30 Jamaican time. Someone, radio security thinks it was the girl, acknowledged our www and then went off the air. We tried to regain contact but there was obviously something fishy and we broke off. No answer to the blue call, or to the red. So that was that. Next day Section 3 sent 258 down from Washington. By that time the police had taken over and the governor had already made up his mind and was trying to get the case hushed up. It all seemed pretty obvious to him. Strangways has had occasional girl trouble down there. Can't blame the chap myself. It's a quiet station, not much to occupy his time. The governor jumped to the obvious conclusions. So, of course, did the local police. Sex and machete fights are about all they understand. 258 spent a week down there and couldn't turn up a scrap of contrary evidence. He reported accordingly and we sent him back to Washington. Since then the police have been scraping around rather ineffectually and getting nowhere. The Chief of Staff paused. He looked apologetically at M. I know you're inclined to agree with the governor, sir, but that radio contact sticks in my throat. I just can't see where it fits into the runaway couple picture. And Strangways' friends at his club say he was perfectly normal. Left in the middle of a rubber of bridge always did, when he was getting close to his deadline. Said he'd be back in 20 minutes. Ordered drinks all round again just as he always did and left the club dead on 6:15, exactly to schedule. Then he vanished into thin air. Even left his car in front of the club. Now, why should he set the rest of his bridge for looking for him if he wanted to skip with the girl? Why not leave in the morning, or better still, late at night, after they'd made their radio call and tidied up their lives? It just doesn't make sense to me. M grunted non-committally. People in love do stupid things, he said gruffly. Act like lunatics sometimes. And anyway, what other explanation is there? Absolutely no trace of foul play, no reason for it that anyone can see. It's a quiet station down there. Same routines every month, an occasional communist trying to get into the island from Cuba, crooks from England thinking they can hide away just because Jamaica's so far from London. I don't suppose Strangways has had a big case since 007 was there. He turned to Bond. On what you've heard, what do you think, 007? There's not much else to tell you. Bond was definite. I just can't see Strangways flying off the handle like that, sir. I dare say he was having an affair with the girl, though I wouldn't have thought he was a man to mix business with pleasure. But the service was his whole life. He'd never have let it down. I can see him handing in his papers, and the girl doing the same, and then going off with her after you'd sent out reliefs. But I don't believe it was in him to leave us in the air like this. And from what you say of the girl, I'd say it would be much the same with her. Chief officers WRNS don't go out of their senses. Thank you, 007. M's voice was controlled. These considerations had also crossed my mind. No one's been jumping to conclusions without weighing all the possibilities. Perhaps you can suggest another solution. M sat back and waited. He reached for his pipe and began filling it. The case bored him. He didn't like personnel problems, least of all messy ones like this. There were plenty of other worries waiting to be coped with round the world. It was only to give Bond the pretense of a job, mixed with a good rest, that he had decided to send him out to Jamaica to close the case. He put the pipe in his mouth and reached for the matches. Well, Bond wasn't going to be put off his stride. He had liked Strangways and he was impressed by the points the Chief of Staff had made. He said, "Well, sir, for instance, what was the last case Strangways was working on? Had he reported anything, or was there anything Section 3 had asked him to look into? Anything at all in the last few months?" "Nothing whatsoever." M was definite. He took the pipe out of his mouth and cocked it at the Chief of Staff. "Right. Right, sir," said the Chief of Staff. "Only that damned business about the birds." "Oh, that," said M contemptuously. "Some rot from the zoo or somebody. Got wished on us by the Colonial Office. About 6 weeks ago, wasn't it?" "That's right, sir, but it wasn't the zoo. It was some people in America called the Audubon Society. They protect rare birds from extinction or something like that. Got onto our ambassador in Washington, and the foe passed the buck to the Colonial Office. They shoved it onto us. Seems these bird people are pretty powerful in America. They even got an atom bombing range shifted on the West Coast because it interfered with some birds' nests." M snorted. "Damned thing called a whooping crane. Read about in the papers." Bond persisted. "Could you tell me about it, sir? What did the Audubon people want us to do?" M waved his pipe impatiently. He picked up the Strangways file and tossed it down in front of the Chief of Staff. "You tell him, Chief of Staff," he said wearily. "It's all in there." The Chief of Staff took the file and riffled through the pages towards the back. He found what he wanted and bent the file in half. There was silence in the room while he ran his eye over 3 pages of typescript which Bond could see were headed with the blue and white cipher of the Colonial Office. Bond sat quietly, trying not to feel M's coiled impatience radiating across the desk. The Chief of Staff slapped the file shut. He said, "Well, this is the story as we passed it to Strangways on January's off." He acknowledged receipt, but after that we heard nothing from him. The Chief of Staff sat back in his chair. He looked at Bond. "It seems there's a bird called the roseate spoonbill. There's a colored photograph of it in here. Looks like a sort of pink stalk with an ugly flat bill which it uses for digging for food in the mud. Not many years ago these birds were dying out. Just before the war there were only a few hundred left in the world, mostly in Florida and thereabouts. Then somebody reported a colony of them on an island called Crab Key between Jamaica and Cuba. It's British territory, a dependency of Jamaica. Used to be a guano island, but the quality of the guano was too low for the cost of digging it. When the birds were found there, it had been uninhabited for about 50 years. The Audubon people went there and ended up by leasing a corner as a sanctuary for these spoonbills. Book 2. Wardens in charge and persuaded the airlines to stop flying over the island and disturbing the birds. The birds flourished and at the last count there were about 5,000 of them on the island. Then came the war. The price of guano went up and some bright chap had the idea of buying the island and starting to work it again. He negotiated with the Jamaican government and bought the place for £10,000 with the condition that he didn't disturb the lease of the sanctuary. That was in 1943. Well, this man imported plenty of cheap labor and soon had the place working at a profit, and it's gone on making a profit until recently. Then the price of guano took a dip and it's thought that he must be having a hard time making both ends meet. Who is this man? Chinaman, or rather half Chinese and half German. Got a daft name. Calls himself Dr. No, Dr. Julius No. No, spelt like yes. That's right. Any facts about him? Nothing except that he keeps very much to himself. Hasn't been seen since he made his deal with the Jamaican government. And there's no traffic with the island. It's his and he keeps it private. Says he doesn't want people disturbing the guinea birds who turn out his guano. Seems reasonable. Well, nothing happened until just before Christmas when one of the Audubon wardens, a Barbadian, good solid chap apparently, arrived on the north shore of Jamaica in a canoe. He was very sick. He was terribly burned, died in a few days. Before he died he told some crazy story about their camp having been attacked by a dragon with flames coming out of its mouth. This dragon had killed his pal and burned up the camp and gone roaring off into the bird sanctuary, belching fire among the birds and scaring them off to God knows where. He had been badly burned, but he'd escaped to the coast and stolen a canoe and sailed all one night to Jamaica. Poor chap was obviously off his rocker. And that was that, except that a routine report had to be sent off to the Audubon Society. And they weren't satisfied. Sent down 2 of the big brass in a Beechcraft from Miami to investigate. There's an airstrip on the island. This Chinaman's got a Grumman amphibian for bringing in supplies. M interjected sourly. All these people seem to have a hell of a lot of money to throw about on the damned birds. Bond and the Chief of Staff exchanged smiles. M had been trying for years to get the Treasury to give him an oyster for the Caribbean station. The Chief of Staff continued, and the Beechcraft crashed on landing and killed the 2 Audubon men. Well, that aroused these bird people to a fury. They got a corvette from the U.S. training squadron in the Caribbean to make a call on Dr. No. That's how powerful these people are. Seems they've got quite a lobby in Washington. The captain of the corvette reported that he was received very civilly by Dr. No but was kept well away from the guano workings. He was taken to the airstrip and examined the remains of the plane. Smashed to pieces, but nothing suspicious came in to land too fast probably. The bodies of the 2 men and the pilot had been reverently embalmed and packed in handsome coffins which were handed over with quite a ceremony. The captain was very impressed by Dr. No's courtesy. He asked to see the warden's camp and he was taken out there and shown the remains of it. Dr. No's theory was that the 2 men had gone mad because of the heat and the loneliness, or at any rate that one of them had gone mad and burned down the camp with the other inside it. This seemed possible to the captain when he'd seen what a godforsaken bit of marsh the men had been living in for 10 years or more. There was nothing else to see and he was politely steered back to his ship and sailed away. The Chief of Staff spread his hands. And that's the lot, except that the captain reported that he saw only a handful of roseate spoonbills. When his report got back to the Audubon Society, it was apparently the loss of the blasted birds that infuriated these people most of all, and ever since then they've been nagging at us to have an inquiry into the whole business. Of course nobody at the Colonial Office or in Jamaica's in the least interested. So in the end the whole fairy story was dumped in our lap. The Chief of Staff shrugged his shoulders with finality. And that's how this pile of bump, he waved the file, or at any rate the guts of it, got landed on Strangways. M looked morosely at Bond. See what I mean, 007. Just the sort of mare's nest these old women's societies are always stirring up. People start preserving something, churches, old houses, decaying pictures, birds, and there's always a hullabaloo of some sort. The trouble is these sort of people get really worked up about the damned birds or whatever it is. They get the politicians involved. And somehow they all seem to have stacks of money. God knows where it comes from. Other old women, I suppose. And then there comes a point when someone has to do something to keep them quiet. Like this case, it gets shunted off onto me because the place is British territory. At the same time it's private land. Nobody wants to interfere officially. So I'm supposed to do what? Send a submarine to the island. For what? To find out what's happened to a covey of pink storks. M snorted. Anyway, you asked about Strangways' last case and that's it. M leant forward belligerently. Any questions? I've got a busy day ahead. Bond grinned. He couldn't help it. M's occasional outbursts of rage were so splendid. And nothing set him going so well as any attempt to waste the time and energies and slim funds of the Secret Service. Bond got to his feet. Perhaps if I could have the file, sir, he said placatingly. It just strikes me that 4 people seem to have died more or less because of these birds. Perhaps 2 more did, Strangways and the True Blood girl. I agree it sounds ridiculous, but we've got nothing else to go on. Take it, said M impatiently. And hurry up and get your holiday over. You may not have noticed it, but the rest of the world happens to be in a bit of a mess. Bond reached across and picked up the file. He also made to pick up his Beretta and the holster. "No," said M sharply. "Leave that, and mind you've got the hang of the other two guns by the time I see you again." Bond looked across into M's eyes. For the first time in his life he hated the man. He knew perfectly well why M was being tough and mean. It was deferred punishment for having nearly got killed on his last job. Plus getting away from this filthy weather into the sunshine. M couldn't bear his men to have an easy time. In a way Bond felt sure he was being sent on this cushy assignment to humiliate him. The old bastard. With the anger balling up inside him like cat's fur, Bond said, "I'll see to it, sir," and turned and walked out of the room. Bond 6 Dr. No. IV. Reception Committee. The 68 tons deadweight of the Super Constellation hurtled high above the green and brown checkerboard of Cuba and, with only another 100 miles to go, started its slow declining flight towards Jamaica. Bond watched the big green turtle-backed island grow on the horizon and the water below him turn from the dark blue of the Cuba deep to the azure and milk of the inshore shoals. Then they were over the north shore, over its rash of millionaire hotels, and crossing the high mountains of the interior. The scattered dice of small holdings showed on the slopes and in clearings in the jungle, and the setting sun flashed gold on the bright worms of tumbling rivers and streams. Xamaica * the Arawak Indians had called it, the land of hills and rivers. Bond's heart lifted with the beauty of one of the most fertile islands in the world. The other side of the mountains was in deep violet shadow. Lights were already twinkling in the foothills and spangling the streets of Kingston, but, beyond, the far arm of the harbor and the airport was still touched with the sun against which the Port Royal lighthouse blinked ineffectually. Now the Constellation was getting its nose down into a wide sweep beyond the harbor. There was a slight thump as the tricycle landing gear extended under the aircraft and locked into position, and a shrill hydraulic whine as the brake flaps slid out of the trailing edge of the wings. Slowly the great aircraft turned in again towards the land and for a moment the setting sun poured gold into the cabin. Then, the plane had dipped below the level of the Blue Mountains and was skimming down towards the single north-south runway. There was a glimpse of a road and telephone wires. Then the concrete, scarred with black skid marks, was under the belly of the plane and there was the soft double thump of a perfect landing and the roar of reversing props as they taxied in towards the low white airport buildings. The sticky fingers of the tropics brushed Bond's face as he left the aircraft and walked over to Health and Immigration. He knew that by the time he had got through customs he would be sweating. He didn't mind. After the rasping cold of London, the stuffy, velvet heat was easily bearable. Bond's passport described him as import and export merchant. "What company, sir?" "Universal Export." "Are you here on business or pleasure, sir?" "Pleasure." "I hope you enjoy your stay, sir." The Negro immigration officer handed Bond his passport with indifference. "Thank you." Bond walked out into the customs hall. At once he saw the tall brown-skinned man against the barrier. He was wearing the same old faded blue shirt and probably the same khaki twill trousers he had been wearing when Bond first met him 5 years before. "Quarrel." From behind the barrier the Cayman Islander gave a broad grin. He lifted his right forearm across his eyes in the old salute of the West Indians. "How you, Cap'n?" he called delightedly. "I'm fine," said Bond. "Just wait till I get my bag through." "Got the car?" "Sure, Cap'n." The customs officer who, like most men from the waterfront, knew Quarrel, chalked Bond's bag without opening it and Bond picked it up and went out through the barrier. Quarrel took it from him and held out his right hand. Bond took the warm dry calloused paw and looked into the dark grey eyes that showed descent from a Cromwellian soldier or a pirate of Morgan's time. "You haven't changed, Quarrel," he said affectionately. "How's the turtle fishing?" "Not so bad, Cap'n, and not so good. Much the same as always." He looked critically at Bond. "You been sick, all summer pun?" Bond was surprised. "As a matter of fact I have. But I've been fit for weeks." "What made you say that?" Quarrel was embarrassed. "Sorry, Cap'n," he said, thinking he might have offended Bond. "There are some pain lines in your face since the last time." "Oh well," said Bond. "It was nothing much, but I could do with a spell of your training. I'm not as fit as I ought to be." "Shooting, Cap'n." They were moving towards the exit when there came the sharp crack and flash of a press camera. A pretty Chinese girl in Jamaican dress was lowering her speed graphic. She came up to them. She said with synthetic charm, "Thank you, gentlemen. I am from the Daily Gleaner." She glanced down at a list in her hand. "Mr. Bond, isn't it? And how long will you be with us, Mr. Bond?" Bond was offhand. This was a bad start. "In transit," he said shortly. "I think you'll find there were more interesting people on the plane." "Oh no, I'm sure not, Mr. Bond. You look very important. And what hotel will you be staying at?" "Damn," thought Bond. He said, "Myrtle Bank," and moved on. "Thank you, Mr. Bond," said the tinkling voice. "I hope you'll enjoy." They were outside. As they walked towards the parking place, Bond said, "Ever seen that girl at the airport before?" Quarrel reflected. "Reckon not, Cap'n. But de Gleaner have plenty camera gals." Bond was vaguely worried. There was no earthly reason why his picture should be wanted by the press. It was 5 years since his last adventures on the island, and anyway his name had been kept out of the papers. They got to the car. It was a black Sunbeam Alpine. Bond looked sharply at it and then at the number plate. "Strangways' car. What the hell? Where did you get this, Quarrel?" "ADC tell me Fay to take him, Cap'n. Him say hit the only spare car they have." "Why, Cap'n, him no good." "Oh, it's all right, Quarrel," said Bond resignedly. "Come on, let's get going." Bond got into the passenger seat. It was entirely his fault. He might have guessed at the chance of getting this car, but it would certainly put the finger on him and on what he was doing in Jamaica if anyone happened to be interested. They moved off down the long cactus-fringed road towards the distant lights of Kingston. Normally, Bond would have sat and enjoyed the beauty of it all, the steady zing of the crickets, the rush of warm, scented air, the ceiling of stars, the necklace of yellow lights shimmering across the harbor, but now he was cursing his carelessness and knowing what he shouldn't have done. What he had done was to send one signal through the colonial office to the governor. In it he had first asked that the ADC should get Quarrel over from the Cayman Islands for an indefinite period on a salary of £10 a week. Quarrel had been with Bond on his last adventure in Jamaica. He was an invaluable handyman with all the fine seaman's qualities of the Cayman Islander, and he was a passport into the lower strata of colored life which would otherwise be closed to Bond. Everybody loved him and he was a splendid companion. Bond knew that Quarrel was vital if he was to get anywhere on the Strangways case, whether it was a case or just a scandal. Then Bond had asked for a single room and shower at the Blue Hills Hotel, for the loan of a car and for Quarrel to meet him with the car at the airport. Most of this had been wrong. In particular, Bond should have taken a taxi to his hotel and made contact with Quarrel later. Then he would have seen the car and had a chance to change it. As it was, reflected Bond, he might just as well have advertised his visit and its purpose in the Gleaner. He sighed. It was the mistakes one made at the beginning of a case that were the worst. They were the irretrievable ones, the ones that got you off on the wrong foot, that gave the enemy the first game. But was there an enemy? Wasn't he being overcautious? On an impulse, Bond turned in his seat. 100 yards behind were two dim sidelights. Most Jamaicans drive with their headlights full on. Bond turned back. He said, "Quarrel, at the end of the Palisados, where the left fork goes to Kingston and right to Morant, I want you to turn quickly down the Morant Road and stop at once and turn your lights off." "Right, and now go like hell." "Okay, Cap'n." Quarrel's voice sounded pleased. He put his foot down to the floorboards. The little car gave a deep growl and tore off down the white road. Now they were at the end of the straight. The car skidded round the curve where the corner of the harbor bit into the land. Another 500 yards and they would be at the intersection. Bond looked back. There was no sign of the other car. Here was the signpost. Quarrel did a racing change and hurled the car round on a tight lock. He pulled into the side and doused his lights. Bond turned and waited. At once he heard the roar of a big car at speed. Lights blazed on, looking for them. Then the car was past and tearing on towards Kingston. Bond had time to notice that it was a big American-type taxicab and that there was no one in it but the driver. Then it was gone. The dust settled slowly. They sat for 10 minutes saying nothing. Then Bond told Quarrel to turn the car and take the Kingston Road. He said, "I think the car was interested in us, Quarrel. You don't drive an empty taxi back from the airport. It's an expensive run. Keep a watch out. He may find we've fooled him and be waiting for us." "Sure thing, Cap'n," said Quarrel happily. This was just the sort of life he had hoped for when he got Bond's message. They came into the stream of Kingston traffic: buses, cars, horse-drawn carts, pannier-laden donkeys down from the hills, and the hand-drawn barrows selling violent-colored drinks. In the crush it was impossible to say if they were being followed. They turned off to the right and up towards the hills. There were many cars behind them. Any one of them could have been the American taxi. They drove for a quarter of an hour up to Halfway Tree and then on to the Junction Road, the main road across the island. Soon there was a neon sign of a green palm tree and underneath, Blue Hills. The hotel. They drove in and up the drive lined with neatly rounded bushes of bougainvillea. 100 yards higher up the road the black taxi waved the following drivers on and pulled into the left. It made a U-turn in a break in the traffic and swept back down the hill towards Kingston. The Blue Hills was a comfortable old-fashioned hotel with modern trimmings. Bond was welcomed with deference because his reservation had been made by King's House. He was shown to a fine corner room with a balcony looking out over the distant sweep of Kingston Harbour. Thankfully he took off his London clothes, now moist with perspiration, and went into the glass-fronted shower and turned the cold water full on and stood under it for 5 minutes, during which he washed his hair to remove the last dirt of big city life. Then he pulled on a pair of Sea Island cotton shorts and, with sensual pleasure at the warm soft air on his nakedness, unpacked his things and rang for the waiter. Bond ordered a double gin and tonic and 1 whole green lime. When the drink came he cut the lime in half, dropped the 2 squeezed halves into the long glass, almost filled the glass with ice cubes and then poured in the tonic. He took the drink out onto the balcony, and sat and looked out across the spectacular view. He thought how wonderful it was to be away from headquarters, and from London, and from hospitals, and to be here, at this moment, doing what he was doing and knowing, as all his senses told him, that he was on a good tough case again. He sat for a while, luxuriously, letting the gin relax him. He ordered another and drank it down. It was 7:15. He had arranged for Quarrel to pick him up at 7:30. They were going to have dinner together. Bond had asked Quarrel to suggest a place. After a moment of embarrassment, Quarrel had said that whenever he wanted to enjoy himself in Kingston he went to a waterfront night spot called the Joy Boat. "Hit no great shakes, Cap'n," he had said apologetically, "but dar food and drinks and music is good and I got a good friend, him owns de joint. Dey calls him, Puss Fella, seein' how him once fought wit, a big octopus." Bond smiled to himself at the way Quarrel, like most West Indians, added an H where it wasn't needed and took it off when it was. He went into his room and dressed in his old dark blue tropical worsted suit, a sleeveless white cotton shirt and a black knitted tie, looked in the glass to see that the welter didn't show under his armpit and went down and out to where the car was waiting. They swooped down quietly through the soft singing dusk into Kingston and turned to the left along the harbour side. They passed 1 or 2 smart restaurants and nightclubs from which came the throb and twang of calypso music. There was a stretch of private houses that dwindled into a poor-class shopping centre and then into shacks. Then, where the road curved away from the sea, there was a blaze of golden neon in the shape of a Spanish galleon above green lettering that said, "The Joy Boat." They pulled into a parking place and Bond followed Quarrel through the gate into a small garden of palm trees growing out of lawn. At the end was the beach and the sea. Tables were dotted about under the palms, and in the center was a small deserted cement dance floor to one side of which a calypso trio in sequined scarlet shirts was softly improvising on "Take Her to Jamaica Where the Rum Comes From." Only half the tables were filled, mostly by colored people. There was a sprinkling of British and American sailors with the girls. An immensely fat Negro in a smart white dinner jacket left one of the tables and came to meet them. "Hi, Mr. Q, long time no see. Nice table for two." "That's right, puss fella. Closer to dar kitchen dan dar music." The big man chuckled. He led them down towards the sea and placed them at a quiet table under a palm tree that grew out of the base of the restaurant building. "Drinks, Jemyon." Bond ordered his gin and tonic with a lime, and Quarrel a red stripe beer. They scanned the menu and both decided on broiled lobster followed by a rare steak with native vegetables. The drinks came. The glasses were dripping with condensation. The small fact reminded Bond of other times in hot climates. A few yards away the sea lisped on the flat sand. The three-piece began playing, Kitsch. Above them the palm fronds clashed softly in the night breeze. A gecko chuckled somewhere in the garden. Bond thought of the London he had left the day before. He said, "I like this place, Quarrel." Quarrel was pleased. "Him a good friend of mine, dar puss fella. Him knows mostly what goes on in Kingston case you got any questions, Cap'n. Him come from dar Caymans. Him and me once share a boat. Then him go off one day catching boobies hegs had crab key. Went swimmin' to a rock for more hegs and dis big octopus get him. Dey mossily small fellas round here but dey come bigger at dar crab seein' how it's alongside de Cuba deep, dar deepest waters round des parts. Puss fella have himself a bad time wit dis hanimal. Bust one lung cuttin' hisself free. Dat scare him and him sell me his half of dar boat and come to Kingston. Dat were for dar war. Now him rich male whiles I go hon fishin'." Quarrel chuckled at the quirk of fate. "Crab Key," said Bond. "What sort of a place is that?" Quarrel looked at him sharply. "Dat a bad luck place now, Cap'n," he said shortly. "Sheeny Jemyon by hit der and dar war and bring in men and dig bird dirt. Don, let nobody land der and don, let no one get off. We gives it a wide berth." "Why's that?" "Him have plenty watchmen, and guns, machine guns, and a radar, and a spottin' plane. Friends o' mine have landed der and him never been seen again. Dat sheeny keep him island plenty private. Tell dar trot, Cap'n." Quarrel was apologetic, "Dat crab key scare me plenty." Bond said thoughtfully, Well. The food came. They ordered another round of drinks and ate. While they ate, Bond gave Quarrel an outline of the Strangways case. Quarrel listened carefully, occasionally asking questions. He was particularly interested in the birds on Crab Key, and what the watchman had said, and how the plane was supposed to have crashed. Finally he pushed his plate away. He wiped the back of his hand across his mouth. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He leant forward. "Cap'n," he said softly, "I no mind if it was birds or butterflies or bees. If dey was on Crab Key and dar commander was stickin' his nose into dar business, yo kin bet yo bottom dollar him been mashed. Him and him girl, dar sheeny mash dem for show." Bond looked carefully into the urgent grey eyes. "What makes you so certain?" Quarrel spread his hands. To him the answer was simple. "Dat sheeny love him privacy. Him won't be left alone. I know him kill ma friends order keep folk away from dar crab. Him a most powerful man. Him kill hanyon what interfere with him." "Why?" "Don, rightly no, Cap'n," said Quarrel indifferently. "People dem want different things in this world. And, what dem want sufficient dem gets." A glint of light caught the corner of Bond's eye. He turned quickly. The Chinese girl from the airport was standing in the nearby shadows. Now she was dressed in a tight-fitting sheath of black satin slashed up one side almost to her hip. She had a Leica with a flash attachment in one hand. The other was in a leather case at her side. The hand came out holding a flashbulb. The girl slipped the base into her mouth to wet it and improve the contact and made to screw it into the reflector. "Get that girl," said Bond quickly. In 2 strides Quarrel was up with her. He held out his hand. "Evan and Missy," he said softly. The girl smiled. She let the Leica hang on the thin strap round her neck. She took Quarrel's hand. Quarrel swung her round like a ballet dancer. Now he had her hand behind her back and she was in the crook of his arm. She looked up at him angrily. "Don't, you're hurting." Quarrel smiled down into the flashing dark eyes in the pale, almond-shaped face. "Cap in like you take a drink wit, he said soothingly. He came back to the table, moving the girl along with him. He hooked a chair out with his foot and sat her down beside him, keeping the grip on her wrist behind her back. They sat bolt upright, like quarreling lovers. Bond looked into the pretty, angry little face. "Good evening, what are you doing here? Why do you want another picture of me?" "I'm doing the night spots." The Cupid's bow of a mouth parted persuasively. "The first picture of you didn't come out. Tell this man to leave me alone." "So you work for the Gleaner. What's your name?" "I won't tell you." Bond cocked an eyebrow at Quarrel. Quarrel's eyes narrowed, his hand behind the girl's back turned slowly. The girl struggled like an eel, her teeth clenched on her lower lip. Quarrel went on twisting. Suddenly she said, "Ow," sharply and gasped, "I'll tell I." Quarrel eased his grip. The girl looked furiously at Bond. "Annabelle Chung." Bond said to Quarrel, "Call the puss fella." Quarrel picked up a fork with his free hand and clanged it against a glass. The big Negro hurried up. Bond looked up at him. "Ever seen this girl before?" "Yes, boss. She come here sometimes. She bein' a nuisance. Want for me to send her away." "No, we like her," said Bond amiably, "but she wants to take a studio portrait of me and I don't know if she's worth the money. Would you call up the Gleaner and ask if they've got a photographer called Annabelle Chung? If she really is one of their people she ought to be good enough." "Sure, boss." The man hurried away. Bond smiled at the girl. "Why didn't you ask that man to rescue you?" The girl glowered at him. "I'm sorry to have to exert pressure," said Bond, "but my export manager in London said that Kingston was full of shady characters. I'm sure you're not one of them, but I really can't understand why you're so anxious to get my picture. Tell me why." "What I told you," said the girl sulkily. "It's my job." Bond tried other questions. She didn't answer them. The puss fella came up. "That's right, boss. Annabelle Chung, one of their freelance girls. They say she takes fine pictures. You'll be okay with her." He looked bland. "Studio portrait, studio bed, more like." "Thanks," said Bond. The Negro went away. Bond turned back to the girl. "Freelance," he said softly. "That still doesn't explain who wanted my picture." His face went cold. "Now give." "No," said the girl sullenly. "All right, Quarrel, go ahead." Bond sat back. His instincts told him that this was the $64,000 question. If he could get the answer out of the girl he might be saved weeks of legwork. Quarrel's right shoulder started to dip downwards. The girl squirmed towards him to ease the pressure, but he held her body away with his free hand. The girl's face strained towards Quarrel's. Suddenly she spat full in his eyes. Quarrel grinned and increased the twist. The girl's feet kicked wildly under the table. She hissed out words in Chinese. Sweat beaded on her forehead. "Tell," said Bond softly. "Tell and it will stop and we'll be friends and have a drink." He was getting worried. The girl's arm must be on the verge of breaking. "You." Suddenly the girl's left hand flew up and into Quarrel's face. Bond was too slow to stop her. Something glinted and there was a sharp explosion. Bond snatched at her arm and dragged it back. Blood was streaming down Quarrel's cheek. Glass and metal tinkled onto the table. She had smashed the flashbulb on Quarrel's face. If she had been able to reach an eye it would have been blinded. Quarrel's free hand went up and felt his cheek. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at the blood. Aha! There was nothing but admiration and a feline pleasure in his voice. He said equably to Bond, "We get nothin' out of dis gal, Cap'n. She plenty tough. You want me to break she's arm?" "Good God, no." Bond let go the arm he was holding. Let her go. He felt angry with himself for having hurt the girl and still failed. But he had learned something. Whoever was behind her held his people by a steel chain. Quarrel brought the girl's right arm from behind her back. He still held on to the wrist. Now he opened the girl's hand. He looked into her eyes. His own were cruel. "You mark me, Missy. Now I mark you." He brought up his other hand and took the Mount of Venus, the soft lozenge of flesh in the palm below her thumb, between his thumb and forefinger. He began to squeeze it. Bond could see his knuckles go white with the pressure. The girl gave a yelp. She hammered at Quarrel's hand and then at his face. Quarrel grinned and squeezed harder. Suddenly he let go. The girl shot to her feet and backed away from the table, her bruised hand at her mouth. She took her hand down and hissed furiously. "He'll get you, you bastards." Then, her like a dangling, she ran off through the trees. Quarrel laughed shortly. He took a napkin and wiped it down his cheek and threw it on the ground and took up another. He said to Bond, "She's Love Moon, be sore long after my face done get healed. Dat a fine piece of a woman, de Love Moon. When him fat like wit, dat girl you kin tell her'll be good in bed. You know dat, Cap'n?" "No," said Bond, "that's new to me." "Show ting, dat piece of da han, most indicative. Don, you worry, 'bout she," he added, noticing the dubious expression on Bond's face. "Her's got nothing but a big bruise on she's Love Moon. But boy, was dat a fat Love Moon. I come back after dat girl sometime, see if my theory is da truth." Appropriately the band started playing, "Don't Touch Me Tomato." Bond said, "Quarrel, it's time you married and settled down. And you leave that girl alone or you'll get a knife between your ribs. Now come on, we'll get the check and go. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in London where I was yesterday. I need a night's sleep. You've got to start getting me into training. I think I'm going to need it. And it's about time you put some plaster on that cheek of yours. She's written her name and address on it." Quarrel grunted reminiscently. He said with quiet pleasure, "Dat was some tough baby." He picked up a fork and clanged it against his glass. Bond 6 Dr. No. V. Facts and figures. "He'll get you, he'll get you, he'll get you, you bastards." The words were still ringing in Bond's brain the next day as he sat on his balcony and ate a delicious breakfast and gazed out across the riot of tropical gardens to Kingston, 5 miles below him. Now he was sure that Strangways and the girl had been killed. Someone had needed to stop them looking any further into his business, so he had killed them and destroyed the records of what they were investigating. The same person knew or suspected that the Secret Service would follow up Strangways' disappearance. Somehow he had known that Bond had been given the job. He had wanted a picture of Bond and he had wanted to know where Bond was staying. He would be keeping an eye on Bond to see if Bond picked up any of the leads that had led to Strangways' death. If Bond did so, Bond would also have to be eliminated. There would be a car smash or a street fight or some other innocent death. And how, Bond wondered, would this person react to their treatment of the Chung girl? If he was as ruthless as Bond supposed, that would be enough. It showed that Bond was onto something. Perhaps Strangways had made a preliminary report to London before he was killed. Perhaps someone had leaked. The enemy would be foolish to take chances. If he had any sense, after the Chung incident, he would deal with Bond and perhaps also with Quarrel without delay. Bond lit his first cigarette of the day, the first Royal Blend he had smoked for 5 years, and let the smoke come out between his teeth in a luxurious hiss. That was his enemy appreciation. Now, who was this enemy? Well, there was only one candidate, and a pretty insubstantial one at that. Dr. No, Dr. Julius No, the German Chinese who owned Crab Key and made his money out of guano. There had been nothing on this man in records and the signal to the FBI had been negative. The affair of the roseate spoonbills and the trouble with the Audubon Society meant precisely nothing except, as M had said, that a lot of old women had got excited about some pink storks. All the same, 4 people had died because of these storks and, most significant of all to Bond, Quarrel was scared of Dr. No at his island. That was very odd indeed. Cayman Islanders, least of all Quarrel, did not scare easily. And why had Dr. No got this mania for privacy? Why did he go to such expense and trouble to keep people away from his guano island? Guano bird dung. Who wanted the stuff? How valuable was it? Bond was due to call on the governor at 10 o'clock. After he had made his number, he would get hold of the colonial secretary and try and find out all about the damned stuff and about Crabkey and, if possible, about Dr. No. There was a double knock on the door. Bond got up and unlocked it. It was Quarrel, his left cheek decorated with a piratical cross of sticking plaster. "Mornin', Cap'n," Yo said 8:30. "Yes, come on in, Quarrel. We've got a busy day. Had some breakfast?" "Yes, thank you, Cap'n. Salt fish and ackee and a tot of rum." "Good God," said Bond. "That's tough stuff to start the day on." "Most refreshin'," said Quarrel stolidly. They sat down outside on the balcony. Bond offered Quarrel a cigarette and lit one himself. "Now then," he said, "I'll be spending most of the day at King's house and perhaps at the Jamaica Institute. I shan't need you till tomorrow morning, but there are some things for you to do downtown." "All right. Okay, Cap'n," Yo say. "First of all, that car of ours is hot. We've got to get rid of it. Go down to Motors or one of the other hire people and pick up the newest and best little self-drive car you can find, the one with the least mileage. Saloon. Take it for a month. Right. Then hunt around the waterfront and find 2 men who look as near as possible like us. One must be able to drive a car. Buy them both clothes, at least for their top halves, that look like ours. And the sort of hats we might wear. Say we want a car taken over to Montego tomorrow morning by the Spanish town, Ocho Rios Road. To be left at Levy's garage there. Ring up Levy and tell him to expect it and keep it for us." "Right." Quarrel grinned. "You want Fox someone?" "That's right. They'll get £10 each. Say I'm a rich American and I want my car to arrive in Montego Bay driven by a respectable couple of men. Make me out a bit mad. They must be here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You'll be here with the other car. See they look the part and send 'em off in the sunbeam with the roof down." "Right. Okay, Cap'n. What's happened to that house we had on the North Shore last time, Bow Desert at Morgan's Harbor? Do you know if it's let?" "Couldn't say, Cap'n. It's well away from the tourist places and they askin' a big rent for it." "Well, go to Graham Associates and see if you can rent it for a month, or another bungalow nearby. I don't mind what you pay. Say it's for a rich American, Mr. James. Get the keys and pay the rent and sail right and confirm. I can telephone 'em if they want more details." Bond reached into his hip pocket and brought out a thick wad of notes. He handed half of it to Quarrel. "Here's £200. That should cover all this. Get in touch if you want some more. You know where it'll be." "Thanks, Cap'n," said Quarrel, awestruck by the big sum. He stowed it away inside his blue shirt and buttoned the shirt up to his neck. "Anything else?" "No, but take a lot of trouble about not being followed. Leave the car somewhere downtown and walk to these places. And watch out particularly for any Chinese near you." Bond got up and they went to the door. "See you tomorrow morning AJT 6:15 and we'll get over to the north coast. As far as I can see that's going to be our base for a while." Quarrel nodded. His face was enigmatic. He said, "Okay, Cap'n," and went off down the corridor. Half an hour later Bond went downstairs and took a taxi to King's house. He didn't sign the governor's book in the cool hall. He was put in a waiting room for the quarter of an hour necessary to show him that he was unimportant. Then the ADC came for him and took him up to the governor's study on the first floor. It was a large cool room smelling of cigar smoke. The acting governor, in a cream tussle suit and an inappropriate wing collar and spotted bow tie, was sitting at a broad mahogany desk on which there was nothing but the Daily Gleaner, the Times Weekly and a bowl of hibiscus blossoms. His hands lay flat on the desk in front of him. He was 60ish with a red, rather petulant face and bright, bitter blue eyes. He didn't smile or get up. He said, "Good morning, Mr. Bond. Please sit down." Bond took the chair across the desk from the governor and sat down. He said, "Good morning, sir," and waited. A friend at the colonial office had told him his reception would be frigid. "He's nearly at retiring age. Only an interim appointment. We had to find an acting governor to take over at short notice when Sir Hugh Foote was promoted. Foote was a great success. This man's not even trying to compete. He knows he's only got the job for a few months while we find someone to replace Foote. This man's been passed over for the governor-generalship of Rhodesia. Now all he wants is to retire and get some directorships in the city. Last thing he wants is any trouble in Jamaica. He keeps on trying to close this Strangways case of yours. Won't like you ferreting about." The governor cleared his throat. He recognized that Bond wasn't one of the servile ones. "You wanted to see me?" "Just to make my number, sir," said Bond equably. "I'm here on the Strangways case. I think you had a signal from the Secretary of State." This was a reminder that the people behind Bond were powerful people. Bond didn't like attempts to squash him or his service. "I recall the signal. And what can I do for you?" "So far as we're concerned here, the case is closed." "In what way, closed, sir?" The governor said roughly. "Strangways obviously did a bunk with the girl. Unbalanced sort of fellow at the best of times. Some of your colleagues don't seem to be able to leave women alone." The governor clearly included Bond. "Had to bail the chap out of various scandals before now. Doesn't do the colony any good, Mr. Bond. Hope your people will be sending us a rather better type of man to take his place. That is," he added coldly, "if a regional control man is really needed here. Personally, I have every confidence in our police." Bond smiled sympathetically. "I'll report your views, sir. I expect my chief will like to discuss them with the Minister of Defense and the Secretary of State. Naturally, if you would like to take over these extra duties, it will be a saving in manpower so far as my service is concerned. I'm sure the Jamaican constabulary is most efficient." The governor looked at Bond suspiciously. Perhaps he had better handle this man a bit more carefully. "This is an informal discussion, Mr. Bond. When I have decided on my views, I will communicate them myself to the Secretary of State. In the meantime, is there anyone you wish to see on my staff?" "I'd like to have a word with the Colonial Secretary, sir." "Really? And why, pray?" "There's been some trouble on Crab Key. Something about a bird sanctuary. The case was passed to us by the Colonial Office. My chief asked me to look into it while I'm here." The governor looked relieved. Certainly. I'll see that Mr. Playdell Smith receives you straight away. So you feel we can leave the Strangways case to sort itself out?" "They'll turn up before long, never fear." He reached over and rang a bell. The ADC came in. "This gentleman would like to see the Colonial Secretary, ADC. Take him along, would you? I'll call Mr. Playdell Smith myself and ask him to make himself available." He got up and came round the desk. He held out his hand. "Goodbye, then, Mr. Bond. And I'm so glad we see eye to eye. Crab Key, never been there myself, but I'm sure it would repay a visit." Bond shook hands. "That was what I was thinking. Goodbye, sir." Goodbye. The governor watched Bond's back retreating out of the door and himself returned well satisfied to his desk. "Young whippersnapper," he said to the empty room. He sat down and said a few peremptory words down the telephone to the Colonial Secretary. Then he picked up the Times Weekly and turned to the stock exchange prices. The Colonial Secretary was a youngish shaggy-haired man with bright, boyish eyes. He was one of those nervous pipe smokers who are constantly patting their pockets for matches, shaking the box to see how many are left in it, or knocking the dottle out of their pipes. After he had gone through this routine 2 or 3 times in his first 10 minutes with Bond wondered if he ever got any smoke into his lungs at all. After pumping energetically at Bond's hand and waving vaguely at a chair, Playdell Smith walked up and down the room scratching his temple with the stem of his pipe. Bond, rings a bell. Now let me see. Yes, by Jove, you were a chap who was mixed up in that treasure business here. By Jove, yes, 5 years ago. Found the file lying around only the other day. Splendid show, what a lark. I say, wish you'd start another bonfire like that here. Stir the place up a bit. All they think of nowadays is federation and the bloody self-importance. Self-determination indeed. They can't even run a bus service. And the color problem, my dear chap, there's far more color problem between the straight-haired and the crinkly-haired Jamaicans than there is between me and my black cook. However, Playdell Smith came to rest beside his desk. He sat down opposite Bond and draped one leg over the arm of his chair. Reaching for a tobacco jar with the arms of King's College, Cambridge, on it, he dug into it and started filling his pipe. I mean to say, I don't want to bore you with all that. You go ahead and bore me. What's your problem? Glad to help. I bet it's more interesting than this mug. He waved at the pile of papers in his in-tray. Bond grinned at him. This was more like it. He had found an ally, and an intelligent one at that. Well, he said seriously, I'm here on the Strangways case. But first of all I want to ask you a question that may sound odd. Exactly how did you come to be looking at that other case of mine? You say you found the file lying about. How was that? Had someone asked for it? I don't want to be indiscreet, so don't answer if you don't want to. I'm just inquisitive. Playdell Smith cocked an eye at him. I suppose that's your job. He reflected, gazing at the ceiling. Well, now I come to think of it, I saw it on my secretary's desk. She's a new girl, said she was trying to get up to date with the files. Mark you, the colonial secretary hastened to exonerate his girl. There were plenty of other files on her desk. It was just this one that caught my eye. Oh, I see, said Bond. It was like that. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, but various people seem to be rather interested in me being here. What I really wanted to talk to you about was Crab Key. Anything you know about the place. And about this Chinaman, Dr. No, who bought it. And anything you can tell me about his guano business. Rather a tall order, I'm afraid, but any scraps will help. Playdell Smith laughed shortly through the stem of his pipe. He jerked the pipe out of his mouth and talked while he tamped down the burning tobacco with his matchbox. Bitten off a bit more than you can chew on guano. Talk to you for hours about it. Started in the consular before I transferred to the colonial office. First job was in Peru. Had a lot to do with their people who administer the whole trade Compañía Administradora del Guano. Nice people. The pipe was going now and Playdell Smith threw his matchbox down on the table. As for the rest, it's just a question of getting the file. He rang a bell. In a minute the door opened behind Bond. Miss Taro, the file on Crab Key, please. The one on the sale of the place and the other one on that warden fellow who turned up before Christmas. Miss Longfellow will know where to find them. A soft voice said, yes, sir. Bond heard the door close. Now then, guano. Playdell Smith tilted his chair back. Bond prepared to be bored. As you know, it's bird dung. Comes from the rear end of two birds, the masked booby and the guinea. So far as Crab Key is concerned, it's only the guinea, otherwise known as the green cormorant, same bird as you find in England. The guinea is a machine for converting fish into guano. They mostly eat anchovies. Just to show you how much fish they eat, they've found up to 70 anchovies inside one bird. Playdell Smith took out his pipe and pointed it impressively at Bond. The whole population of Peru eats 4,000 tons of fish a year. The seabirds of the country eat 500,000 tons. Bond pursed his lips to show he was impressed. Really? Well, now, continued the colonial secretary, every day. Each one of these hundreds of thousands of guineas eat a pound or so of fish and deposit an ounce of guano on the guanera. That's the guano island. Bond interrupted. Why don't they do it in the sea? Don't know. Playdell Smith took the question and turned it over in his mind. Never occurred to me. Anyway, they don't. They do it on the land and they've been doing it since before Genesis. That makes the hell of a lot of bird dung, millions of tons of it on the pescadores and the other guanera. Then, around 1850 someone discovered it was the greatest natural fertilizer in the world, stuffed with nitrates and phosphates and what have you. And the ships and the men came to the Guaneras and simply ravaged them for 20 years or more. It's a time known as the Saturnalia in Peru. It was like the Klondike. People fought over the muck, hijacked each other's ships, shot the workers, sold phony maps of secret guano islands, anything you like. And people made fortunes out of the stuff. Where does Crab Key come in? Bond wanted to get down to cases. That was the only worthwhile Guanera so far north. It was worked too, God knows who by. But the stuff had a low nitrate content. Water's not as rich round here as it is down along the Humboldt Current. So the fish aren't so rich in chemicals. So the guano isn't so rich either. Crab Key got worked on and off when the price was high enough, but the whole industry went bust, with Crab Key and the other poor quality deposits in the van, when the Germans invented artificial chemical manure. By this time Peru had realized that she had squandered a fantastic capital asset, and she set about organizing the remains of the industry and protecting the guanera. She nationalized the industry and protected the birds, and slowly, very slowly, the supplies built up again. Then people found that there were snags about the German stuff. It impoverishes the soil, which guano doesn't do, and gradually the price of guano improved and the industry staggered back to its feet. Now it's going fine, except that Peru keeps most of the guano to herself, for her own agriculture. And that was where Crab Key came in again. Ah. Yes, said Playdell Smith, patting his pockets for the matches, finding them on the desk, shaking them against his ear, and starting his pipe-filling routine. At the beginning of the war, this Chinaman, who must be a wily devil, by the way, got the idea that he could make a good thing out of the old guanera on Crab Key. The price was about $50 a ton on this side of the Atlantic, and he bought the island from us, for about £10,000 as I recall it, brought in labor and got to work. Been working it ever since. Must have made a fortune. He ships direct to Europe, to Antwerp. They send him a ship once a month. He's installed the latest crushers and separators. Sweats his labor, I dare say. To make a decent profit, he'd have to. Particularly now. Last year I heard he was only getting about $38 to $40 a ton C.I.F. Antwerp. God knows what he must pay his labor to make a profit at that price. I've never been able to find out. He runs that place like a fortress, sort of forced labor camp. No one ever gets off it. I've heard some funny rumors, but no one's ever complained. It's his island, of course, and he can do what he likes on it. Bond hunted for clues. Would it really be so valuable to him, this place? What do you suppose it's worth? Playdell Smith said, the guinea is the most valuable bird in the world. Each pair produces about $2 worth of guano in a year without any expense to the owner. Each female lays an average of 3 eggs and raises 2 young. 2 broods a year. Say they're worth $15 a pair, and say there are 100,000 birds on Crab Key, which is a reasonable guess on the old figures we have. That makes his birds worth $1.5 million. Pretty valuable property. Add the value of the installations, say another $1 million, and you've got a small fortune on that hideous little place. Which reminds me, Playdell Smith pressed the bell, what the hell has happened to those files? You'll find all the dope you want in them. The door opened behind Bond. Playdell Smith said irritably, really, Miss Taro? What about those files? Very sorry, sir, said the soft voice. But we can't find them anywhere. What do you mean, can't find them? Who had them last? Commander Strangways, sir. Well, I remember distinctly him bringing them back to this room. What happened to them then? Can't say, sir, the voice was unemotional. The covers are there but there's nothing inside them. Bond turned in his chair. He glanced at the girl and turned back. He smiled grimly to himself. He knew where the files had gone. He also knew why the old file on himself had been out on the secretary's desk. He also guessed how the particular significance of James Bond, import and export merchant, seemed to have leaked out of King's house, the only place where the significance was known. Like Dr. No, like Miss Annabelle Chung, the demure, efficient-looking little secretary in the horn-rimmed glasses was a Chinese. Bond 6 Dr. No. Vi. The finger on the trigger. The colonial secretary gave Bond lunch at Queen's Club. They sat in a corner of the elegant mahogany-paneled dining room with its 4 big ceiling fans and gossiped about Jamaica. By the time coffee came, Playdell Smith was delving well below the surface of the prosperous, peaceful island the world knows. It's like this. He began his antics with the pipe. The Jamaican is a kindly lazy man with the virtues and vices of a child. He lives on a very rich island but he doesn't get rich from it. He doesn't know how to and he's too lazy. The British come and go and take the easy pickings, but for about 200 years no Englishman has made a fortune out here. He doesn't stay long enough. He takes a fat cut and leaves. It's the Portuguese Jews who make the most. They came here with the British and they've stayed. But they're snobs and they spend too much of their fortunes on building fine houses and giving dances. They're the names that fill the social column in the Gleaner when the tourists have gone. They're in rum and tobacco and they represent the big British firms over here, motor cars, insurance and so forth. Then come the Syrians, very rich too, but not such good businessmen. They have most of the stores and some of the best hotels. They're not a very good risk. Get overstocked and have to have an occasional fire to get liquid again. Then there are the Indians with the usual flashy trade in soft goods and the like. They're not much of a lot. Finally there are the Chinese, solid, compact, discreet, the most powerful clique in Jamaica. They've got the bakeries and the laundries and the best food stores. They keep to themselves and keep their strain pure. Playdell Smith laughed. Not that they don't take the black girls when they want them. You can see the result all over Kingston. Chigros, Chinese Negroes and Negresses. The Chigros are a tough, forgotten race. They look down on the Negroes and the Chinese look down on them. One day they may become a nuisance. They've got some of the intelligence of the Chinese and most of the vices of the black man. The police have a lot of trouble with them. Bond said, that secretary of yours. Would she be one of them? That's right. Bright girl and very efficient. Had her for about 6 months. She was far the best of the ones that answered our advertisement. She looks bright, said Bond non-committally. Are they organized, these people? Is there some head of the Chinese Negro community? Not yet, but someone'll get hold of them one of these days. They'd be a useful little pressure group. Playdell Smith glanced at his watch. That reminds me, must be getting along. Got to go and read the riot act about those files. Can't think what happened to them. I distinctly remember. He broke off. However, main point is that I haven't been able to give you much dope about Crabkey and this Dr. Fellow. But I can tell you there wasn't much you'd have found out from the files. He seems to have been a pleasant-spoken chap. Very businesslike. Then there was that argument with the Audubon Society. I gather you know all about that. As for the place itself, there was nothing on the files but 1 or 2 pre-war reports and a copy of the last Ordnance Survey. Godforsaken bloodied place it sounds. Nothing but miles of mangrove swamps and a huge mountain of bird dung at one end. But you said you were going down to the Institute. Why don't I take you there and introduce you to the fellow who runs the map section? An hour later Bond was ensconced in a corner of a somber room with the Ordnance Survey map of Crabkey, dated 1910, spread out on a table in front of him. He had a sheet of the Institute's writing paper and had made a rough sketch map and was jotting down the salient points. The overall area of the island was about 50 square miles. 3/4 of this, to the east, was swamp and shallow lake. From the lake a flat river meandered down to the sea and came out halfway along the south coast into a small sandy bay. Bond guessed that somewhere at the headwaters of the river would be a likely spot for the Audubon wardens to have chosen for their camp. To the west, the island rose steeply to a hill stated to be 500 feet high and ended abruptly with what appeared to be a sheer drop to the sea. A dotted line led from this hill to a box in the corner of the map which contained the words guano deposits. Last workings 1880. There was no sign of a road, or even of a track over the island, and no sign of a house. The relief map showed that the island looked rather like a swimming water rat, a flat spine rising sharply to the head heading west. It appeared to be about 30 miles due north of Galena Point on the north shore of Jamaica and about 60 miles south of Cuba. Little else could be gleaned from the map. Crab Key was surrounded by shoal water except below the western cliff where the nearest marking was 500 fathoms. After that came the plunge into the Cuba deep. Bond folded the map and handed it into the librarian. Suddenly he felt exhausted. It was only 4 o'clock, but it was roasting in Kingston and his shirt was sticking to him. Bond walked out of the institute and found a taxi and went back up into the cool hills to his hotel. He was well satisfied with his day, but nothing else could be done on this side of the island. He would spend a quiet evening at his hotel and be ready to get up early next morning and be away. Bond went to the reception desk to see if there was a message from Quarrel. "No messages, sir," said the girl, "but a basket of fruit came from King's house. Just after lunch, the messenger took it up to your room." "What sort of a messenger?" "Colored man, sir. Said he was from the ADC's office." "Thank you." Bond took his key and went up the stairs to the first floor. It was ridiculously improbable. His hand on the gun under his coat, Bond softly approached his door. He turned the key and kicked the door open. The empty room yawned at him. Bond shut and locked the door. On his dressing table was a large, ornate basket of fruit: tangerines, grapefruit, pink bananas, saursip, star apples and even a couple of hothouse nectarines. Attached to a broad ribbon on the handle was a white envelope. Bond removed it and held it up to the light. He opened it. On a plain sheet of expensive white writing paper was typed, "With the compliments of His Excellency the Governor." Bond snorted. He stood looking at the fruit. He bent his ear to it and listened. He then took the basket by the handle and tipped its contents out onto the floor. The fruit bounced and rolled over the coconut matting. There was nothing but fruit in the basket. Bond grinned at his precautions. There was a last possibility. He picked up one of the nectarines, the most likely for a greedy man to choose first, and took it into the bathroom. He dropped it in the washbasin and went back to the bedroom and, after inspecting the lock, unlocked the wardrobe. Gingerly he lifted out his suitcase and stood it in the middle of the room. He knelt down and looked for the traces of talcum powder he had dusted round the 2 locks. They were smeared and there were minute scratches round the keyholes. Bond sourly examined the marks. These people were not as careful as some others he had had to deal with. He unlocked the case and stood it up on end. There were 4 innocent copper studs in the welting at the front right-hand corner of the lid. Bond prized at the top one of these studs with his nail and it eased out. He took hold of it and pulled out 3 feet of thick steel wire and put it on the floor beside him. This wire threaded through small wire loops inside the lid and sewed the case shut. Bond lifted the lid and verified that nothing had been disturbed. From his tool case, he took out a jeweler's glass and went back into the bathroom and switched on the light over the shaving mirror. He screwed the glass into his eye and gingerly picked the nectarine out of the washbasin and revolved it slowly between finger and thumb. Bond stopped turning the nectarine. He had come to a minute pinhole, its edges faintly discolored brown. It was in the crevice of the fruit, invisible except under a magnifying glass. Bond put the nectarine carefully down in the washbasin. He stood for a moment and looked thoughtfully into his eyes in the mirror. So it was war. Well, how very interesting. Bond felt the slight tautening of the skin at the base of his stomach. He smiled thinly at his reflection in the mirror. So his instincts and his reasoning had been correct. Strangways and the girl had been murdered and their records destroyed because they had got too hot on the trail. Then Bond had come on the scene and, thanks to Miss Taro, they had been waiting for him. Miss Chung, and perhaps the taxi driver, had picked up the scent. He had been traced to the Blue Hills Hotel. The first shot had been fired. There would be others. And whose finger was on the trigger? Who had got him so accurately in his sights? Bond's mind was made up. The evidence was nil, but he was certain of it. This was long-range fire, from Crab Key. The man behind the gun was Dr. No. Bond walked back into the bedroom. One by one he picked up the fruit and took each piece back to the bathroom and examined it through his glass. The pinprick was always there, concealed in the stalk hole or a crevice. Bond rang down and asked for a cardboard box and paper and string. He packed the fruit carefully in the box and picked up the telephone and called King's house. He asked for the Colonial Secretary. "That you, Playdell Smith?" "James Bond speaking. Sorry to bother you. Got a bit of a problem. Is there a public analyst in Kingston?" "I see. Well, I've got something I want analyzed. If I sent the box down to you, would you be very kind and pass it on to this chap?" "I don't want my name to come into this." "All right, I'll explain later. When you get his report, would you send me a short telegram telling me the answer? I'll be at Bow Desert, over at Morgan's Harbor, for the next week or so. Be glad if you'd keep that to yourself too. Sorry to be so damned mysterious. I'll explain everything when I see you next. I expect you'll get a clue when you see what the analyst has to say. And by the way, tell him to handle the specimens carefully, would you? Warn him there's more in 'em than meets the eye. Very many thanks. Lucky I met you this morning. Goodbye." Bond addressed the parcel and went down and paid a taxi to deliver it at once to King's house. It was 6 o'clock. He went back to his room and had a shower and changed and ordered his first drink. He was about to take it out on the balcony when the telephone rang. It was Quarrel. "Everything fixed, Cap'n?" "Everything. That's wonderful. That house all right?" "Everything okay," Quarrel repeated, his voice careful. "CEO as you done said, Cap'n." "Fine," said Bond. He was impressed with Quarrel's efficiency and a sense of security. He put down the telephone and went out onto the balcony. The sun was just setting. The wave of violet shadow was creeping down towards the town and the harbor. When it hits the town, thought Bond, the lights will go on. It happened as he had expected. Above him there was the noise of a plane. It came into sight, a super constellation, the same flight that Bond had been on the night before. Bond watched it sweep out over the sea and then turn and come into land at the Palisadoes airport. What a long way he had come since that moment, only 24 hours before, when the door of the plane had clanged open and the loudspeaker had said, "This here Kingston, Jamaica. Will passengers please remain seated until the aircraft has been cleared by the health authorities." Should he tell M how the picture had changed? Should he make a report to the governor? Bond thought of the governor and dismissed that idea. But what about M? Bond had his own cipher. He could easily send M a signal through the colonial office. What would he say to M? That Dr. No had sent him some poisoned fruit. But he didn't even know that it was poisoned, or, for the matter of that it had come from Dr. No. Bond could see M's face as he read the signal. He saw him press down the lever on the intercom. "Chief of Staff, 07's gone round the bend. Says someone's been trying to feed him a poisoned banana. Fellow's lost his nerve, been in hospital too long. Better call him home." Bond smiled to himself. He got up and rang down for another drink. It wouldn't be quite like that, of course. But still, no, he'd wait until he had something more to show. Of course if something went badly wrong, and he hadn't sent a warning, he'd be in trouble. It was up to him to see that nothing did go wrong. Bond drank his second drink and thought over the details of his plan. Then he went down and had dinner in the half-deserted dining room and read the Handbook of the West Indies. By 9 o'clock he was half asleep. He went back to his room and packed his bag ready for the morning. He telephoned down and arranged to be called at 5:30. Then he bolted the door on the inside, and also shut and bolted the slatted jalousies across the windows. It would mean a hot, stuffy night. That couldn't be helped. Bond climbed naked under the single cotton sheet and turned over on his left side and slipped his right hand onto the butt of the welter PPK under the pillow. In 5 minutes he was asleep. The next thing Bond knew was that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. He knew it was 3 o'clock because the luminous dial of his watch was close to his face. He lay absolutely still. There was not a sound in the room. He strained his ears. Outside, 2. It was deathly quiet. Far in the distance a dog started to bark. Other dogs joined in and there was a brief hysterical chorus which stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Then it was quite quiet again. The moon coming through the slats in the jalousies threw black and white bars across the corner of the room next to his bed. It was as if he was lying in a cage. What had woken him up? Bond moved softly, preparing to slip out of bed. Bond stopped moving. He stopped as dead as a live man can. Something had stirred on his right ankle. Now it was moving up the inside of his shin. Bond could feel the hairs on his leg being parted. It was an insect of some sort. A very big one. It was long, 5 or 6 inches as long as his hand. He could feel dozens of tiny feet lightly touching his skin. What was it? Then Bond heard something he had never heard before, the sound of the hair on his head rasping up on the pillow. Bond analyzed the noise. It couldn't be. It simply couldn't. Yes, his hair was standing on end. Bond could even feel the cool air reaching his scalp between the hairs. How extraordinary. How very extraordinary. He had always thought it was a figure of speech. But why? Why was it happening to him? The thing on his leg moved. Suddenly Bond realized that he was afraid, terrified. His instincts, even before they had communicated with his brain, had told his body that he had a centipede on him. Bond lay frozen. He had once seen a tropical centipede in a bottle of spirit on the shelf in a museum. It had been pale brown and very flat and 5 or 6 inches long, about the length of this one. On either side of the blunt head there had been curved poison claws. The label on the bottle had said that its poison was mortal if it hit an artery. Bond had looked curiously at the corkscrew of dead cuticle and had moved on. The centipede had reached his knee. It was starting up his thigh. Whatever happened, he mustn't move, mustn't even tremble. Bond's whole consciousness had drained down to the 2 rows of softly creeping feet. Now they had reached his flank. God! It was turning down towards his groin. Bond set his teeth. Supposing it liked the warmth there. Supposing it tried to crawl into the crevices. Could he stand it? Supposing it chose that place to bite. Bond could feel it questing amongst the first hairs. It tickled. The skin on Bond's belly fluttered. There was nothing he could do to control it. But now the thing was turning up and along his stomach. Its feet were gripping tighter to prevent it falling. Now it was at his heart. If it bit there, surely it would kill him. The centipede trampled steadily on through the thin hairs on Bond's right breast up to his collarbone. It stopped. What was it doing? Bond could feel the blunt head questing blindly to and fro. What was it looking for? Was there room between his skin and the sheet for it to get through? Dare he lift the sheet an inch to help it? No, never. The animal was at the base of his jugular. Perhaps it was intrigued by the heavy pulse there. Christ! If only he could control the pumping of his blood. Damn you! Bond tried to communicate with the centipede. It's nothing. It's not dangerous, that pulse. It means you no harm. Get on out into the fresh air. As if the beast had heard, it moved on up the column of the neck and into the stubble on Bond's chin. Now it was at the corner of his mouth, tickling madly. On it went, up along the nose. Now he could feel its whole weight and length. Softly Bond closed his eyes. 2 by 2 the pairs of feet, moving alternately, trampled across his right eyelid. When it got off his eye, should he take a chance and shake it off, rely on its feet slipping in his sweat? No, for God's sake. The grip of the feet was endless. He might shake one lot off, but not the rest. With incredible deliberation the huge insect ambled across Bond's forehead. It stopped below the hair. What the hell was it doing now? Bond could feel it nuzzling at his skin. It was drinking the beads of salt sweat. Bond was sure of it. For minutes it hardly moved. Bond felt weak with the tension. He could feel the sweat pouring off the rest of his body onto the sheet. In a second his limbs would start to tremble. He could feel it coming on. He would start to shake with an ague of fear. Could he control it? Could he? Bond lay and waited, the breath coming softly through his open, snarling mouth. The centipede started to move again. It walked into the forest of hair. Bond could feel the roots being pushed aside as it forced its way along. Would it like it there? Would it settle down? How did centipedes sleep? Curled up, or at full length? The tiny centipedes he had known as a child, the ones that always seemed to find their way up the plug hole into the empty bath, curled up when you touched them. Now it had come to where his head lay against the sheet. Would it walk out onto the pillow, or would it stay on in the warm forest? The centipede stopped. Out, out. Bond's nerves screamed at it. The centipede stirred. Slowly it walked out of his hair onto the pillow. Bond waited a second. Now he could hear the rows of feet picking softly at the cotton. It was a tiny scraping noise, like soft fingernails. With a crash that shook the room, Bond's body jackknifed out of bed and onto the floor. At once Bond was on his feet and at the door. He turned on the light. He found he was shaking uncontrollably. He staggered to the bed. There it was, crawling out of sight over the edge of the pillow. Bond's first instinct was to twitch the pillow onto the floor. He controlled himself, waiting for his nerves to quieten. Then softly, deliberately, he picked up the pillow by one corner and walked into the middle of the room and dropped it. The centipede came out from under the pillow. It started to snake swiftly away across the matting. Now Bond was uninterested. He looked round for something to kill it with. Slowly he went and picked up a shoe and came back. The danger was past. His mind was now wondering how the centipede had got into his bed. He lifted the shoe and slowly, almost carelessly, smashed it down. He heard the crack of the hard carapace. Bond lifted the shoe. The centipede was whipping from side to side in its agony, 5 inches of grey-brown, shiny death. Bond hit it again. It burst open, yellowly. Bond dropped the shoe and ran for the bathroom and was violently sick. Bond 6 Dr. No. VII. Night Passage. By the way, Quarrel. Bond dared a bus with brown bomber painted above its windshield. The bus pulled over and roared on down the hill towards Kingston, sounding a furious chord on its triple wind horn to restore the driver's ego. What do you know about centipedes? Centipedes, Cap'n. Quarrel squinted sideways for a clue to the question. Bond's expression was casual. Well, we got some bad ones here in Jamaica. Tree, foe, 5 inches long. They kills folks. They mostly lives in de old houses in Kingston. They loves de rotten wood and de moldy places. They operates mostly at night. Why, Cap'n, yo seen one? Bond dodged the question. He had also not told Quarrel about the fruit. Quarrel was a tough man, but there was no reason to sow the seeds of fear. Would you expect to find one in a modern house, for instance? In your shoe, or in a drawer, or in your bed? No sir. Quarrel's voice was definite. Not unless dem put der a purpose. Des a insects love de holes and de crannies. They not love de clean places. They dirty livin' insects. Maybe you find dem in de bush, under logs and stones. But never in de bright places. I see. Bond changed the subject. By the way, did those 2 men get off all right in the sunbeam? Sure ting, Cap'n. They plenty happy with de job. And they look plenty like yo and me, Cap'n. Quarrel chuckled. He glanced at Bond and said hesitantly, I fears they weren't very good citizens, Cap'n. Had to find de 2 men where's I could. Me, I'm a beggarman, Cap'n. And, for you, Cap'n, I get a miserable no-good white man from Betsy's. Who's Betsy? She done run de lousiest brothel in town, Cap'n. Quarrel spat emphatically out of the window. This white man, he does de bookkeepin'. Bond laughed. So long as he can drive a car. I only hope they get to Montego all right. Don asterisk your worry. Quarrel misunderstood Bond's concern. I say I tell the police they stole the car if they don. They were at the Saddleback at Stony Hill, where the junction road dives down through 50s bends towards the north coast. Bond put the little Austin A30 into second gear and let it coast. The sun was coming up over the blue mountain peak and dusty shafts of gold lanced into the plunging valley. There were few people on the road, an occasional man going off to his precipitous smallholding on the flank of a hill, his 3-foot steel cutlass dangling from his right hand, chewing at his breakfast, a foot of raw sugar cane held in his left, or a woman sauntering up the road with a covered basket of fruit or vegetables for Stony Hill Market, her shoes on her head, to be donned when she got near the village. It was a savage, peaceful scene that had hardly changed, except for the surface of the road, for 200 years or more. Bond almost smelted the dung of the mule train in which he would have been riding over from Port Royal to visit the garrison at Morgan's Harbour in 1750. Quarrel interrupted his thoughts. "Cap'n," he said apologetically, "beggin' yo' pardon, but kin yo' tell me what yo' have in mind for we? I's been puzzlin' and I can't seem to figure 'bout yo' game." "I've hardly figured it out myself, Quarrel." Bond changed up into top and dawdled through the cool, beautiful glades of Castleton Gardens. "I told you I'm here because Commander Strangways and his secretary have disappeared. Most people think they've gone off together. I think they've been murdered." "That's so," said Quarrel unemotionally. "Who yo' tink done hit?" "I've come to agree with you. I think Dr. No, that Chinaman on Crab Key, had it done." Strangways was poking his nose into this man's affairs, something to do with the bird sanctuary. "Dr. No has this mania for privacy. You were telling me so yourself. Seems he'll do anything to stop people climbing over his wall. Mark you, it's not more than a guess about Dr. No. But some funny things happened in the last 24 hours. That's why I sent the Sunbeam over to Montego, to lay a false scent. And that's why we're going to hide out at the Bow Desert for a few days." "Then what, Cap'n?" "First of all I want you to get me absolutely fit the way you trained me the last time I was here. Remember?" "Sho, Cap'n, I kin do dat ting. And then I was thinking you and me might go and take a look at Crab Key." Quarrel whistled. The whistle ended on a downward note. "Just sniff around. We needn't get too close to Dr. No's end. I want to take a look at this bird sanctuary. See for myself what happened to the warden's camp. If we find anything wrong, we'll get away again and come back by the front door with some soldiers to help. Have a full dress inquiry. Can't do that until we've got something to go on. What do you think?" Quarrel dug into his hip pocket for a cigarette. He made a fuss about lighting it. He blew a cloud of smoke through his nostrils and watched it whip out of the window. He said, "Cap'n, I tink yo' should plumb crazy to trespass on dat island." Quarrel had wound himself up. He paused. There was no comment. He looked sideways at the quiet profile. He said more quietly, in an embarrassed voice, "Jes' one ting, Cap'n. I'll have some folks back in Dar Caymans. Would yo' consider tackin' out a life insurance on me afore we sail?" Bond glanced affectionately at the strong brown face. It had a deep cleft of worry between the eyes. "Of course, Quarrel. I'll fix it at Port Maria tomorrow. We'll make it big, say £5,000. Now then, how shall we go? Canoe?" "That's right, Cap'n." Quarrel's voice was reluctant. "We need a calm sea and a light wind. Come hin on de nor'easterly trades. Moose be a dark night. Day startin' right now. By end of dar week we git dar seacon, moon quarter. Where yo' reckon to land, Cap'n?" "South shore near the mouth of the river. Then we'll go up the river to the lake. I'm sure that's where the warden's camp was. So as to have fresh water and be able to get down to the sea to fish." Quarrel grunted without enthusiasm. "How long we stayin', Cap'n? Can't take a whole lot of food with us. Bread, cheese, salt pork. No tobacco, can't risk dar smoke and light. That's mighty rough country, Cap'n. Marsh and mangrove." Bond said, "Better plan for 3 days. Weather may break and stop us getting off for a night or two. Couple of good hunting knives. I'll take a gun, you never can tell." "No, sir," said Quarrel emphatically. He relapsed into a brooding silence which lasted until they got to Port Maria. They went through the little town and on round the headland to Morgan's Harbour. It was just as Bond remembered the sugar loaf of the Isle of Surprise rising out of the calm bay, the canoes drawn up beside the mounds of empty conch shells, the distant boom of the surf on the reef which had so nearly been his grave. Bond, his mind full of memories, took the car down the little side road and through the cane fields in the middle of which the gaunt ruin of the old great house of Bow Desert Plantation stood up like a stranded galleon. They came to the gate leading to the bungalow. Quarrel got out and opened the gate, and Bond drove through and pulled up in the yard behind the white single-storied house. It was very quiet. Bond walked round the house and across the lawn to the edge of the sea. Yes, there it was, the stretch of deep, silent water, the submarine path he had taken to the Isle of Surprise. It sometimes came back to him in nightmares. Bond stood looking at it and thinking of Solitaire, the girl he had brought back, torn and bleeding, from that sea. He had carried her across the lawn to the house. What had happened to her? Where was she? Brusquely Bond turned and walked back into the house, driving the phantoms away from him. It was 8:30. Bond unpacked his few things and changed into sandals and shorts. Soon there was the delicious smell of coffee and frying bacon. They ate their breakfast while Bond fixed his training routine up at 7, swim a quarter of a mile, breakfast, an hour's sunbathing, run a mile, swim again, lunch, sleep, sunbathe, swim a mile, hot bath and massage, dinner and asleep by 9. After breakfast the routine began. Nothing interrupted the grinding week except a brief story in the Daily Gleaner and a telegram from Playdell Smith. The Gleaner said that a Sunbeam Talbot, H 2473, had been involved in a fatal accident on the Devil's Racecourse, a stretch of winding road between Spanish Town and Ochos Rio on the Kingston-Montego route. A runaway lorry, whose driver was being traced, had crashed into the Sunbeam as it came round a bend. Both vehicles had left the road and hurtled into the ravine below. The two occupants of the Sunbeam, Ben Gibbons of Harbour Street, and Josiah Smith, no address, had been killed. A Mr. Bond, an English visitor, who had been lent the car, was asked to contact the nearest police station. Bond burned that copy of the Gleaner. He didn't want to upset Quarrel. With only one day to go, the telegram came from Playdell Smith. It said, each object contained enough cyanide to kill a horse. Stop, suggest you change your grocer. Stop, good luck. Smith. Bond also burned the telegram. Quarrel hired a canoe and they spent 3 days sailing it. It was a clumsy shell cut out of a single giant cotton tree. It had 2 thin thwarts, 2 heavy paddles and a small sail of dirty canvas. It was a blunt instrument. Quarrel was pleased with it. 7, 8 hours, Cap'n, he said. Then we bring down the sail and use the paddles. Less target for the radar to see. The weather held. The forecast from Kingston radio was good. The nights were as black as sin. The two men got in their stores. Bond fitted himself out with cheap black canvas jeans and a dark blue shirt and rope-soled shoes. The last evening came. Bond was glad he was on his way. He had only once been out of the training camp to get the stores and arrange Quarrel's insurance, and he was chafing to get out of the stable and onto the track. He admitted to himself that this adventure excited him. It had the right ingredients: physical exertion, mystery, and a ruthless enemy. He had a good companion. His cause was just. There might also be the satisfaction of throwing the holiday in the sun back in M's teeth. That had rankled. Bond didn't like being coddled. The sun blazed beautifully into its grave. Bond went into his bedroom and took out his 2 guns and looked at them. Neither was a part of him, as the Beretta had been an extension of his right hand, but he already knew them as better weapons. Which should he take? Bond picked up each in turn, hefting them in his hand. It had to be the heavier Smith & Wesson. There would be no close shooting, if there was any shooting, on Crab Key. Heavy, long-range stuff if anything. The brutal, stumpy revolver had an extra 25 yards over the welter. Bond fitted the holster into the waistband of his jeans and clipped in the gun. He put 20 spare rounds in his pocket. Was it over insurance to take all this metal on what might only be a tropical picnic? Bond went to the icebox and took a pint of Canadian Club blended rye and some ice and soda water and went and sat in the garden and watched the last light flame and die. The shadows crept from behind the house and marched across the lawn and enveloped him. The undertaker's wind that blows at night from the center of the island, clattered softly in the tops of the palm trees. The frogs began to tinkle among the shrubs. The fireflies, the blinker blinks, as Quorrell called them, came out and began flashing their sexual morse. For a moment the melancholy of the tropical dusk caught at Bond's heart. He picked up the bottle and looked at it. He had drunk a quarter of it. He poured another big slug into his glass and added some ice. What was he drinking for? Because of the 30 miles of Black Sea he had to cross tonight. Because he was going into the unknown. Because of Dr. No. Quorrell came up from the beach. Time, Cap'n. Bond swallowed his drink and followed the Cayman Islander down to the canoe. It was rocking quietly in the water, its bows on the sand. Quorrell went aft and Bond climbed into the space between the forward thwart and the bows. The sail, wrapped round the short mast, was at his back. Bond took up his paddle and pushed off, and they turned slowly and headed out for the break in the softly creaming waves that was the passage through the reef. They paddled easily, in unison, the paddles turning in their hands so that they did not leave the water on the forward stroke. The small waves slapped softly against the bows. Otherwise they made no noise. It was dark. Nobody saw them go. They just left the land and went off across the sea. Bond's only duty was to keep paddling. Quorrell did the steering. At the opening through the reef there was a swirl and suck of conflicting currents and they were in amongst the jagged niggerheads and coral trees, bared like fangs by the swell. Bond could feel the strength of Quorrell's great sweeps with the paddle as the heavy craft wallowed and plunged. Again and again Bond's own paddle thudded against rock, and once he had to hold on as the canoe hit a buried mass of brain coral and slid off again. Then they were through, and far below the boat there were indigo patches of sand and around them the solid oily feel of deep water. "Okay, Cap'n," said Quorrell softly. Bond shipped his paddle and got down off one knee and sat with his back to the thwart. He heard the scratching of Quorrell's nails against canvas as he unwrapped the sail and then the sharp flap as it caught the breeze. The canoe straightened and began to move. It tilted slowly. There was a soft hiss under the bows. A handful of spray tossed up into Bond's face. The wind of their movement was cool and would soon get cold. Bond hunched up his knees and put his arms round them. The wood was already beginning to bite into his buttocks and his back. It crossed his mind that it was going to be the hell of a long and uncomfortable night. In the darkness ahead Bond could just make out the rim of the world. Then came a layer of black haze above which the stars began, first sparsely and then merging into a dense bright carpet. The Milky Way soared overhead. How many stars? Bond tried counting a finger's length and was soon past the 100. The stars lit the sea into a faint grey road and then arched away over the tip of the mast towards the black silhouette of Jamaica. Bond looked back. Behind the hunched figure of Quorrell there was a faraway cluster of lights which would be Port Maria. Already they were a couple of miles out. Soon they would be a tenth of the way, then a quarter, then half. That would be around midnight when Bond would take over. Bond sighed and put his head down to his knees and closed his eyes. He must have slept because he was awakened by the clonk of a paddle against the boat. He lifted his arm to show that he had heard and glanced at the luminous blaze of his watch. 12:15. Stiffly he unbent his legs and turned and scrambled over the thwart. "Sorry, Quorrell," he said, and it was odd to hear his voice. "You ought to have shaken me up before." "It don't signify, Cap'n," said Quorrell with a grey glint of teeth. "Do yo good to sleep." Gingerly they slipped past each other and Bond settled in the stern and picked up the paddle. The sail was secured to a bent nail beside him. It was flapping. Bond brought the bows into the wind and edged them round so that the North Star was directly over Quorrell's bent head in the bows. For a time this would be fun. There was something to do. There was no change in the night except that it seemed darker and emptier. The pulse of the sleeping sea seemed slower. The heavy swell was longer and the troughs deeper. They were running through a patch of phosphorus that winked at the bows and dripped jewels when Bond lifted the paddle out of the water. How safe it was, slipping through the night in this ridiculously vulnerable little boat. How kind and soft the sea could be. A covey of flying fish broke the surface in front of the bows and scattered like shrapnel. Some kept going for a time beside the canoe, flying as much as 20 yards before they dived into the wall of the swell. Was some bigger fish after them, or did they think the canoe was a fish, or were they just playing? Bond thought of what was going on in the hundreds of fathoms below the boat, the big fish, the shark and barracuda and tarpon and sailfish quietly cruising, the shoals of kingfish and mackerel and bonito and, far below in the grey twilight of the great depths, the phosphorus-jellied boneless things that were never seen, the 50-foot squids, with eyes a foot wide, that streamed along like zeppelins, the last real monsters of the sea, whose size was only known from the fragments found inside whales. What would happen if a wave caught the canoe broadside and capsized them? How long would they last? Bond took an ounce more pains with his steering and put the thought aside. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3, 4. Quarrel awoke and stretched. He called softly to Bond. "Our smells land, Cap'n." Soon there was a thickening of the darkness ahead. The low shadow slowly took on the shape of a huge swimming rat. A pale moon rose slowly behind them. Now the island showed distinctly, a couple of miles away, and there was the distant grumble of surf. They changed places. Quarrel brought down the sail and they took up the paddles. For at least another mile, thought Bond, they would be invisible in the troughs of the waves. Not even radar would distinguish them from the crests. It was the last mile they would have to hurry over with the dawn not far off. Now he too could smell the land. It had no particular scent. It was just something new in the nose after hours of clean sea. He could make out the white fringe of surf. The swell subsided and the waves became choppier. "Now, Cap'n," called Quarrel, and Bond, the sweat already dropping off his chin, dug deeper and more often. God! It was hard work. The hulking log of wood which had sped along so well under the sail now seemed hardly to move. The wave at the bows was only a ripple. Bond's shoulders were aching like fire. The one knee he was resting on was beginning to bruise. His hands were cramped on the clumsy shaft of a paddle made of lead. It was incredible, but they were coming up with the reef. Patches of sand showed deep under the boat. Now the surf was a roar. They followed along the edge of the reef, looking for an opening. 100 yards inside the reef, breaking the sandline, was the shimmer of water running inland. The river, so the landfall had been all right. The wall of surf broke up. There was a patch of black oily current swelling over hidden coral heads. The nose of the canoe turned towards it and into it. There was a turmoil of water and a series of grating thuds, and then a sudden rush forward into peace, and the canoe was moving slowly across a smooth mirror towards the shore. Quarrel steered the boat towards the lee of a rocky promontory where the beach ended. Bond wondered why the beach didn't shine white under the thin moon. When they grounded and Bond climbed stiffly out, he understood why. The beach was black. The sand was soft and wonderful to the feet, but it must have been formed out of volcanic rock, pounded over the centuries, and Bond's naked feet on it looked like white crabs. They made haste. Quarrel took 3 short lengths of thick bamboo out of the boat and laid them up the flat beach. They heaved the nose of the canoe onto the first and pushed the boat up the rollers. After each yard of progress, Bond picked up the back roller and brought it to the front. Slowly the canoe moved up the sand until at last it was over the back tideline and among the rocks and turtle grass and low sea grape bushes. They pushed it another 20 yards inland into the beginning of the mangrove. There they covered it with dried seaweed and bits of driftwood from the tideline. Then Quarrel cut lengths of screw palm and went back over their tracks, sweeping and tidying. It was still dark, but the breath of grey in the east would soon be turning to pearl. It was 5 o'clock. They were dead tired. They exchanged a few words and Quarrel went off among the rocks on the promontory. Bond scooped out a depression in the fine dry sand under a thick bush of sea grape. There were a few hermit crabs beside his bed. He picked up as many as he could find and hurled them into the mangrove. Then, not caring what other animals or insects might come to his smell and his warmth, he lay down full length in the sand and rested his head on his arm. He was at once asleep. Bond 6 Dr. No. The Elegant Venus. Bond awoke lazily. The feel of the sand reminded him where he was. He glanced at his watch. 10 o'clock. The sun through the round thick leaves of the sea grape was already hot. A larger shadow moved across the dappled sand in front of his face. Coral. Bond shifted his head and peered through the fringe of leaves and grass that concealed him from the beach. He stiffened. His heart missed a beat and then began pounding so that he had to breathe deeply to quieten it. His eyes, as he stared through the blades of grass, were fierce slits. It was a naked girl, with her back to him. She was not quite naked. She wore a broad leather belt round her waist with a hunting knife in a leather sheath at her right hip. The belt made her nakedness extraordinarily erotic. She stood not more than 5 yards away on the tideline looking down at something in her hand. She stood in the classical relaxed pose of the nude, all the weight on the right leg and the left knee bent and turning slightly inwards, the head to one side as she examined the things in her hand. It was a beautiful back. The skin was a very light uniform café au lait with the sheen of dull satin. The gentle curve of the backbone was deeply indented, suggesting more powerful muscles than is usual in a woman, and the behind was almost as firm and rounded as a boy's. The legs were straight and beautiful and no pinkness showed under the slightly lifted left heel. She was not a colored girl. Her hair was ash blonde. It was cut to the shoulders and hung there and along the side of her bent cheek in thick wet strands. A green diving mask was pushed back above her forehead, and the green rubber thong bound her hair at the back. The whole scene, the empty beach, the green and blue sea, the naked girl with the strands of fair hair, reminded Bond of something. He searched his mind. Yes, she was Botticelli's Venus, seen from behind. How had she got there? What was she doing? Bond looked up and down the beach. It was not black, he now saw, but a deep chocolate brown. To the right he could see as far as the river mouth, perhaps 500 yards away. The beach was empty and featureless except for a scattering of small pinkish objects. There were a lot of them, shells of some sort Bond supposed, and they looked decorative against the dark brown background. He looked to the left, to where, 20 yards away, the rocks of the small headland began. Yes, there was a yard or two of groove in the sand where a canoe had been drawn up into the shelter of the rocks. It must have been a light one or she couldn't have drawn it up alone. Perhaps the girl wasn't alone. But there was only one set of footprints leading down from the rocks to the sea and another set coming out of the sea and up the beach to where she now stood on the tideline. Did she live here, or had she too sailed over from Jamaica that night? Hell of a thing for a girl to do. Anyway, what in God's name was she doing here? As if to answer him, the girl made a throwaway gesture of the right hand and scattered a dozen shells on the sand beside her. They were violent pink and seemed to Bond to be the same as he had noticed on the beach. The girl looked down into her left hand and began to whistle softly to herself. There was a happy note of triumph in the whistle. She was whistling, Marion, a plaintive little calypso that has now been cleaned up and made famous outside Jamaica. It had always been one of Bond's favorites. It went, all day, all night, Marion. Sitten by the seaside siftin' sand. The girl broke off to stretch her arms out in a deep yawn. Bond smiled to himself. He wetted his lips and took up the refrain. The water from her eyes could sail a boat, the hair on her head could tie a goat. The hands flew down and across her chest. The muscles of her behind bunched with tension. She was listening, her head, still hidden by the curtain of hair, cocked to one side. Hesitantly she began again. The whistle trembled and died. At the first note of Bond's echo, the girl whirled round. She didn't cover her body with the two classical gestures. One hand flew downwards, but the other, instead of hiding her breasts, went up to her face, covering it below the eyes, now wide with fear. "Who's that?" The words came out in a terrified whisper. Bond got to his feet and stepped out through the sea grape. He stopped on the edge of the grass. He held his hands open at his sides to show they were empty. He smiled cheerfully at her. "It's only me. I'm another trespasser. Don't be frightened." The girl dropped her hand down from her face. It went to the knife at her belt. Bond watched the fingers curl round the hilt. He looked up at her face. Now he realized why her hand had instinctively gone to it. It was a beautiful face, with wide apart deep blue eyes under lashes paled by the sun. The mouth was wide, and when she stopped pursing the lips with tension they would be full. It was a serious face, and the jawline was determined, the face of a girl who fends for herself. And once, reflected Bond, she had failed to fend, for the nose was badly broken, smashed crooked like a boxer's. Bond stiffened with revolt at what had happened to this supremely beautiful girl. No wonder this was her shame and not the beautiful firm breasts that now jutted towards him without concealment. The eyes examined him fiercely. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" There was the slight lilt of a Jamaican accent. The voice was sharp and accustomed to being obeyed. "I'm an Englishman. I'm interested in birds." "Oh," the voice was doubtful. The hand still rested on the knife. "How long have you been watching me? How did you get here?" 10 minutes, but no more answers until you tell me who you are." "I'm no one in particular. I come from Jamaica. I collect shells." "I came in a canoe." "Did you?" "Yes. Where is your canoe?" "I've got a friend with me. We've hidden it in the mangroves. There are no marks of a canoe landing." "We're careful. We covered 'em up, not like you." Bond gestured towards the rocks. "You ought to take more trouble. Did you use a sail? Right up to the reef?" "Of course. Why not? I always do." "Then they'll know you're here. They've got radar." "They've never caught me yet." The girl took her hand away from her knife. She reached up and stripped off the diving mask and stood swinging it. She seemed to think she had the measure of Bond. She said, with some of the sharpness gone from her voice, "What's your name?" "Bond. James Bond. What's yours?" She reflected. "Ryder." "What Ryder?" "Honeychild." Bond smiled. "What's so funny about it?" "Nothing. Honeychild Ryder. It's a pretty name." She unbent. "People call me Honey." "Well, I'm glad to meet you." The prosaic phrase seemed to remind her of her nakedness. She blushed. She said uncertainly, "I must get dressed." She looked down at the scattered shells around her feet. She obviously wanted to pick 'em up. Perhaps she realized that the movement might be still more revealing than her present pose. She said sharply, "You're not to touch those while I'm gone." Bond smiled at the childish challenge. "Don't worry, I'll look after them." The girl looked at him doubtfully and then turned and walked stiff-legged over to the rocks and disappeared behind them. Bond walked the few steps down the beach and bent and picked up one of the shells. It was alive and the two halves were shut tight. It appeared to be some kind of a cockle, rather deeply ribbed and colored a mauve pink. Along both edges of the hinge, thin horns stood out, about half a dozen to each side. It didn't seem to Bond a very distinguished shell. He replaced it carefully with the others. He stood looking down at the shells and wondering, was she really collecting them? It certainly looked like it. But what a risk to take to get them the voyage over alone in the canoe and then back again. And she seemed to realize that this was a dangerous place. "They've never caught me yet." What an extraordinary girl. Bond's heart warmed and his senses stirred as he thought of her. Already, as he had found so often when people had deformities, he had almost forgotten her broken nose. It had somehow slipped away behind his memory of her eyes and her mouth and her amazingly beautiful body. Her imperious attitude and her quality of attack were exciting. The way she had reached for her knife to defend herself. She was like an animal whose cubs are threatened. Where did she live? Who were her parents? There was something uncared for about her, a dog that nobody wants to pet. Who was she? Bond heard her footsteps riffling the sand. He turned to look at her. She was dressed almost in rags, a faded brown shirt with torn sleeves and a knee-length patched brown cotton skirt held in place by the leather belt with the knife. She had a canvas knapsack slung over one shoulder. She looked like a principal girl dressed as Man Friday. She came up with him and at once went down on one knee and began picking up the live shells and stowing them in the knapsack. Bond said, "Are those rare?" She sat back on her haunches and looked up at him. She surveyed his face. Apparently she was satisfied. "You promise you won't tell anybody?" "Swear." "I promise," said Bond. "Well then, yes, they are rare. Very. You can get $5 for a perfect specimen. In Miami, that's where I deal with. They're called Venus elegans, the elegant Venus. Her eyes sparkled up at him with excitement. This morning I found what I wanted. The bed where they live. She waved towards the sea. You wouldn't find it though, she added with sudden carefulness. It's very deep and hidden away. I doubt if you could dive that deep. And anyway, she looked happy, I'm going to clear the whole bed today. You'd only get the imperfect ones if you came back here. Bond Lawhood, I promise I won't steal any. I really don't know anything about shells. Cross my heart. She stood up, her work completed. What about these birds of yours? What sort are they? Are they valuable too? I won't tell either if you tell me. I only collect shells. They're called roseate spoonbills, said Bond. Sort of pink stork with a flat beak. Ever seen any? Oh, those, she said scornfully. There used to be thousands of them here. But you won't find many now. They scared 'em all away. She sat down on the sand and put her arms round her knees, proud of her superior knowledge and now certain that she had nothing to fear from this man. Bond sat down a yard away. He stretched out and turned towards her, resting on his elbow. He wanted to preserve the picnic atmosphere and try to find out more about this queer, beautiful girl. He said, easily, "Oh, really? What happened? Who did it?" She shrugged impatiently. "The people here did it. I don't know who they are. There's a Chinaman. He doesn't like birds or something. He's got a dragon. He sent the dragon after the birds and scared 'em away. The dragon burned up the nesting places. There used to be 2 men who lived with the birds and looked after them. They got scared away too, or killed or something." It all seemed quite natural to her. She gave the facts indifferently, staring out to sea. Bond said, "This dragon. What kind is he? Have you ever seen him?" "Yes, I've seen him." She screwed up her eyes and made a wry face as if she was swallowing bitter medicine. She looked earnestly at Bond to make him share her feelings. "I've been coming here for about a year, looking for shells and exploring. I only found these," she waved at the beach, "about a month ago. On my last trip, but I've found plenty of other good ones. Just before Christmas I thought I'd explore the river. I went up it to the top, where the birdmen had their camp. It was all broken up. It was getting late and I decided to spend the night there. In the middle of the night I woke up. The dragon was coming by only a few chains away from me. It had 2 great glaring eyes and a long snout. It had sort of short wings and a pointed tail. It was all black and gold." She frowned at the expression on Bond's face. "There was a full moon. I could see it quite clearly. It went by me. It was making a sort of roaring noise. It went over the marsh and came to some thick mangrove and it simply climbed over the bushes and went on. A whole flock of birds got up in front of it and suddenly a lot of fire came out of its mouth and it burned a lot of them up and all the trees they'd been roosting in. It was horrible, the most horrible thing I've ever seen." The girl leant sideways and peered at Bond's face. She sat up straight again and stared obstinately out to sea. "I can see you don't believe me," she said in a furious, tense voice. "You're one of these city people. You don't believe anything." "Ugh." She shuddered with dislike of him. Bond said reasonably, "Honey, there just aren't such things as dragons in the world. You saw something that looked very like a dragon. I'm just wondering what it was." "How do you know there aren't such things as dragons?" Now he had made her really angry. "Nobody lives on this end of the island. One could easily have survived here. Anyway, what do you think you know about animals and things?" "I've lived with snakes and things since I was a child. Alone. Have you ever seen a praying mantis eat a husband after they've made love? Have you ever seen the mongoose dance? Or an octopus dance? How long is a hummingbird's tongue? Have you ever had a pet snake that wore a bell round its neck and rang it to wake you? Have you seen a scorpion get sunstroke and kill itself with its own sting? Have you seen the carpet of flowers under the sea at night? Do you know that a John Crow can smell a dead lizard a mile away?" The girl had fired these questions like scornful jabs with a rapier. Now she stopped, out of breath. She said hopelessly, "Oh, You're just city folk like all the rest. Bond said, honey, now look here. You know these things. I can't help it that I live in towns. I'd like to know about your things too. I just haven't had that sort of life. I know other things instead. Like, Bond searched his mind. He couldn't think of anything as interesting as hers. He finished lamely, like for instance that this Chinaman is going to be more interested in your visit this time. This time he's going to try and stop you getting away. He paused and added, and me for the matter of that. She turned and looked at him with interest. Oh, why, but then it doesn't really matter. One just hides during the day and gets away at night. He's sent dogs after me and even a plane. He hasn't got me yet. She examined Bond with a new interest. Is it you he's after? Well, yes, admitted Bond. I'm afraid it is. You see, we dropped the sail about 2 miles out so that their radar wouldn't pick us up. I think the Chinaman may have been expecting a visit from me. Your sail will have been reported and I'd bet anything he'll think your canoe was mine. I'd better go and wake my friend up and we'll talk it over. You'll like him. He's a Cayman Islander, name of Quarrel. The girl said, well, I'm sorry if. The sentence trailed away. Apologies wouldn't come easy to someone so much on the defensive. But after all, I couldn't know, could I? She searched his face. Bond smiled into the questing blue eyes. He said reassuringly, of course you couldn't. It's just bad luck for you too. I don't suppose he minds too much about a solitary girl who collects shells. You can be sure they've had a good look at your footprints and found clues like that. He waved at the scattered shells on the beach. But I'm afraid he'd take a different view of me. Now he'll try and hunt me down with everything he's got. I'm only afraid he may get you into the net in the process. Anyway, Bond grinned reassuringly, we'll see what Quarrel has to say. You stay here. Bond got to his feet. He walked along the promontory and cast about him. Quarrel had hidden himself well. It took Bond 5 minutes to find him. He was lying in a grassy depression between 2 big rocks, half covered by a board of grey driftwood. He was still fast asleep, the brown head, stern in sleep, cradled on his forearm. Bond whistled softly and smiled as the eyes sprang wide open like an animal's. Quarrel saw Bond and scrambled to his feet, almost guiltily. He rubbed his big hands over his face as if he was washing it. Mornin', Cap'n, he said. Guess I've been down deep. That China girl come to me. Bond smiled. I got something different, he said. They sat down and Bond told him about Honeychar Ryder and her shells and the fix they were in. And now it's 11 o'clock, Bond added. And we've got to make a new plan. Quarrel scratched his head. He looked sideways at Bond. Yo Don, plan we just ditch this girl? He asked hopefully. Ain't nothing to do with we. Suddenly he stopped. His head swiveled round and pointed like a dog's. He held up a hand for silence, listening intently. Bond held his breath. In the distance, to the eastwards, there was a faint droning. Quarrel jumped to his feet. Quick, Cap'n, he said urgently. Bay's a comin'. Bond 6 Dr. No. IX. Close shaves. 10 minutes later the bay was empty and immaculate. Small waves curled lazily in across the mirrored water inside the reef and flopped exhausted on the dark sand where mauve shells glittered like shed toenails. The heap of discarded shells had gone and there was no longer any trace of footprints. Quarrel had cut branches of mangrove and had walked backwards, sweeping carefully as he went. Where he had swept, the sand was of a different texture from the rest of the beach, but not too different as to be noticed from outside the reef. The girl's canoe had been pulled deeper among the rocks and covered with seaweed and driftwood. Quarrel had gone back to the headland. Bond and the girl lay a few feet apart under the bush of sea grape where Bond had slept, and gazed silently out across the water to the corner of the headland round which the boat would come. The boat was perhaps a quarter of a mile away. From the slow pulse of the twin diesels Bond guessed that every cranny of the coastline was being searched for signs of them. It sounded a powerful boat. A big cabin cruiser, perhaps. What crew would it have? Who would be in command of the search? Dr. No, unlikely. He would not trouble himself with this kind of police work. From the west a wedge of cormorants appeared, flying low over the sea beyond the reef. Bond watched them. They were the first evidence he had seen of the Guinea colony at the other end of the island. These, according to Playdell Smith's description, would be scouts for the silver flash of the anchovy near the surface. Sure enough, as he watched, they began to backpedal in the air and then go into shallow dives, hitting the water like shrapnel. Almost at once a fresh file appeared from the west, then another and another that merged into a long stream and then into a solid black river of birds. For minutes they darkened the skyline and then they were down on the water, covering several acres of it, screeching and fighting and plunging their heads below the surface, cropping at the solid field of anchovy-like piranha fish feasting on a drowned horse. Bond felt a gentle nudge from the girl. She gestured with her head. The Chinaman's hens getting their corn. Bond examined the happy, beautiful face. She had seemed quite unconcerned by the arrival of the search party. To her it was only the game of hide and seek she had played before. Bond hoped she wasn't going to get a shock. The iron thud of the diesels was getting louder. The boat must be just behind the headland. Bond took a last look round the peaceful bay and then fixed his eyes, through the leaves and grass, on the point of the headland inside the reef. The knife of white bows appeared. It was followed by 10 yards of empty polished deck, glass windshields, a low-raked cabin with a siren and a blunt radio mast, the glimpse of a man inside at the wheel, then the long flat well of the stern and a drooping red ensign. Converted MTB, British government surplus. Bond's eyes went to the 2 men standing in the stern. They were pale-skinned Negroes. They wore neat khaki ducks and shirts, broad belts, and deep vissored baseball caps of yellow straw. They were standing side by side, bracing themselves against the slow swell. One of them was holding a long black loudhailer with a wire attached. The other was manning a machine gun on a tripod. It looked to Bond like a Spandau. The man with the loudhailer let it fall so that it swung on a strap round his neck. He picked up a pair of binoculars and began inching them along the beach. The low murmur of his comments just reached Bond above the glutinous flutter of the diesels. Bond watched the eyes of the binoculars begin with the headland and then sweep the sand. The twin eyes paused among the rocks and moved on. They came back. The murmur of comment rose to a jabber. The man handed the glasses to the machine gunner, who took a quick glance through them and gave them back. The scanner shouted something to the helmsman. The cabin cruiser stopped and backed up. Now she lay outside the reef exactly opposite Bond and the girl. The scanner again leveled the binoculars at the rocks where the girl's canoe lay hidden. Again the excited jabber came across the water. Again the glasses were passed to the machine gunner, who glanced through. This time he nodded decisively. Bond thought, now we've had it. These men know the job. Bond watched the machine gunner pull the bolt back to load. The double click came to him over the bubbling of the diesels. The scanner lifted his loudhailer and switched it on. The twanging echo of the amplifier moaned and screeched across the water. The man brought it up to his lips. The voice roared across the bay. "Okay, folks, come on out and you won't get hurt." It was an educated voice. There was a trace of American accent. "Now then, folks," the voice thundered, "make it quick. We've seen where you came ashore. We've spotted the boat under the driftwood. We ain't fools and we ain't fooling. Take it easy, just walk out with your hands up. You'll be okay." Silence fell. The waves lapped softly on the beach. Bond could hear the girl breathing. The thin screeching of the cormorant seemed to them muted across the mile of sea. The diesels bubbled unevenly as the swell covered the exhaust pipe and then opened it again. Softly Bond reached over to the girl and tugged at her sleeve. "Come close," he whispered. "Smaller target." He felt her warmth nearer to him. Her cheek brushed against his forearm. He whispered, "Burrow into the sand. Wriggle. Every inch'll help." He began to worm his body carefully deeper into the depression they had scooped out for themselves. He felt her do the same. He peered out. Now his eyes were only just above the skyline of the top of the beach. The man was lifting his loudhailer. The voice roared, "Okay, folks, just so as you'll know this thing isn't for show." He lifted his thumb. The machine gunner trained his gun into the tops of the mangroves behind the beach. There came the swift rattling roar Bond had last heard coming from the German lines in the Ardennes. The bullets made the same old sound of frightened pigeons whistling overhead. Then there was silence. In the distance Bond watched the black cloud of cormorants take to the air and begin circling. His eyes went back to the boat. The machine gunner was feeling the barrel of his gun to see if it had warmed. The two men exchanged some words. The scanner picked up his loud hailer. "Okay, folks," he said harshly. "You've been warned. This is it." Bond watched the snout of the Spandau swing and depress. The man was going to start with the canoe among the rocks. Bond whispered to the girl, "All right, honey. Stick it. Keep right down. It won't last long." He felt her hand squeeze his arm. He thought, "Poor little bitch, she's in this because of me." He leant to the right to cover her head and pushed his face deep into the sand. This time the crash of noise was terrific. The bullets howled into the corner of the headland. Fragments of splintered rock whined over the beach like hornets. Ricochets twanged and buzzed off into the hinterland. Behind it all there was the steady road drill hammer of the gun. There was a pause. New magazine, thought Bond. Now it's us. He could feel the girl clutching at him. Her body was trembling along his flank. Bond reached out an arm and pressed her to him. The roar of the gun began again. The bullets came zipping along the tideline towards them. There was a succession of quick close thuds. The bush above them was being torn to shreds. Swip, swip, swip. It was as if the thong of a steel whip was cutting the bush to pieces. Bits scattered around them, slowly covering them. Bond could smell the cooler air that meant they were now lying in the open. Were they hidden by the leaves and debris? The bullets marched away along the shoreline. In less than a minute the racket stopped. The silence sang. The girl whimpered softly. Bond hushed her and held her tighter. The loud hailer boomed. "Okay, folks, if you still got ears, we'll be along soon to pick up the bits. And we'll be bringing the dogs. Bye for now." The slow thud of the diesel quickened. The engine accelerated into a hasty roar, and through the fallen leaves Bond watched the stern of the launch settle lower in the water as it made off to the west. Within minutes it was out of earshot. Bond cautiously raised his head. The bay was serene, the beach unmarked. All was as before except for the stench of cordite and the sour smell of blasted rock. Bond pulled the girl to her feet. There were tear streaks down her face. She looked at him aghast. She said solemnly, "That was horrible. What did they do it for? We might have been killed." Bond thought, this girl has always had to fend for herself, but only against nature. She knows the world of animals and insects and fishes, and she's got the better of it. But it's been a small world, bounded by the sun and the moon and the seasons. She doesn't know the big world of the smoke-filled room, of the bullion broker's parlor, of the corridors and waiting rooms of government offices, of careful meetings on park seats. She doesn't know about the struggle for big power and big money by the big men. She doesn't know that she's been swept out of her rock pool into the dirty waters. He said, "It's all right, honey. They're just a lot of bad men who are frightened of us. We can manage them." Bond put his arm round her shoulders. "And you were wonderful. As brave as anything. Come on now, we'll look for Quarrel and make some plans. Anyway, it's time we had something to eat. What do you eat on these expeditions?" They turned and walked up the beach to the headland. After a minute she said in a controlled voice, "Oh, there's stacks of food about. Sea urchins mostly. And there are wild bananas and things. I eat and sleep for 2 days before I come out here. I don't need anything." Bond held her more closely. He dropped his arm as Quarrel appeared on the skyline. Quarrel scrambled down among the rocks. He stopped, looking down. They came up with him. The girl's canoe was sawn almost in half by the bullets. The girl gave a cry. She looked desperately at Bond. "My boat. How am I to get back?" "Don't you worry, Missy." Quarrel appreciated the loss of a canoe better than Bond. He guessed it might be most of the girl's capital. "Cap'n fix you up wit, Anada. And, you come back wit, we. Us got a fine boat in de mangrove. Hit not get broke. A's been to see him. Quarrel looked at Bond. Now his face was worried. But Cap'n, yo sees what I means about dese folk. Dey mighty tough men and dey means business. Dese dogs dey speak of. Dose is police hoons pinchers days called. Big bastards. Ma friends tell me as there's a pack of 20 or mo. We better make plans quick and good. All right, Quarrel, but first we must have something to eat. And I'm damned if I'm going to be scared off the island before I've had a good look. We'll take Honey with us. He turned to the girl. Is that all right with you, honey? You'll be all right with us. Then we'll sail home together. The girl looked doubtfully at him. I guess there's no alternative. I mean, I'd love to go with you if I won't be in the way. I really don't want anything to eat. But will you take me home as soon as you can? I don't want to see any more of those people. How long are you going to be looking at these birds? Bond said evasively, not long. I've got to find out what happened to them and why. Then we'll be off. He looked at his watch. It's 12 now. You wait here, have a bathe or something. Don't walk about leaving footprints. Come on, Quarrel, we'd better get that boat hidden. It was 1 o'clock before they were ready. Bond and Quarrel filled the canoe with stones and sand until it sank in a pool among the mangroves. They smeared over their footprints. The bullets had left so much litter behind the shoreline that they could do most of their walking on broken leaves and twigs. They ate some of their rations avidly, the girl reluctantly, and climbed across the rocks and into the shallow water offshore. Then they trudged along the shallows towards the river mouth 300 yards away down the beach. It was very hot. A harsh, baking wind had sprung up from the northeast. Quarrel said this wind blew daily the year round. It was vital to the guanera. It dried the guano. The glare from the sea and from the shiny green leaves of the mangroves was dazzling. Bond was glad he had taken trouble to get his skin hardened to the sun. There was a sandy bar at the river mouth and a long deep stagnant pool. They could either get wet or strip. Bond said to the girl, honey, we can't be shy on this trip. We'll keep our shirts on because of the sun. Wear what's sensible and walk behind us. Without waiting for her reply, the two men took off the trousers. Quarrel rolled them and packed them in the knapsack with the provisions and Bond's gun. They waded into the pool, Quarrel in front, then Bond, then the girl. The water came up to Bond's waist. A big silver fish leaped out of the pool and fell back with a splash. There were arrows on the surface where others fled out of their way. Tarpon, commented Quarrel. The pool converged into a narrow neck over which the mangroves touched. For a time they waded through a cool tunnel, and then the river broadened into a deep sluggish channel that meandered, ahead among the giant spider legs of the mangroves. The bottom was muddy and at each step their feet sank inches into slime. Small fish or shrimps wriggled and fled from under their feet, and every now and then they had to stoop to brush away leeches before they got hold. But otherwise it was easy going and quiet and cool among the bushes, and, at least to Bond, it was a blessing to be out of the sun. Soon, as they got away from the sea, it began to smell bad with the bad egg, sulfuretted hydrogen smell of marsh gas. The mosquitoes and sandflies began to find them. They liked Bond's fresh body. Quarrel told him to dip himself in the river water. Dem like der meat with salt on him, he explained cheerfully. Bond took off his shirt and did as he was told. Then it was better, and after a while Bond's nostrils even got used to the marsh gas, except when Quarrel's feet disturbed some aged pocket in the mud and a vintage bubble wobbled up from the bottom and burst stinking under his nose. The mangroves became fewer and sparser and the river slowly opened out. The water grew shallower and the bottom firmer. Soon they came round a bend and into the open. Honey said, better watch out now. We'll be easier to see. It goes on like this for about a mile. Then the river gets narrower until the lake. Then there's the sandspit the birdman lived on. They stopped in the shadow of the mangrove tunnel and looked out. The river meandered sluggishly away from them towards the center of the island. Its banks, fringed with low bamboo and sea grape, would give only half shelter. From its western bank the ground rose slowly and then sharply up to the Sugarloaf about 2 miles away, which was the Guanera. Round the base of the mountain there was a scattering of Quonset huts. A zigzag of silver ran down the hillside. Toff huts, a Decorville track, Bond guessed, to bring the guano from the diggings down to the crusher and separator. The summit of the sugar loaf was white, as if with snow. From the peak flew a smoky flag of guano dust. Bond could see the black dots of cormorants against the white background. They were landing and taking off like bees at a hive. Bond stood and gazed at the distant glittering mountain of bird dung. So this was the kingdom of Dr. No. Bond thought he had never seen a more godforsaken landscape in his life. He examined the ground between the river and the mountain. It seemed to be the usual grey dead coral, broken, where there was a pocket of earth, by low scrub and screw palm. No doubt a road or a track led down the mountainside to the central lake and the marshes. It looked bad stuff to cross unless there was. Bond noticed that all the vegetation was bent to the westwards. He imagined living the year round with that hot wind constantly scouring the island, the smell of the marsh gas and the guano. No penal colony could have a worse sight than this. Bond looked to the east. There the mangroves in the marshland seemed more hospitable. They marched away in a solid green carpet until they lost their outline in the dancing heat haze on the horizon. Over them a thick froth of birds tossed and settled and tossed again. Their steady scream carried over on the harsh wind. Quarrel's voice broke in on Bond's thoughts. "Days a comin', Cap'n." Bond followed Quarrel's eyes. A big lorry was racing down from the huts, dust streaming from its wheels. Bond followed it for 10 minutes until it disappeared amongst the mangroves at the head of the river. He listened. The baying of dogs came down on the wind. Quarrel said, "Dey'll come down de river, Cap'n. Deem'll know we kind move, sept up de river, assumin' we ain't dead. Dey'll surely come down de river to de beach and look for de pieces. Den most likely de boat come wit, a dinghy and take de men and dogs off. Leastways, that's what I'd do in der place." Honey said, "That's what they do when they look for me. It's quite all right. You cut a piece of bamboo and when they get near you go under the water and breathe through the bamboo till they've gone by." Bond smiled at Quarrel. He said, "Supposing you get the bamboo while I find a good mangrove clump." Quarrel nodded dubiously. He started off upstream towards the bamboo thickets. Bond turned back into the mangrove tunnel. Bond had avoided looking at the girl. She said impatiently, "You needn't be so careful of looking at me. It's no good minding those things at a time like this. You said so yourself." Bond turned and looked at her. Her tattered shirt came down to the waterline. There was a glimpse of pale wavering limbs below. The beautiful face smiled at him. In the mangroves the broken nose seemed appropriate in its animalness. Bond looked at her slowly. She understood. He turned and went on downstream and she followed him. Bond found what he wanted, a crack in the wall of mangrove that seemed to go deeper. He said, "Don't break a branch." He bent his head and waded in. The channel went in 10 yards. The mud under their feet became deeper and softer. Then there was a solid wall of roots and they could go no farther. The brown water flowed slowly through a wide, quiet pool. Bond stopped. The girl came close to him. "This is real hide and seek," she said tremulously. "Yes, isn't it?" Bond was thinking of his gun. He was wondering how well it would shoot after a bath in the river, how many dogs and men he could get if they were found. He felt a wave of disquiet. It had been a bad break coming across this girl. In combat, like it or not, a girl is your extra heart. The enemy has 2 targets against your 1. Bond remembered his thirst. He scooped up some water. It was brackish and tasted of earth. It was all right. He drank some more. The girl put out her hand and stopped him. "Don't drink too much. Wash your mouth out and spit. You could get fever." Bond looked at her quietly. He did as she told him. Quarrel whistled from somewhere in the main stream. Bond answered and waded out towards him. They came back along the channel. Quarrel splashed the mangrove roots with water where their bodies might have brushed against them. "Killed our smell of us," he explained briefly. He produced his handful of bamboo lengths and began whittling and cutting them. Bond looked to his gun and the spare ammunition. They stood still in the pool so as not to stir up more mud. The sunlight dappled down through the thick roof of leaves. The shrimps nibbled softly at their feet. Tension built up in the hot, crouching silence. It was almost a relief to hear the baying of the dogs. Bond 6 Dr. No. X. Dragon Spore. The search party was coming fast down the river. The two men in bathing trunks and tall waders were having to run to keep up with the dogs. They were big Chinese Negroes wearing shoulder holsters across the naked sweating chests. Occasionally they exchanged shouts that were mostly swear words. Ahead of them the pack of big Doberman pinschers swam and floundered through the water, baying excitedly. They had a scent and they quested frenziedly, the diamond-shaped ears erect on the smooth, serpentine heads. "Maybe a ing crocodile," yelled the leading man through the hubbub. He was carrying a short whip which he occasionally cracked like a whipper in on the hunting field. The other man converged towards him. He shouted excitedly, "For my money it's the ing limey. Bet ya he's lying up in the mangrove. Mind he doesn't give us a ing ambush." The man took the gun out of its holster and put it under his armpit and kept his hand on the butt. They were coming out of the open river into the mangrove tunnel. The first man had a whistle. It stuck out of his broad face like a cigar butt. He blew a shrill blast. When the dogs swapped on he laid about him with the whip. The dogs checked, whimpering as the slow current forced them to disobey orders. The two men took the guns and waded slowly downstream through the straggly legs of the mangroves. The leading man came to the narrow break that Bond had found. He grasped a dog by the collar and swung it into the channel. The dog snorted eagerly and paddled forward. The man's eyes squinted at the mangrove roots on either side of the channel to see if they were scratched. The dog and the man came into the small enclosed pool at the end of the channel. The man looked round disgustedly. He caught the dog by the collar and pulled him back. The dog was reluctant to leave the place. The man lashed down into the water with his whip. The second man had been waiting at the entrance to the little channel. The first man came out. He shook his head and they went on downstream, the dogs, now less excited, streaming ahead. Slowly the noise of the hunt grew less and vanished. For another 5 minutes nothing moved in the mangrove pool. Then, in one corner among the roots, a thin periscope of bamboo rose slowly out of the water. Bond's face emerged, the forehead streaked with wet hair, like the face of a surfacing corpse. In his right hand under the water the gun was ready. He listened intently. There was dead silence, not a sound. Or was there? What was that soft swish out in the main stream? Was someone wading very quietly along in the wake of the hunt? Bond reached out on either side of him and softly touched the other two bodies that lay among the roots on the edge of the pool. As the two faces surfaced he put his finger to his lips. It was too late. Quarrel had coughed and spat. Bond made a grimace and nodded urgently towards the main stream. They all listened. There was dead silence. Then the soft swishing began again. Whoever it was coming into the side channel. The tubes of bamboo went back into the three mouths and the heads softly submerged again. Underwater, Bond rested his head in the mud, pinched his nostrils with his left hand and pursed his lips round the tube. He knew the pool had been examined once already. He had felt the disturbance of the swimming dog. That time they had not been found. Would they get away with it again? This time there would have been less chance for the stirred mud to seep away out of the pool. If this searcher saw the darker brown stain, would he shoot into it or stab into it? What weapons would he have? Bond decided that he wouldn't take chances. At the first movement in the water near him he would get to his feet and shoot and hope for the best. Bond lay and focused all his senses. What hell this controlled breathing was and how maddening the soft nibbling of the shrimps. It was lucky none of them had a sore on their bodies or the damned things would have eaten into it. But it had been a bright idea of the girls. Without it the dogs would have got to them wherever they had hidden. Suddenly Bond cringed. A rubber boot had stepped on his shin and slid off. Would the man think it was a branch? Bond couldn't chance it. With one surge of motion he hurled himself upwards, spitting out the length of bamboo. Bond caught a quick impression of a huge body standing almost on top of him and of a swirling rifle butt. He lifted his left arm to protect his head and felt the jarring blow on his forearm. At the same time his right hand lunged forward, and as the muzzle of his gun touched the glistening right breast below the hairless aureole, he pulled the trigger. The kick of the explosion, pent up against the man's body, almost broke Bond's wrist, but the man crashed back like a chopped tree into the water. Bond caught a glimpse of a huge rent in his side as he went under. The rubber waders thrashed once, and the head, a Chinese negroid head, broke the surface, its eyes turned up and water pouring from its silently yelling mouth. Then the head went under again, and there was nothing but muddy froth and a slowly widening red stain that began to seep away downstream. Bond shook himself. He turned. Quarrel and the girl were standing behind him, water streaming from their bodies. Quarrel was grinning from ear to ear, but the girl's knuckles were at her mouth and her eyes were staring horror-struck at the reddened water. Bond said curtly, "I'm sorry, honey. It had to be done. He was right on top of us. Come on, let's get going." He took her roughly by the arm and thrust her away from the place and out into the main stream, only stopping when they had reached the open river at the beginning of the mangrove tunnel. The landscape was empty again. Bond glanced at his watch. It had stopped at 3 o'clock. He looked at the westering sun. It might be 4 o'clock now. How much farther had they to go? Bond suddenly felt tired. Now he'd torn it. Even if the shot hadn't been heard, and it would have been well muffled by the man's body and by the mangroves, the man would be missed when the others rendezvoused, if Quarrel's guess was right, at the river mouth to be taken off to the launch. Would they come back up the river to look for the missing man? Probably not. It would be getting dark before they knew for certain that he was missing. They'd send out a search party in the morning. The dogs would soon get the body. Then what? The girl tugged at his sleeve. She said angrily, "It's time you told me what all this is about. Why's everybody trying to kill each other? And who are you? I don't believe all this story about birds. You don't take a revolver after birds." Bond looked down into the angry, wide-apart eyes. "I'm sorry, honey. I'm afraid I've got you into a bit of a mess. I'll tell you all about it this evening when we get to the camp. It's just bad luck you being mixed up with me like this. I've got a bit of a war on with these people. They seem to want to kill me. Now I'm only interested in seeing us all off the island without anyone else getting hurt. I've got enough to go on now so that next time I can come back by the front door." "What do you mean? Are you some sort of a policeman? Are you trying to send this Chinaman to prison?" "That's about it." Bond smiled down at her. "At least you're on the side of the angels. And now you tell me something. How much farther to the camp?" "Oh, about an hour." "Is it a good place to hide? Could they find us there easily?" "They'd have to come across the lake or up the river. It'll be all right so long as they don't send the dragon after us. He can go through the water. I've seen him do it." "Oh well," said Bond diplomatically, "let's hope he's got a sore tail or something." The girl snorted. "All right, Mr. Know-all," she said angrily. "Just you wait." Quarrel splashed out of the mangroves. He was carrying a rifle. He said apologetically, "No harm in having a gun, Cap'n. Looks like us may need hit." Bond took it. It was a U.S. Army Remington carbine, .300. These people certainly had the right equipment. He handed it back. Quarrel echoed his thoughts. "Dese is sly folks, Cap'n. Dat man moose have come sneakin' down softly behind de others to catch us comin' out after de dogs had passed. He show is a sly mongoose, dat doctor fella." Bond said thoughtfully, "He must be quite a man." He shrugged away his thoughts. "Now let's get going. Honey says there's another hour to the camp. Better keep to the left bank so as to get what cover we can from the hill. For all we know they've got glasses trained on the river." Bond handed his gun to Quarrel, who stowed it in the sodden knapsack. They moved off again with Quarrel in the lead and Bond and the girl walking together. They got some shade from the bamboo and bushes along the western bank, but now they had to face the full force of the scorching wind. They splashed water over their arms and faces to cool the burns. Bond's eyes were bloodshot with the glare and his arm ached intolerably where the gun butt had struck. And he was not looking forward to his dinner of soaking bread and cheese and salt pork. How long would they be able to sleep? He hadn't had much last night. It looked like the same ration again. And what about the girl? She had had none. He and Quarrel would have to keep watch and watch. And then tomorrow, off into the mangrove again and work their way slowly back to the canoe across the eastern end of the island. It looked like that, and sail the following night. Bond thought of hacking away for 5 miles through solid mangroves. What a prospect. Bond trudged on, thinking of M's holiday in the sunshine. He'd certainly give something for M to be sharing it with him now. The river grew narrower until it was only a stream between the bamboo clumps. Then it widened out into a flat marshy estuary beyond which the 5 square miles of shallow lake swept away to the other side of the island in a ruffled blue-gray mirror. Beyond, there was the shimmer of the airstrip and the glint of the sun on a single hangar. The girl told them to keep to the east and they worked their way slowly along inside the fringe of bushes. Suddenly Quarrel stopped, his face pointing like a gun dog's at the marshy ground in front of him. 2 deep parallel grooves were cut into the mud, with a fainter groove in the center. They were the tracks of something that had come down from the hill and gone across the marsh towards the lake. The girl said indifferently, "That's where the dragon's been." Quarrel turned the whites of his eyes towards her. Bond walked slowly along the tracks. The outside ones were quite smooth with an indented curve. They could have been made by wheels, but they were vast, at least 2 feet across. The center track was of the same shape but only 3 inches across, about the width of a motor tire. The tracks were without a trace of tread, and they were fairly fresh. They marched along in a dead straight line and the bushes they crossed were squashed flat as if a tank had gone over them. Bond couldn't imagine what kind of vehicle, if it was a vehicle, had made them. When the girl nudged him and whispered fiercely, "I told you so," he could only say thoughtfully, "Well, honey, if it isn't a dragon, it's something else I've never seen before." Farther on, she tugged urgently at his sleeve. "Look," she whispered. She pointed forward to a big clump of bushes beside which the tracks ran. They were leafless and blackened. In the center there showed the charred remains of birds' nests. "He breathed on 'em," she said excitedly. Bond walked up to the bushes and examined them. He certainly did, he admitted. Why had this particular clump been burned? It was all very odd. The tracks swerved out towards the lake and disappeared into the water. Bond would have liked to follow them, but there was no question of leaving cover. They trudged on, wrapped in the different thoughts. Slowly the day began to die behind the sugar loaf, and at last the girl pointed ahead through the bushes and Bond could see a long spit of sand running out into the lake. There were thick bushes of sea grape along its spine and, halfway, perhaps 100 yards from the shore, the remains of a thatched hut. It looked a reasonably attractive place to spend the night and it was well protected by the water on both sides. The wind had died and the water was soft and inviting. How heavenly it was going to be to take off their filthy shirts and wash in the lake, and, after the hours of squelching through the mud and stench of the river and the marsh, be able to lie down on the hard dry sand. The sun blazed yellowly and sank behind the mountain. The day was still alive at the eastern tip of the island, but the black shadow of the sugar loaf was slowly marching across the lake and would soon reach out and kill that too. The frogs started up, louder than in Jamaica, until the thick dusk was shrill with them. Across the lake a giant bullfrog began to drum. The eerie sound was something between a tom-tom and an ape's roar. It sent out short messages that were suddenly throttled. Soon it fell silent. It had found what it had sent for. They reached the neck of the sandspit and filed out along a narrow track. They came to the clearing with the smashed remains of the wattle hut. The big mysterious tracks led out of the water on both sides and through the clearing and over the nearby bushes as if the thing, whatever it was, had stampeded the place. Many of the bushes were burned or charred. There were the remains of a fireplace made of lumps of coral and a few scattered cooking pots and empty tins. They searched in the debris and Quarrel unearthed a couple of unopened tins of Heinz pork and beans. The girl found a crumpled sleeping bag. Bond found a small leather purse containing 5 $1 notes, 3 Jamaica pounds and some silver. The two men had certainly left in a hurry. They left the place and moved farther along to a small sandy clearing. Through the bushes they could see lights winking across the water from the mountain, perhaps 2 miles away. To the eastward there was nothing but the soft black sheen of water under the darkening sky. Bond said, "As long as we don't show a light we should be fine here. The first thing is to have a good wash. Honey, you take the rest of the sandspit and we'll have the landward end. See you for dinner in about half an hour." The girl laughed. "Will you be dressing?" "Certainly," said Bond. "Trousers?" Quarles said, "Cap'n, Wilder's henna light'll get des tins open and get things fixed for tonight." He rummaged in the knapsack. "Here's yo trousers and yo gun. The bread don't feel so good but hit only wet. Hit eat okay and meb hit dry hout come de mornin'. Guess we'd better eat de tins tonight and keep de cheese and pork. Dose tins is heavy and we got plenty footin' tomorrow." Bond said, "All right, Quarrel. I'll leave the menu to you." He took the gun and the damp trousers and walked down into the shallow water and back the way they had come. He found a hard dry stretch of sand and took off his shirt and stepped back into the water and lay down. The water was soft but disgustingly warm. He dug up handfuls of sand and scrubbed himself with it, using it as soap. Then he lay and luxuriated in the silence and the loneliness. The stars began to shine palely, the stars that had brought him to the island last night, a year ago, the stars that would take them away again tomorrow night, a year away. What a trip, but at least it had already paid off. Now he had enough evidence, and witnesses, to go back to the governor and get a full dress inquiry going into the activities of Dr. No. One didn't use machine guns on people, even on trespassers. And, by the same token, what was this thing of Dr. No's that had trespassed on the leasehold of the Audubon Society, the thing that had smashed their property and had possibly killed one of their wardens? That would have to be investigated too. And what would he find when he came back to the island through the front door? In a destroyer, perhaps, and with a detachment of Marines. What would be the answer to the riddle of Dr. No? What was he hiding? What did he fear? Why was privacy so important to him that he would murder, again and again, for it? Who was Dr. No? Bond heard splashing away to his right. He thought of the girl. And who, for the matter of that, was Honeychar Ryder? That, he decided, as he climbed out onto dry land, was at least something that he ought to be able to find out before the night was over. Bond pulled on his clammy trousers and sat down on the sand and dismantled his gun. He did it by touch, using his shirt to dry each part and each cartridge. Then he reassembled the gun and clicked the trigger round the empty cylinder. The sound was healthy. It would be days before it rusted. He loaded it and tucked it into the holster inside the waistband of his trousers and got up and walked back to the clearing. The shadow of Honey reached up and pulled him down beside her. "Come on," she said, "we're starving. I got one of the cooking pots and cleaned it out and we poured the beans into it. There's about 2 full handfuls each and a cricket ball of bread. And I'm not feeling guilty about eating your food because you made me work far harder than I would if I'd been alone. Here, hold out your hand." Bond smiled at the authority in her voice. He could just make out her silhouette in the dusk. Her head looked sleeker. He wondered what her hair looked like when it was combed and dry. What would she be like when she was wearing clean clothes over the beautiful golden body? He could see her coming into a room or across the lawn at Bow Desert. She would be a beautiful, ravishing, ugly duckling. Why had she never had the broken nose mended? It was an easy operation. Then she would be the most beautiful girl in Jamaica. Her shoulder brushed against him. Bond reached out and put his hand down in her lap, open. She picked up his hand and Bond felt the cold mess of beans being poured into it. Suddenly he smelled her warm animal smell. It was so sensually thrilling that his body swayed against her and for a moment his eyes closed. She gave a short laugh in which there was shyness and satisfaction and tenderness. She said, "There," maternally, and carried his laden hand away from her and back to him. Bond 6 Dr. No. 11. Amidst the alien cane. It would be around 8 o'clock, Bond thought. Apart from the background tinkle of the frogs, it was very quiet. In the far corner of the clearing he could see the dark outline of Quarrel. There was the soft clink of metal as he dismantled and dried the Remington. Through the bushes the distant yellow lights from the Guanera made festive pathways across the dark surface of the lake. The ugly wind had gone and the hideous scenery lay drowned in darkness. It was cool. Bond's clothes had dried on him. The 3 big handfuls of food had warmed his stomach. He felt comfortable and drowsy and at peace. Tomorrow was a long way off and presented no problems except a great deal of physical exercise. Life suddenly felt easy and good. The girl lay beside him in the sleeping bag. She was lying on her back with her head cradled in her hands, looking up at the roof of stars. He could just make out the pale pool of her face. She said, "James, you promised to tell me what this is all about. Come on, I shan't go to sleep until you do." Bond laughed. "I'll tell if you'll tell. I want to know what you're all about." "I don't mind, I've got no secrets, but you first." "All right then." Bond pulled his knees up to his chin and put his arms round them. "It's like this. I'm a sort of policeman. They send me out from London when there's something odd going on somewhere in the world that isn't anybody else's business. Well, not long ago one of the governor's staff in Kingston, a man called Strangways, friend of mine, disappeared. His secretary, who was a pretty girl, did too. Most people thought they'd run away together. I didn't. Bond told the story in simple terms, with good men and bad men, like an adventure story out of a book. He ended, "So you see, honey, it's just a question of getting back to Jamaica tomorrow night, all 3 of us in the canoe, and then the governor will listen to us and send over a lot of soldiers to get this Chinaman to own up. I expect that'll mean he'll go to prison. He'll know that too, and that's why he's trying to stop us. That's all. Now it's your turn." The girl said, "You seem to live a very exciting life. Your wife can't like you being away so much. Doesn't she worry about you getting hurt?" "I'm not married. The only people who worry about me getting hurt are my insurance company." She probed, "But I suppose you have girls. Not permanent ones." "Oh." There was a pause. Quarrel came over to them. "Cap'n, I'll take de fust watch if dat suits. Be out on de point of de sandspit. I'll come call yo around midnight. Den maybe yo take on till 5 and den we all get goin'. Need to get well away from dis place afore it's light." "Suits me," said Bond. "Wake me if you see anything. Gun all right." "Him's just fine," said Quarrel happily. He said, "Sleep well, missy," with a hint of meaning, and melted noiselessly away into the shadows. "I like Quarrel," said the girl. She paused, then, "Do you really want to know about me? It's not as exciting as your story." "Of course I do, and don't leave anything out." "There's nothing to leave out. You could get my whole life onto the back of a postcard. To begin with, I've never been out of Jamaica. I've lived all my life at a place called Bow Desert on the north coast near Morgan's Harbor." Bond laughed. "That's odd. So do I, at least for the moment. I didn't notice you about. Do you live up a tree?" "Oh, I suppose you've taken the beach house. I never go near the place. I live in the great house. But there's nothing left of it. It's a ruin in the middle of the cane fields. I live in the cellars. I've lived there since I was 5. It was burned down then and my parents were killed. I can't remember anything about them, so you needn't say you're sorry. At first I lived there with my black nanny. She died when I was 15. For the last 5 years I've lived there alone." "Good heavens." Bond was appalled. "But wasn't there anyone else to look after you? Didn't your parents leave any money?" "Not a penny." There was no bitterness in the girl's voice, pride if anything. "You see, the Riders were one of the old Jamaican families. The first one had been given the Bow Desert lands by Cromwell for having been one of the people who signed King Charles's death warrant. He built the great house and my family lived in it on and off ever since. But then sugar collapsed and I suppose the place was badly run. and by the time my father inherited it there was nothing but debts, mortgages and things like that. So when my father and mother died the property was sold up. I didn't mind. I was too young. Nanny must have been wonderful. They wanted people to adopt me. The clergyman and the legal people did. But Nanny collected the sticks of furniture that hadn't been burned and we settled down in the ruins, and after a bit no one came and interfered with us. She did a bit of sewing and laundry in the village and grew a few plantains and bananas and things, and there was a big breadfruit tree up against the old house. We ate what the Jamaicans eat. And there was the sugar cane all round us, and she made a fish pot which we used to go and take up every day. It was all right. We had enough to eat. Somehow she taught me to read and write. There was a pile of old books left from the fire. There was an encyclopedia. I started with a when I was about 8. I've got as far as the middle of T. She said defensively. I bet I know more than you do about a lot of things. I bet you do. Bond was lost in the picture of the little flaxen-haired girl pattering about the ruins with the obstinate old negress watching over her and calling her in to do the lessons that must have been just as much a riddle to the old woman. Your nanny must have been a wonderful person. She was a darling. It was a flat statement. I thought I'd die when she did. It wasn't such fun after that. Before, I'd led a child's life. Then I suddenly had to grow up and do everything for myself. And men tried to catch me and hurt me. They said they wanted to make love to me. She paused. I used to be pretty then. Bond said seriously, you're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen. With this nose. Don't be silly. You don't understand. Bond tried to find words that she would believe. Of course anyone can see your nose is broken. But since this morning I've hardly noticed it. When you look at a person you look into their eyes or at their mouth. That's where the expressions are. A broken nose isn't any more significant than a crooked ear. Noses and ears are bits of face furniture. Some are prettier than others, but they're not nearly as important as the rest. They're part of the background of the face. If you had a beautiful nose as well as the rest of you, you'd be the most beautiful girl in Jamaica. Do you mean that? Her voice was urgent. Do you think I could be beautiful? I know some of me's all right, but when I look in the glass I hardly see anything except my broken nose. I'm sure it's like that with other people who are well sort of deformed. Bond said impatiently, you're not deformed. Don't talk such nonsense. And anyway you can have it put right by a simple operation. You've only got to get over to America and it would be done in a week. She said angrily, how do you expect me to do that? I've got about 15 pounds under a stone in my cellar. I've got 3 skirts and 3 shirts and a knife and a fish pot. I know all about these operations. The doctor at Port Maria found out for me. He's a nice man. He wrote to America. Do you know, to have it properly done it would cost me about £500, what with the fare to New York and the hospital and everything. Her voice became hopeless. How do you expect me to find that amount of money? Bond had already made up his mind what would have to be done about that. Now he merely said tenderly, well, I expect there are ways. But anyway, go on with your story. It's very exciting, far more interesting than mine. You'd got to where your nanny died. What happened then? The girl began again reluctantly. Well, it's your fault for interrupting. And you mustn't talk about things you don't understand. I suppose people tell you you're good looking. I expect you get all the girls you want. Well, you wouldn't if you had a squint or a hair lip or something. As a matter of fact, he could hear the smile in her voice. I think I shall go to the Abirman when we get back and get him to put a spell on you and give you something like that. She added lamely, then we should be more alike. Bond reached out. His hand brushed against her. I've got other plans, he said. But come on, I want to hear the rest of the story. Oh well, the girl sighed, I'll have to go back a bit. You see, all the property is in cane and the old house stands in the middle of it. Well, about twice a year they cut the cane and send it off to the mill. And when they do that all the animals and insects and so on that live in the cane fields go into a panic and most of them have their houses destroyed and get killed. At cutting time some of them took to coming to the ruins of the house and hiding. My nanny was terrified of them to begin with, the mongooses and the snakes and the scorpions and so on, but I made a couple of the cellar rooms into sort of homes for them. I wasn't frightened of them and they never hurt me. They seemed to understand that I was looking after them. They must have told their friends or something, because after a bit it was quite natural for them all to come trooping into their rooms and settling down there until the young cane had started to grow again. Then they all filed out and went back to living in the fields. I gave them what food we could spare when they were staying with us, and they behaved very well except for making a bit of a smell and sometimes fighting amongst each other. But they all got quite tame with me, and their children did, too, and I could do anything with them. Of course the cane cutters found out about this and saw me walking about with snakes round my neck and so forth, and they got frightened of me and thought I was Obia. So they left us absolutely alone. She paused. That's where I found out so much about animals and insects. I used to spend a lot of time in the sea finding out about those people too. It was the same with birds. If you find out what all these people like to eat and what they're afraid of, and if you spend all your time with them, you can make friends. She looked up at him. You miss a lot not knowing about these things. I'm afraid I do, said Bond truthfully. I expect they're much nicer and more interesting than humans. I don't know about that, said the girl thoughtfully. I don't know many human people. Most of the ones I have met have been hateful. But I suppose they can be interesting too. She paused. I hadn't ever really thought of liking them like I like the animals. Except for Nanny, of course. Until, she broke off with a shy laugh. Well, anyway, we all lived happily together until I was 15 and Nanny died, and then things got difficult. There was a man called Manda. A horrible man. He was the white overseer for the people who owned the property. He kept coming to see me. He wanted me to move up to his house near Port Maria. I hated him and I used to hide when I heard his horse coming through the cane. One night he came on foot and I didn't hear him. He was drunk. He came into the cellar and fought with me because I wouldn't do what he wanted me to do. You know, the things people in love do. Yes, I know. I tried to kill him with my knife, but he was very strong and he hit me as hard as he could in the face and broke my nose. He knocked me unconscious and then I think he did things to me. I mean, I know he did. Next day I wanted to kill myself when I saw my face and when I found what he had done. I thought I would have a baby. I would certainly have killed myself if I'd had a baby by that man. Anyway, I didn't, so that was that. I went to the doctor and he did what he could for my nose and didn't charge me anything. I didn't tell him about the rest. I was too ashamed. The man didn't come back. I waited and did nothing until the next cane cutting. I'd got my plan. I was waiting for the black widow spiders to come in for shelter. One day they came. I caught the biggest of the females and shut her in a box with nothing to eat. They're the bad ones, the females. Then I waited for a dark night without any moon. I took the box with the spider in it and walked until I came to the man's house. It was very dark and I was frightened of the duppies I might meet on the road, but I didn't see any. I waited in his garden in the bushes and watched him go up to bed. Then I climbed a tree and got onto his balcony. I waited there until I heard him snoring and then I crept through the window. He was lying naked on the bed under the mosquito net. I lifted the edge and opened the box and shook the spider out onto his stomach. Then I went away and came home. God Almighty, said Bond reverently. What happened to him? She said happily. He took a week to die. It must have hurt terribly. They do, you know. The Abiamans say there's nothing like it. She paused. When Bond made no comment, she said anxiously, You don't think I did wrong, do you? It's not a thing to make a habit of, said Bond mildly. But I can't say I blame you the way it was. So what happened then? Well, then I just settled down again. Her voice was matter of fact. I had to concentrate on getting enough food, and of course all I wanted to do was save up money to get my nose made good again. She said persuasively, It really was quite a pretty nose before. Do you think the doctors can put it back to how it was? They can make it any shape you like, said Bond definitely. What did you make money at? It was the encyclopedia. It told me that people collect seashells, that one could sell the rare ones. I talked to the local schoolmaster, without telling him my secret of course, and he found out that there's an American magazine called Nautilus for shell collectors. I had just enough money to subscribe to it and I began looking for the shells that people said they wanted in the advertisements. I wrote to a dealer in Miami and he started buying from me. It was thrilling. Of course I made some awful mistakes to begin with. I thought people would like the prettiest shells, but they don't. Very often they want the ugliest. And then when I found rare ones I cleaned them and polished them to make them look better. That's wrong too. They want shells just as they come out of the sea, with the animal in and all. So I got some formalin from the doctor and put it into the live shells to stop them smelling and sent them off to this man in Miami. I only got it right about a year ago and I've already made £15. I'd worked out that now I knew how they wanted them, and if I was lucky, I ought to make at least £50 a year. Then in 10 years I would be able to go to America and have the operation. And then, she giggled delightedly, I had a terrific stroke of luck. I went over to Crab Key. I'd been there before, but this was just before Christmas, and I found these purple shells. They didn't look very exciting, but I sent one or two to Miami and the man wrote back at once and said he could take as many as I could get at $5 each for the whole ones. He said that I must keep the place where they live a dead secret as otherwise we'd what he called, spoil the market, and the price would get cheaper. It's just like having one's private gold mine. Now I may be able to save up the money in 5 years. That's why I was so suspicious of you when I found you on my beach. I thought you'd come to steal my shells. You gave me a bit of a shock. I thought you must be Dr. No's girlfriend. Thanks very much. But when you've had the operation, what are you going to do then? You can't got on living alone in a cellar all your life. I thought I'd be a call girl. She said it as she might have said, nurse, or secretary. Oh, what do you mean by that? Perhaps she had picked up the expression without understanding it. One of those girls who has a beautiful flat and lovely clothes. You know what I mean, she said impatiently. People ring them up and come and make love to them and pay them for it. They get $100 for each time in New York. That's where I thought I'd start. Of course, she admitted, I might have to do it for less to begin with. Until I learned to do it really well. How much do you pay the untrained ones? Bond laughed. I really can't remember. It's quite a long time since I had one. She sighed. Yes, I suppose you can have as many women as you want for nothing. I suppose it's only the ugly men that pay. But that can't be helped. Any kind of job in the big towns must be dreadful. At least you can earn much more being a call girl. Then I can come back to Jamaica and buy Bow Desert. I'd be rich enough to find a nice husband and have some children. Now that I've found these Venus shells I've worked out that I might be back in Jamaica by the time I'm 30. Won't that be lovely? I like the last part of the plan. But I'm not so sure of the first. Anyway, where did you find out about these call girls? Were they under G in the encyclopedia? Of course not. Don't be silly. There was a big case about them in New York about 2 years ago. There was a rich playboy called Jelk. He had a whole string of girls. There was a lot about the case in the Gleaner. They gave all the prices and everything. And anyway, there are thousands of those sort of girls in Kingston, only of course not such good ones. They only get about 5 shillings and they have nowhere to go and do it except the bush. My nanny told me about them. She said I mustn't grow up like them or I'd be very unhappy. I can see that for only 5 shillings. But for $100. Bond said, you wouldn't be able to keep all of that. You'd have to have a sort of manager to get them in, and then you'd have to bribe the police to leave you alone. And you could easily go to prison if something went wrong. I really don't think you'd like the work. I'll tell you what, with all you know about animals and insects and so on you could get a wonderful job looking after them in one of the American zoos. Or what about the Jamaica Institute? I'm sure you'd like that better. You'd be just as likely to meet a nice husband. Anyway, you mustn't think of being a call girl anymore. You've got a beautiful body. You must keep it for the men you love. That's what people say in books, she said doubtfully. The trouble is there aren't any men to love at Bow Desert. She said shyly, you're the first Englishman I've ever talked to. I liked you from the beginning. I don't mind telling you these things at all. I suppose there are plenty of other people I should like if I could get away. Of course there are, hundreds. And you're a wonderful girl. I thought so directly I saw you. Saw my behind, you mean? The voice was getting drowsy, but it was full of pleasure asterisk. Bond laughed. Well, it was a wonderful behind. And the other side was wonderful too. Bond's body began to stir with the memory of how she had been. He said gruffly, now come on, honey. It's time to go to sleep. There'll be plenty of time to talk when we get back to Jamaica. Will there? She said sleepily. Promise. Promise. He heard her stir in the sleeping bag. He looked down. He could just make out the pale profile turned towards him. She gave the deep sigh of a child before it falls asleep. There was silence in the clearing. It was getting cold. Bond put his head down on his hunched knees. He knew it was no good trying to get to sleep. His mind was full of the day and of this extraordinary girl Tarzan who had come into his life. It was as if some beautiful animal had attached itself to him. There would be no dropping the leash until he had solved her problems for her. He knew it. Of course there would be no difficulty about most of them. He could fix the operation even, with the help of friends, find a proper job and a home for her. He had the money. He would buy her dresses, have her hair done, get her started in the big world. It would be fun, but what about the other side? What about the physical desire he felt for her? One could not make love to a child. But was she a child? There was nothing childish about her body or her personality. She was fully grown and highly intelligent in her fashion, and far more capable of taking care of herself than any girl of 20 Bond had ever met. Bond's thoughts were interrupted by a tug at his sleeve. The small voice said, "Why don't you go to sleep? Are you cold?" "No, I'm fine. It's nice and warm in the sleeping bag. Would you like to come in? There's plenty of room." "No thank you, honey. I'll be all right." There was a pause, then, almost in a whisper, "If you're thinking. I mean you don't have to make love to me. We could go to sleep back to front, you know, like spoons." "Honey, darling, you go to sleep. It'd be lovely to be like that, but not tonight. Anyway, I'll have to take over from Coral soon." "Yes, I see." The voice was grudging. "Perhaps when we get back to Jamaica." "Perhaps." "Promise. I won't go to sleep until you promise." Bond said desperately, "Of course I promise. Now go to sleep, honey child." The voice whispered triumphantly, "Now you owe me slave time. You've promised. Good night, darling James." "Good night, darling honey." Bond 6 Dr. No. XII. The thing. The grip on Bond's shoulder was urgent. He was instantly on his feet. Coral whispered fiercely, "Summon comin' across the water, Cap'n. It de dragon faux show." The girl woke up. She said anxiously, "What's happened?" Bond said, "Stay here, honey. Don't move. I'll be back." He broke through the bushes on the side away from the mountain and ran along the sand with Coral at his elbow. They came to the tip of the sandspit, 20 yards from the clearing. They stopped under cover of the final bushes. Bond parted them and looked through. What was it? Half a mile away, coming across the lake, was a shapeless thing with two glaring orange eyes with black pupils. From between these, where the mouth might be, fluttered a yard of blue flame. The grey luminescence of the stars showed some kind of domed head above two short bat-like wings. The thing was making a low moaning roar that overlaid another noise, a deep rhythmic thud. It was coming towards them at about 10 miles an hour, throwing up a creamy wake. Coral whispered, "God, Cap'n. What's dat fearful ting?" Bond stood up. He said shortly, "Don't know exactly. Some sort of tractor affair dressed up to frighten. It's running on a diesel engine, So you can forget about dragons. Now let's see. Bond spoke half to himself. No good running away. The thing's too fast for us and we know it can go over mangroves and swamps. Have to fight it here. What'll its weak spots be? The drivers. Of course they'll have protection. We don't know how much. Quarrel, you start firing at that dome on top when it gets to 200 yards. Aim carefully and keep on firing. They'll go for its headlights when it gets to 50 yards. It's not running on tracks. Must have some kind of giant tires. Aeroplane tires probably. They'll go for them too. Stay here. They'll go 10 yards along. They may start firing back and we've got to keep the bullets away from the girl. Okay. Bond reached out and squeezed the big shoulder. And don't worry too much. Forget about dragons. It's just some gadget of Dr. No's. We'll kill the drivers and capture the damn thing and ride it down to the coast. Save us shoe leather, right? Quarrel laughed shortly. Okay, Cap'n, since you says so, but our show hopes the Almighty knows he's no dragon too. Bond ran down the sand. He broke through the bushes until he had a clear field of fire. He called softly, "Honey." "Yes, James." There was relief in the nearby voice. "Make a hole in the sand like we did on the beach. Behind the thickest roots. Get into it and lie down. There may be some shooting. Don't worry about dragons. This is just a painted-up motor car with some of Dr. No's men in it. Don't be frightened. I'm quite close." "All right, James. Be careful." The voice was high with fright. Bond knelt on one knee in the leaves and sand and peered out. Now the thing was only about 300 yards away and its yellow headlights were lighting up the sandspit. Blue flames were still fluttering from the mouth. They were coming from a long snout mocked up with gaping jaws and gold paint to look like a dragon's mouth. Flamethrower. That would explain the burned bushes and the warden's story. The blue flames would be coming from some kind of an afterburner. The apparatus was now in neutral. What would its range be when the compression was unleashed? Bond had to admit that the thing was an awesome sight as it moaned forward through the shallow lake. It was obviously designed to terrify. It would have frightened him but for the earthy thud of the diesel. Against native intruders it would be devastating. But how vulnerable would it be to people with guns who didn't panic? He was answered at once. There came the crack of Quarrel's Remington. A spark flew off the domed cabin and there was a dull clang. Quarrel fired another single shot and then a burst. The bullets hammered ineffectually against the cabin. There was not even a check in speed. The thing rolled on, swerving slightly to make for the source of the gunfire. Bond cradled the Smith & Wesson on his forearm and took careful aim. The deep cough of his gun sounded above the rattle of the Remington. One of the headlamps shattered and went out. He fired 4 shots at the other and got it with the 5th and last round in the cylinder. The thing didn't care. It rolled straight on towards Quarrel's hiding place. Bond reloaded and began firing at the huge bulge of the tires under the bogus black and gold wings. The range was now only 30 yards and he could have sworn that he hit the nearest wheel again and again. No effect. Solid rubber. The first breath of fear stirred Bond's skin. He reloaded. Was the damn thing vulnerable from the rear? Should he dash out into the lake and try and board it? He took a step forward through the bushes. Then he froze, incapable of movement. Suddenly, from the dribbling snout, a yellow-tipped bolt of blue flame had howled out towards Quarrel's hiding place. There was a single puff of orange and red flame from the bushes to Bond's right and one unearthly scream, immediately choked. Satisfied, the searing tongue of fire licked back into the snout. The thing turned on its axis and stopped dead. Now the blue hole of its mouth aimed straight at Bond. Bond stood and waited for his unspeakable end. He looked into the blue jaws of death and saw the glowing red filament of the fire deep inside the big tube. He thought of Quarrel's body. There was no time to think of Quarrel and imagined the blackened, smoking figure lying in the melted sand. Soon he, too, would flame like a torch. The single scream would be wrung from him and his limbs would jerk into the dancing pose of burned bodies. Then it would be Honey's turn. Christ, what had he led them into? Why had he been so insane as to take on this man with his devastating armory? Why hadn't he been warned by the long finger that had pointed at him in Jamaica? Bond set his teeth. Hurry up, you bastards. Get it over. There came the twang of a loud hailer. A voice howled metallically, come on out, Limey. And the doll, quick, or you'll fry in hell like your pal. To rub in the command, the bolt of flame spat briefly towards him. Bond stepped back from the searing heat. He felt the girl's body against his back. She said hysterically, I had to come. I had to come. Bond said, it's all right, honey. Keep behind me. He had made up his mind. There was no alternative. Even if death was to come later, it couldn't be worse than this kind of death. Bond reached for the girl's hand and drew her after him out onto the sand. The voice howled, stop there, good boy, then drop the pea shooter. No tricks or the crabs'll be getting a cooked breakfast. Bond dropped his gun. So much for the Smith & Wesson. The Beretta would have been just as good against this thing. The girl whimpered. Bond squeezed her hand. Stick it, honey, he said. We'll get out of this somehow. Bond sneered at himself for the lie. There was the clang of an iron door being opened. From the back of the dome a man dropped into the water and walked towards them. There was a gun in his hand. He kept out of the line of fire of the flamethrower. The fluttering blue flame lit up his sweating face. He was a Chinese Negro, a big man, clad only in trousers. Something dangled from his left hand. When he came closer, Bond saw it was handcuffs. The man stopped a few yards away. He said, hold out your hands. Wrists together, then walk towards me. You first, Limey. Slowly or you get an extra navel. Bond did as he was told. When he was within sweat smell of the man put his gun between his teeth and reached out and snapped the handcuffs on Bond's wrists. Bond looked into the face, gunmetal colored from the blue flames. It was a brutal, squinting face. It sneered at him. Dumb bastard, said the man. Bond turned his back on the man and started walking away. He was going to see Quarrel's body. He had to say goodbye to it. There was the roar of a gun. A bullet kicked up sand close to his feet. Bond stopped and turned slowly round. Don't be nervous, he said. I'm going to take a look at the man you've just murdered. I'll be back. The man lowered his gun. He laughed harshly. Okay, enjoy yourself. Sorry we ain't got a wreath. Come back quick or we give the dollar toastin'. 2 minutes. Bond walked on towards the smoking clump of bushes. He got there and looked down. His eyes and mouth winced. Yes, it had been just as he had visualized. Worse, he said softly, I'm sorry, Quarrel. He kicked into the ground and scooped up a handful of cool sand between his manacled hands and poured it over the remains of the eyes. Then he walked slowly back and stood beside the girl. The man waved them forward with his gun. They walked round the back of the machine. There was a small square door. A voice from inside said, get in and sit on the floor. Don't touch anything or you get your fingers broke. They scrambled into the iron box. It stank of sweat and oil. There was just room for them to sit with their knees hunched up. The man with the gun followed them in and banged the door. He switched on a light and sat down on an iron tractor seat beside the driver. He said, okay, Sam. Let's get going. You can put out the fire. It's light enough to steer by. There was a row of dials and switches on the instrument panel. The driver reached forward and pulled down a couple of the switches. He put the machine into gear and peered out through a narrow slit in the iron wall in front of him. Bond felt the machine turn. There came a faster beat from the engine and they moved off. The girl's shoulder pressed against his. Where are they taking us? The whisper trembled. Bond turned his head and looked at her. It was the first time he had been able to see her hair when it was dry. Now it was disarrayed by sleep, but it was no longer a bunch of rat's tails. It hung heavily straight down to her shoulders, where it curled softly inwards. It was of the palest ash blonde and shone almost silver under the electric light. She looked up at him. The skin round her eyes and at the corners of her mouth was white with fear. Bond shrugged with an indifference he didn't feel. He whispered, oh, I expect we're going to see Dr. No. Don't worry too much, honey. These men are just little gangsters. It'll be different with him. When we get to him, don't you say anything, I'll talk for both of us. He pressed her shoulder. I like the way you do your hair. I'm glad you don't cut it too short. Some of the tension went out of her face. How can you think of things like that? She half smiled at him. But I'm glad you like it. I wash it in coconut oil once a week. At the memory of her other life, her eyes grew bright with tears. She bent her head down to her manacled hands to hide her tears. Carrot, she whispered almost to herself, I'll try to be brave. It'll be all right as long as you're there. Bond shifted so that he was right up against her. He brought his handcuffed hands close up to his eyes and examined them. They were the American police model. He contracted his left hand, the thinner of the two, and tried to pull it through the squat ring of steel. Even the sweat on his skin was no help. It was hopeless. The two men sat on their iron seats with their backs to them, indifferent. They knew they had total command. There wasn't room for Bond to give any trouble. Bond couldn't stand up or get enough momentum into his hands to do any damage to the backs of their heads with his handcuffs. If Bond somehow managed to open the hatch and drop into the water, where would that get him? They would at once feel the fresh air on their backs and stop the machine, and either burn him in the water or pick him up. It annoyed Bond that they didn't worry about him, that they knew he was utterly in their power. He also didn't like the idea that these men were intelligent enough to know that he presented no threat. Stupider men would have sat over him with a gun out, would have trusted him and the girl with an expert thoroughness, might even have knocked them unconscious. These two knew their business. They were professionals, or had been trained to be professionals. The two men didn't talk to each other. There was no nervous chatter about how clever they had been, about the destination, about how tired they were. They just drove the machine quietly, efficiently along, finishing their competent job. Bond still had no idea what this contraption was. Under the black and gold paint and the rest of the fancy dress, it was some sort of a tractor, but of a kind he had never seen or heard of. The wheels, with the vast smooth rubber tires, were nearly twice as tall as himself. He had seen no trade name on the tires. It had been too dark, but they were certainly either solid or filled with porous rubber. At the rear there had been a small trailing wheel for stability. An iron fin, painted black and gold, had been added to help the dragon effect. The high mudguards had been extended into short backswept wings. A long metal dragon's head had been added to the front of the radiator, and the headlamps had been given black centers to make eyes. That was all there was to it, except that the cabin had been covered with an armored dome and the flamethrower added. It was, as Bond had thought, a tractor dressed up to frighten and burn, though why it had a flamethrower instead of a machine gun he couldn't imagine. It was clearly the only sort of vehicle that could travel the island. Its huge wide wheels would ride over mangrove and swamp and across the shallow lake. It would negotiate the rough coral uplands and, since its threat would be at night, the heat in the iron cabin would remain at least tolerable. Bond was impressed. He was always impressed by professionalism. Dr. No was obviously a man who took immense pains. Soon Bond would be meeting him. Soon he would be up against the secret of Dr. No. And then what? Bond smiled grimly to himself. He wouldn't be allowed to get away with his knowledge. He would certainly be killed unless he could escape or talk his way out. And what about the girl? Could Bond prove her innocence and have her spared? Conceivably, but she would never be let off the island. She would have to stay there for the rest of her life, as the mistress or wife of one of the men, or Dr. No himself if she appealed to him. Bond's thoughts were interrupted by rougher going under the wheels. They had crossed the lake and were on the track that led up the mountain to the huts. The cabin tilted and the machine began to climb. In 5 minutes they would be there. The co-driver glanced over his shoulder at Bond and the girl. Bond smiled cheerfully up at him. He said, "You'll get a medal for this." The brown and yellow eyes looked impassively into his. The purple, blubbery lips parted in a sneer in which there was slow hate. "Shut your mouth." The man turned back. The girl nudged him and whispered, "Why are they so rude?" Why do they hate us so much? Bond grinned down at her. I expect it's because we made 'em afraid. Perhaps they're still afraid. That's because we don't seem to be frightened of them. We must keep them that way. The girl pressed against him. I'll try. Now the climb was getting steeper. Grey light showed through the slots in the armor. Dawn was coming up. Outside, another day of brazen heat and ugly wind, and the smell of marsh gas would be beginning. Bond thought of Quarrel, the brave giant who would not be seeing it, with whom they should now be setting off for the long trek through the mangrove swamps. He remembered the life insurance. Quarrel had smelled his death, yet he had followed Bond unquestioningly. His faith in Bond had been stronger than his fear, and Bond had let him down. Would Bond also be the death of the girl? The driver reached forward to the dashboard. From the front of the machine there sounded the brief howl of a police siren. It meandered into a dying moan. After a minute the machine stopped, idling in neutral. The man pressed a switcher and took a microphone off a hook beside him. He spoke into it and Bond could hear the echoing voice of the loud hailer outside. Okay, got the limey and the girl. Other man's dead. That's the lot. Open up. Bond heard a door being pulled sideways on iron rollers. The driver put in the clutch and they rolled slowly forward a few yards and stopped. The man switched off the engine. There was a clang as the iron hatch was opened from the outside. A gush of fresh air and a flood of brighter light came into the cabin. Hands took hold of Bond and dragged him roughly out backwards onto a cement floor. Bond stood up. He felt the prod of a gun in his side. A voice said, "Stay where you are. No tricks." Bond looked at the man. He was another Chinese Negro, from the same stable as the others. The yellow eyes examined him curiously. Bond turned away indifferently. Another man was prodding the girl with his gun. Bond said sharply, "Leave the girl alone." He walked over and stood beside her. The two men seemed surprised. They stood, pointing the guns indecisively. Bond looked around him. They were in one of the Quonset huts he had seen from the river. It was a garage and workshop. The Dragon had been halted over an examination pit in the concrete. A dismantled outboard motor lay on one of the benches. Strips of white sodium lighting ran along the ceiling. There was a smell of oil and exhaust smoke. The driver and his mate were examining the machine. Now they sauntered up. One of the guards said, "Pass the message along. The word is to send 'em through. Everything go okay." The co-driver, who seemed to be the senior man present, said, "Sure. Bit of gunfire, lights gone, maybe some holes in the tires. Get the boys crackin' full overhaul. I'll put these two through and go get myself some shut-eye." He turned to Bond. "Okay, get moving." He gestured down the long hut. Bond said, "Get moving yourself. Mind your manners, and tell those apes to take the guns off us. They might let one off by mistake. They look dumb enough." The man came closer. The other three closed up behind him. Hate shone redly in their eyes. The leading man lifted a clenched fist as big as a small ham and held it under Bond's nose. He was controlling himself with an effort. He said tensely, "Listen, mister. Sometimes us boys is allowed to join in the fun at the end. I'm just praying this'll be one of those times. Once we made it last a whole week. And, geez, if I get you." He broke off. His eyes were alight with cruelty. He looked past Bond at the girl. The eyes became mouths that licked their lips. He wiped his hands down the sides of his trousers. The tip of his tongue showed pinkly between the purple lips. He turned to the other three. "What say, fellas?" The three men were also looking at the girl. They nodded dumbly, like children in front of a Christmas tree. Bond longed to run berserk among them, laying into their faces with his manacled wrists, accepting their bloody revenge. But for the girl he would have done it. Now all he had achieved with his brave words was to get her frightened. He said, all right, you're 4 and we're 2 and we've got our hands tied. Come on, we won't hurt you, just don't push us around too much. Dr. No might not be pleased." At the name, the men's faces changed. 3 pairs of eyes looked whitely from Bond to the leader. For a minute the leader stared suspiciously at Bond, wondering, trying to fathom whether perhaps Bond had got some edge on their boss. His mouth opened to say something. He thought better of it. He said lamely, "Okay, okay. We was just kiddin'." He turned to the men for confirmation. "Right. Sure thing." It was a ragged mumble. The men looked away. The leader said gruffly, "This way, mister." He walked off down the long hut. Bond took the girl's wrist and followed. He was impressed with the weight of Dr. No's name. That was something to remember if they had any more dealings with the staff. The man came to a rough wooden door at the end of the hut. There was a bell push beside it. He rang twice and waited. There came a click and the door opened. Revealed 10 yards of carpeted rock passage with another door, smarter and cream-painted, at the end. The man stood aside. "Straight ahead, mister. Knock on the door. The receptionist'll take over." There was no irony in his voice and his eyes were impassive. Bond led the girl into the passage. He heard the door shut behind them. He stopped and looked down at her. He said, "Now what?" She smiled tremulously. "It's nice to feel carpet under one's feet." Bond squeezed her wrist. He walked forward to the cream-painted door and knocked. The door opened. Bond went through with the girl at his heels. When he stopped dead in his tracks, he didn't feel the girl bump into him. He just stood and stared. Bond 6 Dr. No. XIII. Mink-lined prison. It was the sort of reception room the largest American corporations have on the president's floor in their New York skyscrapers. It was of pleasant proportions, about 20 feet square. The floor was close carpeted in the thickest wine-red Wilton and the walls and ceiling were painted a soft dove gray. Color lithograph reproductions of Degas ballet sketches were well hung in groups on the walls and the lighting was by tall modern standard lamps with dark green silk shades in a fashionable barrel design. To Bond's right was a broad mahogany desk with a green leather top, handsome matching desk furniture and the most expensive type of intercom. 2 tall antique chairs waited for visitors. On the other side of the room was a refectory-type table with shiny magazines and 2 more chairs. On both the desk and the table were tall vases of freshly cut hibiscus. The air was fresh and cool and held a slight, expensive fragrance. There were 2 women in the room. Behind the desk, with pen poised over a printed form, sat an efficient-looking Chinese girl with horn-rimmed spectacles below a bang of black hair cut short. Her eyes and mouth wore the standard receptionist smile of welcome, bright, helpful, inquisitive. Holding the door through which they had come, and waiting for them to move farther into the room so that she could clog it, stood an older, rather matronly woman of about 45. She also had Chinese blood. Her appearance, wholesome, bosomy, eager, was almost excessively gracious. Her square-cut pince-nez gleamed with the hostess's desire to make them feel at home. Both women were dressed in spotless white, with white stockings and white suede brogues, like assistants in the most expensive American beauty parlors. There was something soft and colorless about their skins as if they rarely went out of doors. While Bond took in the scene, the woman at the door twittered conventional phrases of welcome as if they had been caught in a storm and had arrived late at a party. "You poor dears, we simply didn't know when to expect you. We kept on being told you were on your way. First it was tea time yesterday, then dinner, and it was only half an hour ago we heard you would only be here in time for breakfast. You must be famished. Come along now and help Sister Rose fill in your forms and then I'll pack you both straight off to bed. You must be tired out." Clucking softly, she closed the door and ushered them forward to the desk. She got them seated in the chairs and rattled on. "Now I'm Sister Lily and this is Sister Rose. She just wants to ask you a few questions. Now, let me see, a cigarette." She picked up a tooled leather box. She opened it and put it on the desk in front of them. It had 3 compartments. She pointed with a little finger. "Those are American, and those are players, and those are Turkish." She picked up an expensive desk lighter and waited. Bond reached out his manacled hands to take a Turkish cigarette. Sister Lily gave a squeak of dismay. "Oh, but really," she sounded genuinely embarrassed. "Sister Rose, the key, quickly." I've said again and again that patients are never to be brought in like that. There was impatience and distaste in her voice. Really, that outside staff. It's time they had a talking to. Sister Rose was just as much put out. Hastily, she scrabbled in a drawer and handed a key across to Sister Lily who, with much cooing and tut-tutting, unlocked the 2 pairs of handcuffs and walked behind the desk and dropped them as if they were dirty bandages into the wastepaper basket. Thank you. Bond was unable to think of any way to handle the situation except to fall in with what was happening on the stage. He reached out and took a cigarette and lit it. He glanced at Honeychile Ryder who sat looking dazed and nervously clutching the arms of her chair. Bond gave her a reassuring smile. Now, if you please. Sister Rose bent over a long printed form on expensive paper. I promise to be as quick as I can. Your name please Mr. Bryce, John Bryce. She wrote busily. Permanent address. Care of the Royal Zoological Society, Regent's Park, London, England. Profession. Ornithologist. Oh dear, she dimpled at him, could you please spell that? Bond did so. Thank you so much. Now, let me see, purpose of visit. Birds, said Bond. I am also a representative of the Audubon Society of New York. They have a lease of part of this island. Oh, really? Bond watched the pen writing down exactly what he had said. After the last word she put a neat query in brackets. And, Sister Rose smiled politely in the direction of Honeychile, your wife. Is she also interested in birds? Yes, indeed. And her first name? Honeychile. Sister Rose was delighted. What a pretty name, she wrote busily. And now just your next of kin and then we're finished. Bond gave M's real name as next of kin for both of them. He described him as Uncle, and gave his address as Managing Director, Universal Export, Regent's Park, London. Sister Rose finished writing and said, There, that's done. Thank you so much, Mr. Bryce, and I do hope you both enjoy your stay. Thank you very much, I'm sure we will. Bond got up. Honeychile Ryder did the same, her face still expressionless. Sister Lily said, Now come along with me, you poor dears. She walked to a door in the far wall. She stopped with her hand on the cut-glass doorknob. Oh dearie me, now I've gone and forgotten the number of their rooms. It's the cream suite, isn't it, sister? Yes, that's right, 14 and 15. Thank you, my dear. And now, she opened the door, if you'll just follow me. I'm afraid it's a terribly long walk. She shut the door behind them and led the way. The doctors often talked of putting in one of those moving stairway things, but you know how it is with a busy man, she laughed gaily. So many other things to think of. Yes, I expect so, said Bond politely. Bond took the girl's hand and they followed the motherly bustling figure down 100 yards of lofty corridor in the same style as the reception room but lit at frequent intervals by discreetly expensive wall brackets. Bond answered with polite monosyllables the occasional twittering comments Sister Lily threw over her shoulder. His whole mind was focused on the extraordinary circumstances of their reception. He was quite certain the 2 women had been genuine. Not a look or a word had been dropped that was out of place. It was obviously a front of some kind, but a solid one, meticulously supported by the decor and the cast. The lack of resonance in the room, and now in the corridor, suggested that they had stepped from the Quonset hut into the side of the mountain and that they were now walking through its base. At a guess they would be walking towards the west towards the cliff face with which the island ended. There was no moisture on the walls and the air was cool and pure with a strongish breeze coming towards them. A lot of money and good engineering had gone into the job. The pallor of the 2 women suggested that they spent all their time inside the mountain. From what Sister Lily had said it sounded as if they were part of an inside staff that had nothing to do with the strong-arm squad outside and perhaps didn't even understand what sort of men they were. It was grotesque, concluded Bond as they came nearer to a door at the end of the corridor, dangerously grotesque, but it was no good wondering about it. He could only follow the lines of the gracious script. At least this was better than the backstage of the island outside. At the door, Sister Lily rang. They had been expected. The door opened at once. An enchanting Chinese girl in a mauve and white flowered kimono stood smiling and bowing as Chinese girls are supposed to do. Again there was nothing but warmth and welcome in the pale, flower-like face. Sister Lily cried, "Here they are at last, May. Mr. and Mrs. John Bryce. And I know they must be exhausted, so we must take them straight to their rooms for some breakfast and a sleep." She turned to Bond. "This is May, such a dear girl. She will be looking after you both. Anything you want, just ring for May. She's a favorite with all our patients." Patients, thought Bond. That's the second time she's used the word. He smiled politely at the girl. "How do you do? Yes, we'd certainly both of us like to get to our rooms." May embraced them both with a warm smile. She said in a low, attractive voice, "I do hope you'll both be comfortable, Mr. Bryce. I took the liberty of ordering breakfast as soon as I heard you had come in. Shall we?" Corridors branched off to left and right of double lift doors set in the wall opposite. The girl led the way to the right. Bond and Honeychar followed with Sister Lily taking up the rear. Numbered doors led off the corridor on either side. Now the decor was in the lightest pink with a dove grey carpet. The numbers on the doors were in the tens. The corridor came to an abrupt end with two doors side by side, 14 and 15. May opened the door of 14, and they followed her in. It was a charming double bedroom in modern Miami style with dark green walls, dark polished mahogany floor with occasional thick white rugs, and well-designed bamboo furniture with a chintz of large red roses on a white background. There was a communicating door into a more masculine dressing room and another that led into an extremely luxurious modern bathroom with a step-down bath and a bidet. It was like being shown into the very latest Florida hotel suite except for two details which Bond noticed. There were no windows and no inside handles to the doors. May looked hopefully from one to the other. Bond turned to Honeychar. He smiled at her. "It looks very comfortable, don't you think, darling?" The girl played with the edge of her skirt. She nodded, not looking at him. There was a timid knock on the door and another girl, as pretty as May, tripped in with a loaded tray balanced on her upturned hand. She put it down on the center table and pulled up two chairs. She whisked off the speckless linen cloth that covered the dishes and pattered out of the room. There was a delicious smell of bacon and coffee. May and Sister Lily backed to the door. The older woman stopped on the threshold. "And now we'll leave you two dear people in peace. If you want anything, just ring. The bells are by the bed. Oh, and by the way, you'll find plenty of fresh clothes in the cupboards. Chinese style, I'm afraid," she twinkled apologetically, "but I hope they're the right sizes. The wardrobe room only got the measurements yesterday evening. The doctor has given strict orders that you're not to be disturbed. He'd be delighted if you'd join him for dinner this evening. He wants you to have the whole of the rest of the day to yourselves to get settled down, you know." She paused and looked from one to the other, smiling inquiry. "Shall I say you?" "Yes, please," said Bond. "Tell the doctor we shall be delighted to join him for dinner." "Oh, I know he'll be so pleased." With a last twitter the two women softly withdrew and closed the door behind them. Bond turned towards Honeychar. She looked embarrassed. She still avoided his eyes. It occurred to Bond that she could never have met such soft treatment or seen such luxury in her life. To her, all this must be far more strange and terrifying than what they had gone through outside. She stood and fiddled at the hem of her Man Friday skirt. There were streaks of dried sweat and salt and dust on her face. Her bare legs were filthy and Bond noticed that her toes were moving softly as they gripped nervously into the wonderful thick pile carpet. Bond laughed. He laughed with real pleasure that her fear had been drowned in the basic predicament of clothes and how to behave, and he laughed at the picture they made, she in her rags and he in his dirty blue shirt and black jeans and muddy canvas shoes. He went to her and took her hands. They were cold. He said, "Honey, we're a couple of scarecrows. There's only one problem. Shall we have breakfast first while it's hot, Or shall we get out of these rags and have a bath and eat the breakfast when it's cold? Don't worry about anything else. We're here in this wonderful little house and that's all that matters. Now then, what shall we do? She smiled uncertainly. The blue eyes searched his face for reassurance. You're not worried about what's going to happen to us? She nodded at the room. Don't you think this is all a trap? If it's a trap, we're in it. There's nothing we can do now but eat the cheese. The only question is whether we eat it hot or cold. He pressed her hands. Really, honey, leave the worrying to me. Just think where we were an hour ago. Isn't this better? Now come on and decide the really important things. Bath or breakfast? She said reluctantly, well, if you think. I mean, I'd rather get clean first. She added quickly, but you've got to help me. She jerked her head towards the bathroom door. I don't know how to work one of those places. What do you do? Bond said seriously, it's quite easy. I'll fix it all ready for you. While you're having your bath, I'll have my breakfast. I'll keep yours warm. Bond went to one of the built-in clothes cupboards and ran the door back. There were half a dozen kimonos, some silk and some linen. He took out a linen one at random. You take off your clothes and get into this and I'll get the bath ready. Later on you can choose the things you want to wear for bed and dinner. She said gratefully, oh yes, James. If you'll just show me. She started to unbutton her shirt. Bond wanted to take her in his arms and kiss her. Instead he said abruptly, that's fine, honey, and went into the bathroom and turned on the taps. There was everything in the bathroom: Floris lime bath essence for men and Guerlain bath cubes for women. He crushed a cube into the water and at once the room smelled like an orchid house. The soap was Guerlain's Sapaceti, Fleurs des Alpes. In a medicine cupboard behind the mirror over the washbasin were toothbrushes and toothpaste, Sterident toothpicks, rose mouthwash, dental floss, aspirin and milk of magnesia. There was also an electric razor, Lentheric aftershave lotion, and 2 nylon hairbrushes and combs. Everything was brand new and untouched. Bond looked at his filthy unshaven face in the mirror and smiled grimly into the grey, sunburned castaway's eyes. The coating on the pill was certainly of the very finest sugar. It would be wise to expect that the medicine inside would be of the bitterest. He turned back to the bath and felt the water. It would be too hot for someone who presumably had never had a hot bath before. He let in some cold. As he bent over, 2 arms were thrown round his neck. He stood up. The golden body blazed in the white-tiled bathroom. She kissed him hard and clumsily on the lips. He put his arms round her and crushed her to him, his heart pounding. She said breathlessly at his ear, the Chinese dress felt strange. Anyway, you told that woman we were married. Bond's hand was on her left breast. Its peak was hard with passion. Her stomach pressed against his. Why not? Why not? Don't be a fool. This is a crazy time for it. You're both in deadly danger. You must stay cold as ice to have any chance of getting out of this mess. Later, don't be weak. Bond took his hand away from her breast and put it round her neck. He rubbed his face against hers and then brought his mouth round to hers and gave her one long kiss. He stood away and held her at arm's length. For a moment they looked at each other, their eyes bright with desire. She was breathing fast, her lips parted so that he could see the glint of teeth. He said unsteadily, honey, get into that bath before I spank you. She smiled. Without saying anything she stepped down into the bath and lay at full length. She looked up. The fair hair on her body glittered up through the water like golden sovereigns. She said provocatively, you've got to wash me. I don't know what to do. You've got to show me. Bond said desperately, shut up, honey. And stop flirting. Just take the soap and the sponge and start scrubbing. Damn you, this isn't the time for making love. I'm going to have breakfast. He reached for the door handle and opened the door. She said softly, James. He looked back. She was sticking her tongue out at him. He grinned savagely back at her and slammed the door. They pulled into a parking place and Bond followed Quarrel through the gate into a small garden of palm trees growing out of lawn. At the end was the beach and the sea. Tables were dotted about under the palms, and in the center was a small deserted cement dance floor to one side of which a calypso trio in sequined scarlet shirts was softly improvising on "Take Her to Jamaica Where the Rum Comes From." Only half the tables were filled, mostly by colored people. There was a sprinkling of British and American sailors with the girls. An immensely fat Negro in a smart white dinner jacket left one of the tables and came to meet them. "Hi, Mr. Q, long time no see. Nice table for two." "That's right, puss fella. Closer to dar kitchen dan dar music." The big man chuckled. He led them down towards the sea and placed them at a quiet table under a palm tree that grew out of the base of the restaurant building. "Drinks, Jemian." Bond ordered his gin and tonic with a lime, and Quarrel a red stripe beer. They scanned the menu and both decided on broiled lobster followed by a rare steak with native vegetables. The drinks came. The glasses were dripping with condensation. The small fact reminded Bond of other times in hot climates. A few yards away the sea lisped on the flat sand. The three-piece began playing "Kitsch." Above them the palm fronds clashed softly in the night breeze. A gecko chuckled somewhere in the garden. Bond thought of the London he had left the day before. He said, "I like this place, Quarrel." Quarrel was pleased. "Him a good friend of mine, da puss fella. Him knows mostly what goes on in Kingston case you got any questions, Cap'n. Him come from da Caymans. Him and me once share a boat. Then him go off one day catching boobies hegs had crab key. Went swimmin' to a rock for more hegs and dis big octopus get him. Dey mossily small fellas round here but dey come bigger at da crab seein' how it's alongside de Cuba deep, da deepest waters round dese parts. Puss fella have himself a bad time wit dis hanimal. Bust one lung cuttin' hisself free. Dat scare him and him sell me his half of da boat and come to Kingston. Dat were for da war. Now him rich male whiles I go hon fishin'." Quarrel chuckled at the quirk of fate. "Crab Key," said Bond. "What sort of a place is that?" Quarrel looked at him sharply. "Dat a bad luck place now, Cap'n," he said shortly. "Sheeny Jemian by hit durin' da war and bring in men and dig bird dirt. Don, let nobody land der and don, let no one get off. We gives it a wide berth." "Why's that?" "Him have plenty watchmen, and guns, machine guns, and a radar, and a spottin' plane. Friends o' mine have landed der and him never been seen again. Dat sheeny keep him island plenty private. Tell da trut, Cap'n." Quarrel was apologetic, "Dat crab key scare me plenty." Bond said thoughtfully, Well. The food came. They ordered another round of drinks and ate. While they ate, Bond gave Quarrel an outline of the Strangways case. Quarrel listened carefully, occasionally asking questions. He was particularly interested in the birds on Crab Key, and what the watchman had said, and how the plane was supposed to have crashed. Finally he pushed his plate away. He wiped the back of his hand across his mouth. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He leant forward. "Cap'n," he said softly, "I no mind if it was birds or butterflies or bees. If dey was on Crab Key and dar commander was stickin' his nose into dar business, yo kin bet yo bottom dollar him been mashed. Him and him girl, dar sheeny mashed dem for show." Bond looked carefully into the urgent grey eyes. "What makes you so certain?" Quarrel spread his hands. To him the answer was simple. "Dat sheeny love him privacy. Him won't be left alone. I know him kill ma friends order keep folk away from dar crab. Him a most powerful man. Him kill hanyan what interfere with him." "Why?" "Don, rightly no, Cap'n," said Quarrel indifferently. "People dem want different things in dis world. And, what dem want sufficient dem gets." A glint of light caught the corner of Bond's eye. He turned quickly. The Chinese girl from the airport was standing in the nearby shadows. Now she was dressed in a tight-fitting sheath of black satin slashed up one side almost to her hip. She had a Leica with a flash attachment in one hand. The other was in a leather case at her side. The hand came out holding a flashbulb. The girl slipped the base into her mouth to wet it and improve the contact and made to screw it into the reflector. "Get that girl," said Bond quickly. In 2 strides Quarrel was up with her. He held out his hand. "Evan and Missy," he said softly. The girl smiled. She let the Leica hang on the thin strap round her neck. She took Quarrel's hand. Quarrel swung her round like a ballet dancer. Now he had her hand behind her back and she was in the crook of his arm. She looked up at him angrily. "Don't, you're hurting." Quarrel smiled down into the flashing dark eyes in the pale, almond-shaped face. "Cap in like you take a drink wit, he said soothingly. He came back to the table, moving the girl along with him. He hooked a chair out with his foot and sat her down beside him, keeping the grip on her wrist behind her back. They sat bolt upright, like quarreling lovers. Bond looked into the pretty, angry little face. "Good evening. What are you doing here? Why do you want another picture of me?" "I'm doing the night spots." The Cupid's bow of the mouth parted persuasively. "The first picture of you didn't come out. Tell this man to leave me alone." "So you work for the Gleaner. What's your name?" "I won't tell you." Bond cocked an eyebrow at Quarrel. Quarrel's eyes narrowed. His hand behind the girl's back turned slowly. The girl struggled like an eel, her teeth clenched on her lower lip. Quarrel went on twisting. Suddenly she said, "Ow," sharply and gasped, "I'll tell I." Quarrel eased his grip. The girl looked furiously at Bond. "Annabelle Chung." Bond said to Quarrel, "Call the puss fella." Quarrel picked up a fork with his free hand and clanged it against a glass. The big Negro hurried up. Bond looked up at him. "Ever seen this girl before?" "Yes, boss. She come here sometimes. She bein' a nuisance. Want for me to send her away?" "No, we like her," said Bond amiably, "but she wants to take a studio portrait of me and I don't know if she's worth the money. Would you call up the Gleaner and ask if they've got a photographer called Annabelle Chung? If she really is one of their people she ought to be good enough." "Sure, boss." The man hurried away. Bond smiled at the girl. "Why didn't you ask that man to rescue you?" The girl glowered at him. "I'm sorry to have to exert pressure," said Bond, "but my export manager in London said that Kingston was full of shady characters. I'm sure you're not one of them, but I really can't understand why you're so anxious to get my picture. Tell me why." "What I told you," said the girl sulkily. "It's my job." Bond tried other questions. She didn't answer them. The puss fella came up. "That's right, boss. Annabelle Chung, one of their freelance girls. They say she takes fine pictures. You'll be okay with her." He looked bland. "Studio portrait, studio bed, more like." "Thanks," said Bond. The Negro went away. Bond turned back to the girl. "Freelance," he said softly. "That still doesn't explain who wanted my picture." His face went cold. "Now give." "No," said the girl sullenly. "All right, Quarrel, go ahead." Bond sat back. His instincts told him that this was the $64,000 question. If he could get the answer out of the girl he might be saved weeks of legwork. Quarrel's right shoulder started to dip downwards. The girl squirmed towards him to ease the pressure, but he held her body away with his free hand. The girl's face strained towards Quarrel's. Suddenly she spat full in his eyes. Quarrel grinned and increased the twist. The girl's feet kicked wildly under the table. She hissed out words in Chinese. Sweat beaded on her forehead. "Tell," said Bond softly. "Tell and it will stop and we'll be friends and have a drink." He was getting worried. The girl's arm must be on the verge of breaking. "You." Suddenly the girl's left hand flew up and into Quarrel's face. Bond was too slow to stop her. Something glinted and there was a sharp explosion. Bond snatched at her arm and dragged it back. Blood was streaming down Quarrel's cheek. Glass and metal tinkled onto the table. She had smashed the flashbulb on Quarrel's face. If she had been able to reach an eye it would have been blinded. Quarrel's free hand went up and felt his cheek. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at the blood. Aha! There was nothing but admiration and a feline pleasure in his voice. He said equably to Bond, "We get nothing out of dis gal, Cap'n. She plenty tough. You want me to break she's arm?" "Good God, no." Bond let go the arm he was holding. Let her go. He felt angry with himself for having hurt the girl and still failed. But he had learned something. Whoever was behind her held his people by a steel chain. Quarrel brought the girl's right arm from behind her back. He still held on to the wrist. Now he opened the girl's hand. He looked into her eyes. His own were cruel. "You mark me, Missy. Now I mark you." He brought up his other hand and took the Mount of Venus, the soft lozenge of flesh in the palm below her thumb, between his thumb and forefinger. He began to squeeze it. Bond could see his knuckles go white with the pressure. The girl gave a yelp. She hammered at Quarrel's hand and then at his face. Quarrel grinned and squeezed harder. Suddenly he let go. The girl shot to her feet and backed away from the table, her bruised hand at her mouth. She took her hand down and hissed furiously, "He'll get you, you bastards." Then, her like a dangling, she ran off through the trees. Quarrel laughed shortly. He took a napkin and wiped it down his cheek and threw it on the ground and took up another. He said to Bond, "She's love moon, be sore long after ma face done get healed. Dat a fine piece of a woman, de love moon. When him fat like wit, dat girl you kin tell her'll be good in bed. You know dat, Cap'n?" "No," said Bond, "that's new to me." "Show ting, dat piece of da han, most indicative. Don, you worry 'bout she," he added, noticing the dubious expression on Bond's face. "Her's got nothing but a big bruise on she's love moon. But boy, was dat a fat love moon. I come back after dat girl sometime, see if ma theory is da truth." Appropriately the band started playing, "Don, Touch Me Tomato." Bond said, "Quarrel, it's time you married and settled down. And you leave that girl alone or you'll get a knife between your ribs. Now come on, we'll get the check and go. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in London where I was yesterday. I need a night's sleep. You've got to start getting me into training. I think I'm going to need it. And it's about time you put some plaster on that cheek of yours. She's written her name and address on it." Quarrel grunted reminiscently. He said with quiet pleasure, "Dat was some tough baby." He picked up a fork and clanged it against his glass. Bond 6 Dr. No. V. Facts and figures. "He'll get you, he'll get you, he'll get you, you bastards." The words were still ringing in Bond's brain the next day as he sat on his balcony and ate a delicious breakfast and gazed out across the riot of tropical gardens to Kingston, 5 miles below him. Now he was sure that Strangways and the girl had been killed. Someone had needed to stop them looking any further into his business, so he had killed them and destroyed the records of what they were investigating. The same person knew or suspected that the Secret Service would follow up Strangways' disappearance. Somehow he had known that Bond had been given the job. He had wanted a picture of Bond and he had wanted to know where Bond was staying. He would be keeping an eye on Bond to see if Bond picked up any of the leads that had led to Strangways' death. If Bond did so, Bond would also have to be eliminated. There would be a car smash or a street fight or some other innocent death. And how, Bond wondered, would this person react to their treatment of the Chung girl? If he was as ruthless as Bond supposed, that would be enough. It showed that Bond was onto something. Perhaps Strangways had made a preliminary report to London before he was killed. Perhaps someone had leaked. The enemy would be foolish to take chances. If he had any sense, after the Chung incident, he would deal with Bond and perhaps also with Quarrel without delay. Bond lit his first cigarette of the day, the first Royal Blend he had smoked for 5 years, and let the smoke come out between his teeth in a luxurious hiss. That was his enemy appreciation. Now, who was this enemy? Well, there was only one candidate, and a pretty insubstantial one at that. Dr. No, Dr. Julius No, the German Chinese who owned Crab Key and made his money out of guano. There had been nothing on this man in records and a signal to the FBI had been negative. The affair of the roseate spoonbills and the trouble with the Audubon Society meant precisely nothing except, as M had said, that a lot of old women had got excited about some pink storks. All the same, 4 people had died because of these storks and, most significant of all to Bond, Quarrel was scared of Dr. No at his island. That was very odd indeed. Cayman Islanders, least of all Quarrel, did not scare easily. And why had Dr. No got this mania for privacy? Why did he go to such expense and trouble to keep people away from his guano island? Guano bird dung. Who wanted the stuff? How valuable was it? Bond was due to call on the governor at 10 o'clock. After he had made his number he would get hold of the colonial secretary and try and find out all about the damned stuff and about Crabkey and, if possible, about Dr. No. There was a double knock on the door. Bond got up and unlocked it. It was Quarrel, his left cheek decorated with a piratical cross of sticking plaster. "Mornin', Cap'n," Yo said 8:30. "Yes, come on in, Quarrel. We've got a busy day. Had some breakfast?" "Yes, thank you, Cap'n. Salt fish and ackee and a tot of rum." "Good God," said Bond. "That's tough stuff to start the day on." "Most refreshin'," said Quarrel stolidly. They sat down outside on the balcony. Bond offered Quarrel a cigarette and lit one himself. "Now then," he said, "I'll be spending most of the day at King's house and perhaps at the Jamaica Institute. I shan't need you till tomorrow morning, but there are some things for you to do downtown." "All right. Okay, Cap'n," Yo say. "First of all, that car of ours is hot. We've got to get rid of it. Go down to Motors or one of the other hire people and pick up the newest and best little self-drive car you can find, the one with the least mileage. Saloon. Take it for a month. Right. Then hunt around the waterfront and find 2 men who look as near as possible like us. One must be able to drive a car. Buy them both clothes, at least for their top halves, that look like ours. And the sort of hats we might wear. Say we want a car taken over to Montego tomorrow morning by the Spanish town, Ocho Rios Road. To be left at Levy's garage there. Ring up Levy and tell him to expect it and keep it for us." "Right." Quarrel grinned. "You want Fox someone?" "That's right. They'll get £10 each. Say I'm a rich American and I want my car to arrive in Montego Bay driven by a respectable couple of men. Make me out a bit mad. They must be here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You'll be here with the other car. See they look the part and send 'em off in the sunbeam with the roof down." "Right. Okay, Cap'n. What's happened to that house we had on the North Shore last time, Bow Desert at Morgan's Harbor? Do you know if it's let?" "Couldn't say, Cap'n. It's well away from the tourist places and they askin' a big rent for it." "Well, go to Graham Associates and see if you can rent it for a month, or another bungalow nearby. I don't mind what you pay. Say it's for a rich American, Mr. James. Get the keys and pay the rent and sail right and confirm. I can telephone 'em if they want more details." Bond reached into his hip pocket and brought out a thick wad of notes. He handed half of it to Quarrel. "Here's £200. That should cover all this. Get in touch if you want some more. You know where I'll be." "Thanks, Cap'n," said Quarrel, awestruck by the big sum. He stowed it away inside his blue shirt and buttoned the shirt up to his neck. "Anything else?" "No, but take a lot of trouble about not being followed. Leave the car somewhere downtown and walk to these places. And watch out particularly for any Chinese near you." Bond got up and they went to the door. "See you tomorrow morning HAT 6:15 and we'll get over to the north coast. As far as I can see that's going to be our base for a while." Quarrel nodded. His face was enigmatic. He said, "Okay, Cap'n," and went off down the corridor. Half an hour later Bond went downstairs and took a taxi to King's house. He didn't sign the governor's book in the cool hall. He was put in a waiting room for the quarter of an hour necessary to show him that he was unimportant. Then the ADC came for him and took him up to the governor's study on the first floor. It was a large cool room smelling of cigar smoke. The acting governor, in a cream tussle suit and an inappropriate wing collar and spotted bow tie, was sitting at a broad mahogany desk on which there was nothing but the Daily Gleaner, the Times Weekly and a bowl of hibiscus blossoms. His hands lay flat on the desk in front of him. He was 60ish with a red, rather petulant face and bright, bitter blue eyes. He didn't smile or get up. He said, "Good morning, Mr. Bond. Please sit down." Bond took the chair across the desk from the governor and sat down. He said, "Good morning, sir," and waited. A friend at the colonial office had told him his reception would be frigid. "He's nearly at retiring age. Only an interim appointment. We had to find an acting governor to take over at short notice when Sir Hugh Foote was promoted. Foote was a great success. This man's not even trying to compete. He knows he's only got the job for a few months while we find someone to replace Foote. This man's been passed over for the governor-generalship of Rhodesia. Now all he wants is to retire and get some directorships in the city. Last thing he wants is any trouble in Jamaica. He keeps on trying to close this Strangways case of yours. Won't like you ferreting about." The governor cleared his throat. He recognized that Bond wasn't one of the servile ones. "You wanted to see me?" "Just to make my number, sir," said Bond equably. "I'm here on the Strangways case. I think you had a signal from the Secretary of State." This was a reminder that the people behind Bond were powerful people. Bond didn't like attempts to squash him or his service. "I recall the signal. And what can I do for you?" "So far as we're concerned here, the case is closed." "In what way, closed, sir?" The governor said roughly. "Strangways obviously did a bunk with the girl. Unbalanced sort of fellow at the best of times. Some of your colleagues don't seem to be able to leave women alone." The governor clearly included Bond. "Had to bail the chap out of various scandals before now. Doesn't do the colony any good, Mr. Bond. Hope your people will be sending us a rather better type of man to take his place. That is," he added coldly, "if a regional control man is really needed here. Personally, I have every confidence in our police." Bond smiled sympathetically. "I'll report your views, sir. I expect my chief will like to discuss them with the Minister of Defense and the Secretary of State. Naturally, if you would like to take over these extra duties, it will be a saving in manpower so far as my service is concerned. I'm sure the Jamaican constabulary is most efficient." The governor looked at Bond suspiciously. Perhaps he had better handle this man a bit more carefully. "This is an informal discussion, Mr. Bond. When I have decided on my views, I will communicate them myself to the Secretary of State. In the meantime, is there anyone you wish to see on my staff?" "I'd like to have a word with the Colonial Secretary, sir." "Really? And why, pray?" "There's been some trouble on Crab Key. Something about a bird sanctuary. The case was passed to us by the Colonial Office. My chief asked me to look into it while I'm here." The governor looked relieved. Certainly. I'll see that Mr. Playdell Smith receives you straight away. So you feel we can leave the Strangways case to sort itself out?" "They'll turn up before long, never fear." He reached over and rang a bell. The ADC came in. "This gentleman would like to see the Colonial Secretary, ADC." "Take him along, would you? I'll call Mr. Playdell Smith myself and ask him to make himself available." He got up and came round the desk. He held out his hand. "Goodbye, then, Mr. Bond. And I'm so glad we see eye to eye. Crab Key, never been there myself, but I'm sure it would repay a visit." Bond shook hands. "That was what I was thinking. Goodbye, sir." Goodbye. The governor watched Bond's back retreating out of the door and himself returned well satisfied to his desk. "Young whippersnapper," he said to the empty room. He sat down and said a few peremptory words down the telephone to the Colonial Secretary. Then he picked up the Times Weekly and turned to the stock exchange prices. The Colonial Secretary was a youngish shaggy-haired man with bright, boyish eyes. He was one of those nervous pipe smokers who are constantly patting their pockets for matches, shaking the box to see how many are left in it, or knocking the dottle out of their pipes. After he had gone through this routine 2 or 3 times in his first 10 minutes with Bond, Bond wondered if he ever got any smoke into his lungs at all. After pumping energetically at Bond's hand and waving vaguely at a chair, Flemming Smith walked up and down the room scratching his temple with the stem of his pipe. Bond, 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 rings a bell. Now let me see. Yes, by Jove, you were chap who was mixed up in that treasure business here. By Jove, yes, 5 years ago. Found the file lying around only the other day. Splendid show, what a lark. I say, wish you'd start another bonfire like that here. Stir the place up a bit. All they think of nowadays is federation and the bloody self-importance. Self-determination indeed. They can't even run a bus service. And the color problem, my dear chap, there's far more color problem between the straight-haired and the crinkly-haired Jamaicans than there is between me and my black cook. However, Flemming Smith came to rest beside his desk. He sat down opposite Bond and draped one leg over the arm of his chair. Reaching for a tobacco jar with the arms of King's College, Cambridge, on it, he dug into it and started filling his pipe. I mean to say, I don't want to bore you with all that. You go ahead and bore me. What's your problem? Glad to help. I bet it's more interesting than this mug. He waved at the pile of papers in his in-tray. Bond grinned at him. This was more like it. He had found an ally, and an intelligent one at that. Well, he said seriously, I'm here on the Strangways case. But first of all I want to ask you a question that may sound odd. Exactly how did you come to be looking at that other case of mine? You say you found the file lying about. How was that? Had someone asked for it? I don't want to be indiscreet, so don't answer if you don't want to. I'm just inquisitive. Flemming Smith cocked an eye at him. I suppose that's your job. He reflected, gazing at the ceiling. Well, now I come to think of it, I saw it on my secretary's desk. She's a new girl, said she was trying to get up to date with the files. Mark you, the colonial secretary hastened to exonerate his girl. There were plenty of other files on her desk. It was just this one that caught my eye. Oh, I see, said Bond. It was like that. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, but various people seem to be rather interested in me being here. What I really wanted to talk to you about was Crab Key. Anything you know about the place. And about this Chinaman, Dr. No, who bought it. And anything you can tell me about his guano business. Rather a tall order, I'm afraid, but any scraps will help. Flemming Smith laughed shortly through the stem of his pipe. He jerked the pipe out of his mouth and talked while he tamped down the burning tobacco with his matchbox. Bitten off a bit more than you can chew on guano. Talk to you for hours about it. Started in the consular before I transferred to the colonial office. First job was in Peru. Had a lot to do with their people who administer the whole trade Compañía Administradora del Guano. Nice people. The pipe was going now and Flemming Smith threw his matchbox down on the table. As for the rest, it's just a question of getting the file. He rang a bell. In a minute the door opened behind Bond. Miss Taro, the file on Crab Key, please. The one on the sale of the place and the other one on that warden fellow who turned up before Christmas. Miss Longfellow will know where to find them. A soft voice said, Yes, sir. Bond heard the door close. Now then, guano. Flemming Smith tilted his chair back. Bond prepared to be bored. As you know, it's bird dung. Comes from the rear end of two birds, the masked booby and the guinea. So far as Crab Key is concerned, it's only the guinea, otherwise known as the green cormorant, same bird as you find in England. The guinea is a machine for converting fish into guano. They mostly eat anchovies. Just to show you how much fish they eat, they've found up to 70 anchovies inside one bird. Flemming Smith took out his pipe and pointed it impressively at Bond. The whole population of Peru eats 4,000 tons of fish a year. The seabirds of the country eat 500,000 tons. Bond pursed his lips to show he was impressed. Really? Well, now, continued the colonial secretary, every day. Each one of these hundreds of thousands of guineas eat a pound or so of fish and deposit an ounce of guano on the Guanera. That's the Guano Island. Bond interrupted. Why don't they do it in the sea? Don't know. Playdell Smith took the question and turned it over in his mind. Never occurred to me. Anyway, they don't. They do it on the land, and they've been doing it since before Genesis. That makes the hell of a lot of bird dung, millions of tons of it on the pescadores and the other guanera. Then, around 1850, someone discovered it was the greatest natural fertilizer in the world, stuffed with nitrates and phosphates and what have you. And the ships and the men came to the guaneras and simply ravaged them for 20 years or more. It's a time known as the Saturnalia in Peru. It was like the Klondike. People fought over the muck, hijacked each other's ships, shot the workers, sold phony maps of secret guano islands, anything you like. And people made fortunes out of the stuff. Where does Crab Key come in? Bond wanted to get down to cases. That was the only worthwhile guanera so far north. It was worked too, God knows who by. But the stuff had a low nitrate content. Water's not as rich round here as it is down along the Humboldt Current. So the fish aren't so rich in chemicals. So the guano isn't so rich either. Crab Key got worked on and off when the price was high enough, but the whole industry went bust, with Crab Key and the other poor quality deposits in the van, when the Germans invented artificial chemical manure. By this time Peru had realized that she had squandered a fantastic capital asset, and she set about organizing the remains of the industry and protecting the guanera. She nationalized the industry and protected the birds, and slowly, very slowly, the supplies built up again. Then people found that there were snags about the German stuff. It impoverishes the soil, which guano doesn't do, and gradually the price of guano improved and the industry staggered back to its feet. Now it's going fine, except that Peru keeps most of the guano to herself, for her own agriculture. And that was where Crab Key came in again. Ah. Yes, said Playdell Smith, patting his pockets for the matches, finding them on the desk, shaking them against his ear, and starting his pipe-filling routine. At the beginning of the war, this Chinaman, who must be a wily devil, by the way, got the idea that he could make a good thing out of the old guanera on Crab Key. The price was about $50 a ton on this side of the Atlantic, and he bought the island from us, for about £10,000 as I recall it, brought in labor and got to work. Been working it ever since. Must have made a fortune. He ships direct to Europe, to Antwerp. They send him a ship once a month. He's installed the latest crushers and separators. Sweats his labor, I dare say. To make a decent profit, he'd have to. Particularly now. Last year I heard he was only getting about $38 to $40 a ton C.I.F. Antwerp. God knows what he must pay his labor to make a profit at that price. I've never been able to find out. He runs that place like a fortress, sort of forced labor camp. No one ever gets off it. I've heard some funny rumors, but no one's ever complained. It's his island, of course, and he can do what he likes on it. Bond hunted for clues. Would it really be so valuable to him, this place? What do you suppose it's worth? Playdell Smith said, the guinea is the most valuable bird in the world. Each pair produces about $2 worth of guano in a year without any expense to the owner. Each female lays an average of 3 eggs and raises 2 young. 2 broods a year. Say they're worth $15 a pair, and say there are 100,000 birds on Crab Key, which is a reasonable guess on the old figures we have. That makes his birds worth $1.5 million. Pretty valuable property. Add the value of the installations, say another $1 million, and you've got a small fortune on that hideous little place. Which reminds me, Playdell Smith pressed the bell, what the hell has happened to those files? You'll find all the dope you want in them. The door opened behind Bond. Playdell Smith said irritably, really, Miss Taro? What about those files? Very sorry, sir, said the soft voice. But we can't find them anywhere. What do you mean, can't find them? Who had them last? Commander Strangways, sir. Well, I remember distinctly him bringing 'em back to this room. What happened to them then? Can't say, sir, the voice was unemotional. The covers are there but there's nothing inside them. Bond turned in his chair. He glanced at the girl and turned back. He smiled grimly to himself. He knew where the files had gone. He also knew why the old file on himself had been out on the secretary's desk. He also guessed how the particular significance of James Bond, import and export merchant, seemed to have leaked out of King's house, the only place where the significance was known. Like Dr. No, like Miss Annabelle Chung, the demure, efficient-looking little secretary in the horn-rimmed glasses was a Chinese. Bond 6 Dr. No. Vi. The finger on the trigger. The colonial secretary gave Bond lunch at Queen's Club. They sat in a corner of the elegant mahogany-paneled dining room with its 4 big ceiling fans and gossiped about Jamaica. By the time coffee came, Flemming Smith was delving well below the surface of the prosperous, peaceful island the world knows. It's like this. He began his antics with the pipe. The Jamaican is a kindly lazy man with the virtues and vices of a child. He lives on a very rich island but he doesn't get rich from it. He doesn't know how to and he's too lazy. The British come and go and take the easy pickings, but for about 200 years no Englishman has made a fortune out here. He doesn't stay long enough. He takes a fat cut and leaves. It's the Portuguese Jews who make the most. They came here with the British and they've stayed. But they're snobs and they spend too much of their fortunes on building fine houses and giving dances. They're the names that fill the social column in the Gleaner when the tourists have gone. They're in rum and tobacco and they represent the big British firms over here, motor cars, insurance and so forth. Then come the Syrians, very rich too, but not such good businessmen. They have most of the stores and some of the best hotels. They're not a very good risk. Get overstocked and have to have an occasional fire to get liquid again. Then there are the Indians with the usual flashy trade in soft goods and the like. They're not much of a lot. Finally there are the Chinese, solid, compact, discreet, the most powerful clique in Jamaica. They've got the bakeries and the laundries and the best food stores. They keep to themselves and keep their strain pure. Flemming Smith laughed. Not that they don't take the black girls when they want them. You can see the result all over Kingston. Chigros, Chinese Negroes and Negresses. The Chigros are a tough, forgotten race. They look down on the Negroes and the Chinese look down on them. One day they may become a nuisance. They've got some of the intelligence of the Chinese and most of the vices of the black man. The police have a lot of trouble with them. Bond said, that secretary of yours. Would she be one of them? That's right. Bright girl and very efficient. Had her for about 6 months. She was far the best of the ones that answered our advertisement. She looks bright, said Bond non-committally. Are they organized, these people? Is there some head of the Chinese Negro community? Not yet, but someone'll get hold of them one of these days. They'd be a useful little pressure group. Flemming Smith glanced at his watch. That reminds me, must be getting along. Got to go and read the riot act about those files. Can't think what happened to them. I distinctly remember. He broke off. However, main point is that I haven't been able to give you much dope about Crab Key and this doctor fellow. But I can tell you there wasn't much you'd have found out from the files. He seems to have been a pleasant-spoken chap. Very businesslike. Then there was that argument with the Audubon Society. I gather you know all about that. As for the place itself, there was nothing on the files but 1 or 2 pre-war reports and a copy of the last Ordnance Survey. Godforsaken bloodied place it sounds. Nothing but miles of mangrove swamps and a huge mountain of bird dung at one end. But you said you were going down to the Institute. Why don't I take you there and introduce you to the fellow who runs the map section? An hour later Bond was ensconced in a corner of a somber room with the Ordnance Survey map of Crab Key, dated 1910, spread out on a table in front of him. He had a sheet of the Institute's writing paper and had made a rough sketch map and was jotting down the salient points. The overall area of the island was about 50 square miles. 3/4 of this, to the east, was swamp and shallow lake. From the lake a flat river meandered down to the sea and came out halfway along the south coast into a small sandy bay. Bond guessed that somewhere at the headwaters of the river would be a likely spot for the Audubon wardens to have chosen for their camp. To the west, the island rose steeply to a hill stated to be 500 feet high and ended abruptly with what appeared to be a sheer drop to the sea. A dotted line led from this hill to a box in the corner of the map which contained the words guano deposits. Last workings 1880. There was no sign of a road, or even of a track over the island, and no sign of a house. The relief map showed that the island looked rather like a swimming water rat, a flat spine rising sharply to the head heading west. It appeared to be about 30 miles due north of Galena Point on the north shore of Jamaica and about 60 miles south of Cuba. Little else could be gleaned from the map. Crab Key was surrounded by shoal water except below the western cliff where the nearest marking was 500 fathoms. After that came the plunge into the Cuba deep. Bond folded the map and handed it into the librarian. Suddenly he felt exhausted. It was only 4 o'clock, but it was roasting in Kingston and his shirt was sticking to him. Bond walked out of the institute and found a taxi and went back up into the cool hills to his hotel. He was well satisfied with his day, but nothing else could be done on this side of the island. He would spend a quiet evening at his hotel and be ready to get up early next morning and be away. Bond went to the reception desk to see if there was a message from Quarrel. "No messages, sir," said the girl, "but a basket of fruit came from King's house. Just after lunch, the messenger took it up to your room." "What sort of a messenger?" "Colored man, sir. Said he was from the ADC's office." "Thank you." Bond took his key and went up the stairs to the first floor. It was ridiculously improbable. His hand on the gun under his coat, Bond softly approached his door. He turned the key and kicked the door open. The empty room yawned at him. Bond shut and locked the door. On his dressing table was a large, ornate basket of fruit: tangerines, grapefruit, pink bananas, saursip, star apples and even a couple of hothouse nectarines. Attached to a broad ribbon on the handle was a white envelope. Bond removed it and held it up to the light. He opened it. On a plain sheet of expensive white writing paper was typed, "With the compliments of His Excellency the Governor." Bond snorted. He stood looking at the fruit. He bent his ear to it and listened. He then took the basket by the handle and tipped its contents out onto the floor. The fruit bounced and rolled over the coconut matting. There was nothing but fruit in the basket. Bond grinned at his precautions. There was a last possibility. He picked up one of the nectarines, the most likely for a greedy man to choose first, and took it into the bathroom. He dropped it in the washbasin and went back to the bedroom and, after inspecting the lock, unlocked the wardrobe. Gingerly he lifted out his suitcase and stood it in the middle of the room. He knelt down and looked for the traces of talcum powder he had dusted round the 2 locks. They were smeared and there were minute scratches round the keyholes. Bond sourly examined the marks. These people were not as careful as some others he had had to deal with. He unlocked the case and stood it up on end. There were 4 innocent copper studs in the welting at the front right-hand corner of the lid. Bond prized at the top one of these studs with his nail and it eased out. He took hold of it and pulled out 3 feet of thick steel wire and put it on the floor beside him. This wire threaded through small wire loops inside the lid and sewed the case shut. Bond lifted the lid and verified that nothing had been disturbed. From his tool case, he took out a jeweler's glass and went back into the bathroom and switched on the light over the shaving mirror. He screwed the glass into his eye and gingerly picked the nectarine out of the washbasin and revolved it slowly between finger and thumb. Bond stopped turning the nectarine. He had come to a minute pinhole, its edges faintly discolored brown. It was in the crevice of the fruit, invisible except under a magnifying glass. Bond put the nectarine carefully down in the washbasin. He stood for a moment and looked thoughtfully into his eyes in the mirror. So it was war. Well, how very interesting. Bond felt the slight tautening of the skin at the base of his stomach. He smiled thinly at his reflection in the mirror. So his instincts and his reasoning had been correct. Strangways and the girl had been murdered and their records destroyed because they had got too hot on the trail. Then Bond had come on the scene and, thanks to Miss Taro, They had been waiting for him. Miss Chung, and perhaps the taxi driver, had picked up the scent. He had been traced to the Blue Hills Hotel. The first shot had been fired. There would be others, and whose finger was on the trigger? Who had got him so accurately in his sights? Bond's mind was made up. The evidence was nil, but he was certain of it. This was long-range fire, from Crab Key. The man behind the gun was Dr. No. Bond walked back into the bedroom. One by one he picked up the fruit and took each piece back to the bathroom and examined it through his glass. The pin-prick was always there, concealed in the stalk hole or a crevice. Bond rang down and asked for a cardboard box and paper and string. He packed the fruit carefully in the box and picked up the telephone and called King's house. He asked for the Colonial Secretary. "That you, Playdell Smith?" "James Bond speaking. Sorry to bother you. Got a bit of a problem. Is there a public analyst in Kingston?" "I see. Well, I've got something I want analyzed. If I sent the box down to you, would you be very kind and pass it on to this chap?" "I don't want my name to come into this." "All right, I'll explain later. When you get his report, would you send me a short telegram telling me the answer? I'll be at Bow Desert, over at Morgan's Harbor, for the next week or so. Be glad if you'd keep that to yourself too. Sorry to be so damned mysterious. I'll explain everything when I see you next. I expect you'll get a clue when you see what the analyst has to say. And by the way, tell him to handle the specimens carefully, would you? Warn him there's more in 'em than meets the eye. Very many thanks. Lucky I met you this morning. Goodbye." Bond addressed the parcel and went down and paid a taxi to deliver it at once to King's house. It was 6 o'clock. He went back to his room and had a shower and changed and ordered his first drink. He was about to take it out on the balcony when the telephone rang. It was Quarrel. "Everything fixed, Cap'n?" "Everything. That's wonderful. That house all right?" "Everything okay," Quarrel repeated, his voice careful. "CEO as you done said, Cap'n." "Fine," said Bond. He was impressed with Quarrel's efficiency and a sense of security. He put down the telephone and went out onto the balcony. The sun was just setting. The wave of violet shadow was creeping down towards the town and the harbor. When it hits the town, thought Bond, the lights will go on. It happened as he had expected. Above him there was the noise of a plane. It came into sight, a super constellation, the same flight that Bond had been on the night before. Bond watched it sweep out over the sea and then turn and come into land at the Palisadoes airport. What a long way he had come since that moment, only 24 hours before, when the door of the plane had clanged open and the loudspeaker had said, "This here Kingston, Jamaica. Will passengers please remain seated until the aircraft has been cleared by the health authorities." Should he tell M how the picture had changed? Should he make a report to the governor? Bond thought of the governor and dismissed that idea. But what about M? Bond had his own cipher. He could easily send M a signal through the colonial office. What would he say to M? That Dr. No had sent him some poisoned fruit. But he didn't even know that it was poisoned, or, for the matter of that, that it had come from Dr. No. Bond could see M's face as he read the signal. He saw him press down the lever on the intercom. "Chief of Staff, 07's gone round the bend. Says someone's been trying to feed him a poisoned banana. Fellow's lost his nerve, been in hospital too long. Better call him home." Bond smiled to himself. He got up and rang down for another drink. It wouldn't be quite like that, of course. But still, no, he'd wait until he had something more to show. Of course if something went badly wrong, and he hadn't sent a warning, he'd be in trouble. It was up to him to see that nothing did go wrong. Bond drank his second drink and thought over the details of his plan. Then he went down and had dinner in the half-deserted dining room and read the Handbook of the West Indies. By 9 o'clock he was half asleep. He went back to his room and packed his bag ready for the morning. He telephoned down and arranged to be called at 5:30. Then he bolted the door on the inside, and also shut and bolted the slatted jalousies across the windows. It would mean a hot, stuffy night. That couldn't be helped. Bond climbed naked under the single cotton sheet and turned over on his left side and slipped his right hand onto the butt of the welter PPK under the pillow. In 5 minutes he was asleep. The next thing Bond knew was that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. He knew it was 3 o'clock because the luminous dial of his watch was close to his face. He lay absolutely still. There was not a sound in the room. He strained his ears. Outside, too, it was deathly quiet. Far in the distance a dog started to bark. Other dogs joined in and there was a brief hysterical chorus which stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Then it was quite quiet again. The moon coming through the slats in the jalousies threw black and white bars across the corner of the room next to his bed. It was as if he was lying in a cage. What had woken him up? Bond moved softly, preparing to slip out of bed. Bond stopped moving. He stopped as dead as a live man can. Something had stirred on his right ankle. Now it was moving up the inside of his shin. Bond could feel the hairs on his leg being parted. It was an insect of some sort. A very big one. It was long, 5 or 6 inches as long as his hand. He could feel dozens of tiny feet lightly touching his skin. What was it? Then Bond heard something he had never heard before, the sound of the hair on his head rasping up on the pillow. Bond analyzed the noise. It couldn't be. It simply couldn't. Yes, his hair was standing on end. Bond could even feel the cool air reaching his scalp between the hairs. How extraordinary. How very extraordinary. He had always thought it was a figure of speech. But why? Why was it happening to him? The thing on his leg moved. Suddenly Bond realized that he was afraid, terrified. His instincts, even before they had communicated with his brain, had told his body that he had a centipede on him. Bond lay frozen. He had once seen a tropical centipede in a bottle of spirit on the shelf in a museum. It had been pale brown and very flat and 5 or 6 inches long, about the length of this one. On either side of the blunt head there had been curved poison claws. The label on the bottle had said that its poison was mortal if it hit an artery. Bond had looked curiously at the corkscrew of dead cuticle and had moved on. The centipede had reached his knee. It was starting up his thigh. Whatever happened, he mustn't move, mustn't even tremble. Bond's whole consciousness had drained down to the 2 rows of softly creeping feet. Now they had reached his flank. God! It was turning down towards his groin. Bond set his teeth. Supposing it liked the warmth there. Supposing it tried to crawl into the crevices. Could he stand it? Supposing it chose that place to bite. Bond could feel it questing amongst the first hairs. It tickled. The skin on Bond's belly fluttered. There was nothing he could do to control it. But now the thing was turning up and along his stomach. Its feet were gripping tighter to prevent it falling. Now it was at his heart. If it bit there, surely it would kill him. The centipede trampled steadily on through the thin hairs on Bond's right breast up to his collarbone. It stopped. What was it doing? Bond could feel the blunt head questing blindly to and fro. What was it looking for? Was there room between his skin and the sheet for it to get through? Dare he lift the sheet an inch to help it? No, never. The animal was at the base of his jugular. Perhaps it was intrigued by the heavy pulse there. Christ! If only he could control the pumping of his blood. Damn you! Bond tried to communicate with the centipede. It's nothing. It's not dangerous, that pulse. It means you no harm. Get on out into the fresh air. As if the beast had heard, it moved on up the column of the neck and into the stubble on Bond's chin. Now it was at the corner of his mouth, tickling madly. On it went, up along the nose. Now he could feel its whole weight and length. Softly Bond closed his eyes. 2 by 2 the pairs of feet, moving alternately, trampled across his right eyelid. When it got off his eye, should he take a chance and shake it off, rely on its feet slipping in his sweat? No, for God's sake. The grip of the feet was endless. He might shake one lot off, but not the rest. With incredible deliberation the huge insect ambled across Bond's forehead. It stopped below the hair. What the hell was it doing now? Bond could feel it nuzzling at his skin. It was drinking the beads of salt sweat. Bond was sure of it. For minutes it hardly moved. Bond felt weak with the tension. He could feel the sweat pouring off the rest of his body onto the sheet. In a second his limbs would start to tremble. He could feel it coming on. He would start to shake with an ague of fear. Could he control it? Could he? Bond lay and waited, the breath coming softly through his open, snarling mouth. The centipede started to move again. It walked into the forest of hair. Bond could feel the roots being pushed aside as it forced its way along. Would it like it there? Would it settle down? How did centipedes sleep? Curled up, or at full length? The tiny centipedes he had known as a child, the ones that always seemed to find their way up the plug hole into the empty bath, curled up when you touched them. Now it had come to where his head lay against the sheet. Would it walk out onto the pillow or would it stay on in the warm forest? The centipede stopped. Out, out. Bond's nerves screamed at it. The centipede stirred. Slowly it walked out of his hair onto the pillow. Bond waited a second. Now he could hear the rows of feet picking softly at the cotton. It was a tiny scraping noise, like soft fingernails. With a crash that shook the room, Bond's body jackknifed out of bed and onto the floor. At once Bond was on his feet and at the door. He turned on the light. He found he was shaking uncontrollably. He staggered to the bed. There it was, crawling out of sight over the edge of the pillow. Bond's first instinct was to twitch the pillow onto the floor. He controlled himself, waiting for his nerves to quieten. Then softly, deliberately, he picked up the pillow by one corner and walked into the middle of the room and dropped it. The centipede came out from under the pillow. It started to snake swiftly away across the matting. Now Bond was uninterested. He looked round for something to kill it with. Slowly he went and picked up a shoe and came back. The danger was past. His mind was now wondering how the centipede had got into his bed. He lifted the shoe and slowly, almost carelessly, smashed it down. He heard the crack of the hard carapace. Bond lifted the shoe. The centipede was whipping from side to side in its agony, 5 inches of grey-brown, shiny death. Bond hit it again. It burst open, yellowly. Bond dropped the shoe and ran for the bathroom and was violently sick. Bond 6 Dr. No. VII. Night Passage. By the way, Quarrel. Bond dared a bus with "Brown Bomber" painted above its windshield. The bus pulled over and roared on down the hill towards Kingston, sounding a furious chord on its triple wind horn to restore the driver's ego. What do you know about centipedes? Centipedes, Cap'n. Quarrel squinted sideways for a clue to the question. Bond's expression was casual. Well, we got some bad ones here in Jamaica. Tree, foe, 5 inches long. They kills folks. They mostly lives in de old houses in Kingston. They loves de rotten wooden, de moldy places. They operates mostly at night. Why, Cap'n, yo seen one? Bond dodged the question. He had also not told Quarrel about the fruit. Quarrel was a tough man, but there was no reason to sow the seeds of fear. Would you expect to find one in a modern house, for instance? In your shoe, or in a drawer, or in your bed? No sir. Quarrel's voice was definite. Not unless dem put der a purpose. Des a insects love de holes and de crannies. They not love de clean places. They dirty livin' insects. Maybe yo find dem in de bush, under logs and stones. But never in de bright places. I see. Bond changed the subject. By the way, did those 2 men get off all right in the sunbeam? Sure ting, Cap'n. They plenty happy with de job. And they look plenty like yo and me, Cap'n. Quarrel chuckled. He glanced at Bond and said hesitantly, I fears they weren't very good citizens, Cap'n. Had to find de 2 men where's I could. Me, I'm a beggarman, Cap'n. And, for you, Cap'n, I get a miserable no-good whiteman from Betsy's. Who's Betsy? She done run de lousiest brothel in town, Cap'n. Quarrel spat emphatically out of the window. This whiteman, he does de bookkeepin'. Bond laughed. So long as he can drive a car, I only hope they get to Montego all right. Don asterisk yo worry. Quarrel misunderstood Bond's concern. I say I tell de police they stole de car if they don. They were at the saddleback at Stony Hill where the junction road dives down through 50s bends towards the north coast. Bond put the little Austin A30 into second gear and let it coast. The sun was coming up over the blue mountain peak and dusty shafts of gold lanced into the plunging valley. There were few people on the road, an occasional man going off to his precipitous smallholding on the flank of a hill, his 3-foot steel cutlass dangling from his right hand, chewing at his breakfast, a foot of raw sugar cane held in his left, or a woman sauntering up the road with a covered basket of fruit or vegetables for Stony Hill Market, her shoes on her head, to be donned when she got near the village. It was a savage, peaceful scene that had hardly changed, except for the surface of the road, for 200 years or more. Bond almost smelted the dung of the mule train in which he would have been riding over from Port Royal to visit the garrison at Morgan's Harbour in 1750. Quarrel interrupted his thoughts. "Cap'n," he said apologetically, "beggin' yo' pardon, but kin yo' tell me what yo' have in mind for we? I's been puzzlin' and I can't seem to figure 'bout yo' game." "I've hardly figured it out myself, Quarrel." Bond changed up into top and dawdled through the cool, beautiful glades of Castleton Gardens. "I told you I'm here because Commander Strangways and his secretary have disappeared. Most people think they've gone off together. I think they've been murdered." "That's so," said Quarrel unemotionally. "Who yo' tink done hit?" "I've come to agree with you. I think Dr. No, that Chinaman on Crab Key, had it done." Strangways was poking his nose into this man's affairs, something to do with the bird sanctuary. "Dr. No has this mania for privacy. You were telling me so yourself. Seems he'll do anything to stop people climbing over his wall. Mark you, it's not more than a guess about Dr. No. But some funny things happened in the last 24 hours. That's why I sent the Sunbeam over to Montego, to lay a false scent. And that's why we're going to hide out at the Bow Desert for a few days." "Then what, Cap'n?" "First of all I want you to get me absolutely fit the way you trained me the last time I was here. Remember?" "Sho, Cap'n, ah kin did dat ting. And then I was thinking you and me might go and take a look at Crab Key." Quarrel whistled. The whistle ended on a downward note. "Just sniff around. We needn't get too close to Dr. No's end. I want to take a look at this bird sanctuary. See for myself what happened to the warden's camp. If we find anything wrong, we'll get away again and come back by the front door with some soldiers to help. Have a full dress inquiry. Can't do that until we've got something to go on. What do you think?" Quarrel dug into his hip pocket for a cigarette. He made a fuss about lighting it. He blew a cloud of smoke through his nostrils and watched it whip out of the window. He said, "Cap'n, I tink yo' plumb crazy to trespass on dat island." Quarrel had wound himself up. He paused. There was no comment. He looked sideways at the quiet profile. He said more quietly, in an embarrassed voice, "Jes' one ting, Cap'n. I'll have some folks back in dar Caymans. Would yo' consider tackin' out a life insurance on me afore we sail?" Bond glanced affectionately at the strong brown face. It had a deep cleft of worry between the eyes. "Of course, Quarrel. I'll fix it at Port Maria tomorrow. We'll make it big, say £5,000. Now then, how shall we go? Canoe?" "That's right, Cap'n." Quarrel's voice was reluctant. "We need a calm sea and a light wind. Come hin on de nor'easterly trades. Must be a dark night. Day startin' right now. By end of dar week we git dar seacon, moon quarter. Where yo' reckon to land, Cap'n?" "South shore near the mouth of the river. Then we'll go up the river to the lake. I'm sure that's where the warden's camp was. So as to have fresh water and be able to get down to the sea to fish." Quarrel grunted without enthusiasm. "How long we stayin', Cap'n? Can't take a whole lot of food with us. Bread, cheese, salt pork. No tobacco, can't risk dar smoke and light. That's mighty rough country, Cap'n. Marsh and mangrove." Bond said, "Better plan for 3 days. Weather may break and stop us getting off for a night or two. Couple of good hunting knives. I'll take a gun, you never can tell." "No, sir," said Quarrel emphatically. He relapsed into a brooding silence which lasted until they got to Port Maria. They went through the little town and on round the headland to Morgan's Harbour. It was just as Bond remembered the sugar loaf of the Isle of Surprise rising out of the calm bay, the canoes drawn up beside the mounds of empty conch shells, the distant boom of the surf on the reef which had so nearly been his grave. Bond, his mind full of memories, took the car down the little side road and through the cane fields in the middle of which the gaunt ruin of the old great house of Beaudesert Plantation stood up like a stranded galleon. They came to the gate leading to the bungalow. Quarrel got out and opened the gate, and Bond drove through and pulled up in the yard behind the white single-storied house. It was very quiet. Bond walked round the house and across the lawn to the edge of the sea. Yes, there it was, the stretch of deep, silent water, the submarine path he had taken to the Isle of Surprise. It sometimes came back to him in nightmares. Bond stood looking at it and thinking of Solitaire, the girl he had brought back, torn and bleeding, from that sea. He had carried her across the lawn to the house. What had happened to her? Where was she? Brusquely Bond turned and walked back into the house, driving the phantoms away from him. It was 8:30. Bond unpacked his few things and changed into sandals and shorts. Soon there was the delicious smell of coffee and frying bacon. They ate their breakfast while Bond fixed his training routine up at 7, swim a quarter of a mile, breakfast, an hour's sunbathing, run a mile, swim again, lunch, sleep, sunbathe, swim a mile, hot bath and massage, dinner and asleep by 9. After breakfast the routine began. Nothing interrupted the grinding week except a brief story in the Daily Gleaner and a telegram from Playdell Smith. The Gleaner said that a Sunbeam Talbot, H 2473, had been involved in a fatal accident on the Devil's Racecourse, a stretch of winding road between Spanish Town and Ochos Rio on the Kingston-Montego route. A runaway lorry, whose driver was being traced, had crashed into the Sunbeam as it came round a bend. Both vehicles had left the road and hurtled into the ravine below. The two occupants of the Sunbeam, Ben Gibbons of Harbour Street, and Josiah Smith, no address, had been killed. A Mr. Bond, an English visitor, who had been lent the car, was asked to contact the nearest police station. Bond burned that copy of the Gleaner. He didn't want to upset Quarrel. With only one day to go, the telegram came from Playdell Smith. It said, each object contained enough cyanide to kill a horse. Stop, suggest you change your grocer. Stop, good luck. Smith. Bond also burned the telegram. Quarrel hired a canoe and they spent 3 days sailing it. It was a clumsy shell cut out of a single giant cotton tree. It had 2 thin thwarts, 2 heavy paddles and a small sail of dirty canvas. It was a blunt instrument. Quarrel was pleased with it. 7, 8 hours, Cap'n, he said. Then we bring down the sail and use the paddles. Less target for the radar to see. The weather held. The forecast from Kingston radio was good. The nights were as black as sin. The two men got in their stores. Bond fitted himself out with cheap black canvas jeans and a dark blue shirt and rope-soled shoes. The last evening came. Bond was glad he was on his way. He had only once been out of the training camp to get the stores and arrange Quarrel's insurance, and he was chafing to get out of the stable and onto the track. He admitted to himself that this adventure excited him. It had the right ingredients: physical exertion, mystery, and a ruthless enemy. He had a good companion. His cause was just. There might also be the satisfaction of throwing the holiday in the sun back in M's teeth. That had rankled. Bond didn't like being coddled. The sun blazed beautifully into its grave. Bond went into his bedroom and took out his 2 guns and looked at them. Neither was a part of him, as the Beretta had been an extension of his right hand, but he already knew them as better weapons. Which should he take? Bond picked up each in turn, hefting them in his hand. It had to be the heavier Smith & Wesson. There would be no close shooting, if there was any shooting, on Crab Key. Heavy, long-range stuff if anything. The brutal, stumpy revolver had an extra 25 yards over the welter. Bond fitted the holster into the waistband of his jeans and clipped in the gun. He put 20 spare rounds in his pocket. Was it over insurance to take all this metal on what might only be a tropical picnic? Bond went to the icebox and took a pint of Canadian Club blended rye and some ice and soda water and went and sat in the garden and watched the last light flame and die. The shadows crept from behind the house and marched across the lawn and enveloped him. The undertaker's wind that blows at night from the center of the island, clattered softly in the tops of the palm trees. The frogs began to tinkle among the shrubs. The fireflies, the blinker blinks, as Quarrel called them, came out and began flashing their sexual Morse. For a moment the melancholy of the tropical dusk caught at Bond's heart. He picked up the bottle and looked at it. He had drunk a quarter of it. He poured another big slug into his glass and added some ice. What was he drinking for? Because of the 30 miles of Black Sea he had to cross tonight. Because he was going into the unknown. Because of Dr. No. Quarrel came up from the beach. Time, Cap'n. Bond swallowed his drink and followed the Cayman Islander down to the canoe. It was rocking quietly in the water, its bows on the sand. Quarrel went aft and Bond climbed into the space between the forward thwart and the bows. The sail, wrapped round the short mast, was at his back. Bond took up his paddle and pushed off, and they turned slowly and headed out for the break in the softly creaming waves that was the passage through the reef. They paddled easily, in unison, the paddles turning in their hands so that they did not leave the water on the forward stroke. The small waves slapped softly against the bows. Otherwise they made no noise. It was dark. Nobody saw them go. They just left the land and went off across the sea. Bond's only duty was to keep paddling. Quarrel did the steering. At the opening through the reef there was a swirl and suck of conflicting currents and they were in amongst the jagged niggerheads and coral trees, bared like fangs by the swell. Bond could feel the strength of Quarrel's great sweeps with the paddle as the heavy craft wallowed and plunged. Again and again Bond's own paddle thudded against rock, and once he had to hold on as the canoe hit a buried mass of brain coral and slid off again. Then they were through, and far below the boat there were indigo patches of sand and around them the solid oily feel of deep water. "Okay, Cap'n," said Quarrel softly. Bond shipped his paddle and got down off one knee and sat with his back to the thwart. He heard the scratching of Quarrel's nails against canvas as he unwrapped the sail and then the sharp flap as it caught the breeze. The canoe straightened and began to move. It tilted slowly. There was a soft hiss under the bows. A handful of spray tossed up into Bond's face. The wind of their movement was cool and would soon get cold. Bond hunched up his knees and put his arms round them. The wood was already beginning to bite into his buttocks and his back. It crossed his mind that it was going to be the hell of a long and uncomfortable night. In the darkness ahead Bond could just make out the rim of the world. Then came a layer of black haze above which the stars began, first sparsely and then merging into a dense bright carpet. The Milky Way soared overhead. How many stars? Bond tried counting a finger's length and was soon past the 100. The stars lit the sea into a faint grey road and then arched away over the tip of the mast towards the black silhouette of Jamaica. Bond looked back. Behind the hunched figure of Quarrel there was a faraway cluster of lights which would be Port Maria. Already they were a couple of miles out. Soon they would be a tenth of the way, then a quarter, then half. That would be around midnight when Bond would take over. Bond sighed and put his head down to his knees and closed his eyes. He must have slept because he was awakened by the clonk of a paddle against the boat. He lifted his arm to show that he had heard and glanced at the luminous blaze of his watch. 12:15. Stiffly he unbent his legs and turned and scrambled over the thwart. "Sorry, Quarrel," he said, and it was odd to hear his voice. "You ought to have shaken me up before." "It don't signify, Cap'n," said Quarrel with a grey glint of teeth. "Do yo good to sleep." Gingerly they slipped past each other and Bond settled in the stern and picked up the paddle. The sail was secured to a bent nail beside him. It was flapping. Bond brought the bows into the wind and edged them round so that the North Star was directly over Quarrel's bent head in the bows. For a time this would be fun. There was something to do. There was no change in the night except that it seemed darker and emptier. The pulse of the sleeping sea seemed slower. The heavy swell was longer and the troughs deeper. They were running through a patch of phosphorus that winked at the bows and dripped jewels when Bond lifted the paddle out of the water. How safe it was, slipping through the night in this ridiculously vulnerable little boat. How kind and soft the sea could be. A covey of flying fish broke the surface in front of the bows and scattered like shrapnel. Some kept going for a time beside the canoe, flying as much as 20 yards before they dived into the wall of the swell. Was some bigger fish after them, or did they think the canoe was a fish, or were they just playing? Bond thought of what was going on in the hundreds of fathoms below the boat, the big fish, the shark and barracuda and tarpon and sailfish quietly cruising, the shoals of kingfish and mackerel and bonito and, far below in the grey twilight of the great depths, the phosphorus-jellied boneless things that were never seen, the 50-foot squids, with eyes a foot wide, that streamed along like zeppelins, the last real monsters of the sea, whose size was only known from the fragments found inside whales. What would happen if a wave caught the canoe broadside and capsized them? How long would they last? Bond took an ounce more pains with his steering and put the thought aside. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3, 4. Quarrel awoke and stretched. He called softly to Bond. "Our smells land, Cap'n." Soon there was a thickening of the darkness ahead. The low shadow slowly took on the shape of a huge swimming rat. A pale moon rose slowly behind them. Now the island showed distinctly, a couple of miles away, and there was the distant grumble of surf. They changed places. Quarrel brought down the sail and they took up the paddles. For at least another mile, thought Bond, they would be invisible in the troughs of the waves. Not even radar would distinguish them from the crests. It was the last mile they would have to hurry over with the dawn not far off. Now he too could smell the land. It had no particular scent. It was just something new in the nose after hours of clean sea. He could make out the white fringe of surf. The swell subsided and the waves became choppier. "Now, Cap'n," called Quarrel, and Bond, the sweat already dropping off his chin, dug deeper and more often. God! It was hard work. The hulking log of wood which had sped along so well under the sail now seemed hardly to move. The wave at the bows was only a ripple. Bond's shoulders were aching like fire. The one knee he was resting on was beginning to bruise. His hands were cramped on the clumsy shaft of a paddle made of lead. It was incredible, but they were coming up with the reef. Patches of sand showed deep under the boat. Now the surf was a roar. They followed along the edge of the reef, looking for an opening. 100 yards inside the reef, breaking the sandline, was the shimmer of water running inland. The river, so the landfall had been all right. The wall of surf broke up. There was a patch of black oily current swelling over hidden coral heads. The nose of the canoe turned towards it and into it. There was a turmoil of water and a series of grating thuds, and then a sudden rush forward into peace, and the canoe was moving slowly across a smooth mirror towards the shore. Quarrel steered the boat towards the lee of a rocky promontory where the beach ended. Bond wondered why the beach didn't shine white under the thin moon. When they grounded and Bond climbed stiffly out, he understood why. The beach was black. The sand was soft and wonderful to the feet, but it must have been formed out of volcanic rock, pounded over the centuries, and Bond's naked feet on it looked like white crabs. They made haste. Quarrel took 3 short lengths of thick bamboo out of the boat and laid them up the flat beach. They heaved the nose of the canoe onto the first and pushed the boat up the rollers. After each yard of progress, Bond picked up the back roller and brought it to the front. Slowly the canoe moved up the sand until at last it was over the back tideline and among the rocks and turtle grass and low sea grape bushes. They pushed it another 20 yards inland into the beginning of the mangrove. There they covered it with dried seaweed and bits of driftwood from the tideline. Then Quarrel cut lengths of screw palm and went back over their tracks, sweeping and tidying. It was still dark, but the breath of grey in the east would soon be turning to pearl. It was 5 o'clock. They were dead tired. They exchanged a few words and Quarrel went off among the rocks on the promontory. Bond scooped out a depression in the fine dry sand under a thick bush of sea grape. There were a few hermit crabs beside his bed. He picked up as many as he could find and hurled them into the mangrove. Then, not caring what other animals or insects might come to his smell and his warmth, he lay down full length in the sand and rested his head on his arm. He was at once asleep. Bond 6 Dr. No. VIII. The Elegant Venus. Bond awoke lazily. The feel of the sand reminded him where he was. He glanced at his watch. 10 o'clock. The sun through the round thick leaves of the sea grape was already hot. A larger shadow moved across the dappled sand in front of his face. Coral. Bond shifted his head and peered through the fringe of leaves and grass that concealed him from the beach. He stiffened. His heart missed a beat and then began pounding so that he had to breathe deeply to quieten it. His eyes, as he stared through the blades of grass, were fierce slits. It was a naked girl, with her back to him. She was not quite naked. She wore a broad leather belt round her waist with a hunting knife in a leather sheath at her right hip. The belt made her nakedness extraordinarily erotic. She stood not more than 5 yards away on the tideline looking down at something in her hand. She stood in the classical relaxed pose of the nude, all the weight on the right leg and the left knee bent and turning slightly inwards, the head to one side as she examined the things in her hand. It was a beautiful back. The skin was a very light uniform café au lait with the sheen of dull satin. The gentle curve of the backbone was deeply indented, suggesting more powerful muscles than is usual in a woman, and the behind was almost as firm and rounded as a boy's. The legs were straight and beautiful and no pinkness showed under the slightly lifted left heel. She was not a colored girl. Her hair was ash blonde. It was cut to the shoulders and hung there and along the side of her bent cheek in thick wet strands. A green diving mask was pushed back above her forehead, and the green rubber thong bound her hair at the back. The whole scene, the empty beach, the green and blue sea, the naked girl with the strands of fair hair, reminded Bond of something. He searched his mind. Yes, she was Botticelli's Venus, seen from behind. How had she got there? What was she doing? Bond looked up and down the beach. It was not black, he now saw, but a deep chocolate brown. To the right he could see as far as the river mouth, perhaps 500 yards away. The beach was empty and featureless except for a scattering of small pinkish objects. There were a lot of them, shells of some sort Bond supposed, and they looked decorative against the dark brown background. He looked to the left, to where, 20 yards away, the rocks of the small headland began. Yes, there was a yard or two of groove in the sand where a canoe had been drawn up into the shelter of the rocks. It must have been a light one or she couldn't have drawn it up alone. Perhaps the girl wasn't alone. But there was only one set of footprints leading down from the rocks to the sea and another set coming out of the sea and up the beach to where she now stood on the tideline. Did she live here, or had she too sailed over from Jamaica that night? Hell of a thing for a girl to do. Anyway, what in God's name was she doing here? As if to answer him, the girl made a throwaway gesture of the right hand and scattered a dozen shells on the sand beside her. They were violent pink and seemed to Bond to be the same as he had noticed on the beach. The girl looked down into her left hand and began to whistle softly to herself. There was a happy note of triumph in the whistle. She was whistling, Marian, a plaintive little calypso that has now been cleaned up and made famous outside Jamaica. It had always been one of Bond's favorites. It went, all day, all night, Marian. Sitten by the seaside sifting sand. The girl broke off to stretch her arms out in a deep yawn. Bond smiled to himself. He wetted his lips and took up the refrain. The water from her eyes could sail a boat, the hair on her head could tie a goat. The hands flew down and across her chest. The muscles of her behind bunched with tension. She was listening, her head, still hidden by the curtain of hair, cocked to one side. Hesitantly she began again. The whistle trembled and died. At the first note of Bond's echo, the girl whirled round. She didn't cover her body with the two classical gestures. One hand flew downwards, but the other, instead of hiding her breasts, went up to her face, covering it below the eyes, now wide with fear. "Who's that?" The words came out in a terrified whisper. Bond got to his feet and stepped out through the sea grape. He stopped on the edge of the grass. He held his hands open at his sides to show they were empty. He smiled cheerfully at her. "It's only me. I'm another trespasser. Don't be frightened." The girl dropped her hand down from her face. It went to the knife at her belt. Bond watched the fingers curl round the hilt. He looked up at her face. Now he realized why her hand had instinctively gone to it. It was a beautiful face, with wide apart deep blue eyes under lashes paled by the sun. The mouth was wide, and when she stopped pursing the lips with tension they would be full. It was a serious face, and the jawline was determined, the face of a girl who fends for herself. And once, reflected Bond, she had failed to fend. For the nose was badly broken, smashed crooked like a boxer's. Bond stiffened with revolt at what had happened to this supremely beautiful girl. No wonder this was her shame and not the beautiful firm breasts that now jutted towards him without concealment. The eyes examined him fiercely. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" There was the slight lilt of a Jamaican accent. The voice was sharp and accustomed to being obeyed. "I'm an Englishman. I'm interested in birds." "Oh," the voice was doubtful. The hand still rested on the knife. "How long have you been watching me? How did you get here?" 10 minutes, but no more answers until you tell me who you are." "I'm no one in particular. I come from Jamaica. I collect shells." "I came in a canoe." "Did you?" "Yes. Where is your canoe?" "I've got a friend with me. We've hidden it in the mangroves. There are no marks of a canoe landing." "We're careful. We covered 'em up, not like you." Bond gestured towards the rocks. "You ought to take more trouble. Did you use a sail? Right up to the reef?" "Of course. Why not? I always do." "Then they'll know you're here. They've got radar." "They've never caught me yet." The girl took her hand away from her knife. She reached up and stripped off the diving mask and stood swinging it. She seemed to think she had the measure of Bond. She said, with some of the sharpness gone from her voice, "What's your name?" "Bond. James Bond. What's yours?" She reflected. "Ryder." "What Ryder?" "Honeychild." Bond smiled. "What's so funny about it?" "Nothing. Honeychild Ryder. It's a pretty name." She unbent. "People call me Honey." "Well, I'm glad to meet you." The prosaic phrase seemed to remind her of her nakedness. She blushed. She said uncertainly, "I must get dressed." She looked down at the scattered shells around her feet. She obviously wanted to pick 'em up. Perhaps she realized that the movement might be still more revealing than her present pose. She said sharply, "You're not to touch those while I'm gone." Bond smiled at the childish challenge. "Don't worry, I'll look after them." The girl looked at him doubtfully and then turned and walked stiff-legged over to the rocks and disappeared behind them. Bond walked the few steps down the beach and bent and picked up one of the shells. It was alive and the two halves were shut tight. It appeared to be some kind of a cockle, rather deeply ribbed and colored a mauve pink. Along both edges of the hinge, thin horns stood out, about half a dozen to each side. It didn't seem to Bond a very distinguished shell. He replaced it carefully with the others. He stood looking down at the shells and wondering, was she really collecting them? It certainly looked like it. But what a risk to take to get them the voyage over alone in the canoe and then back again. And she seemed to realize that this was a dangerous place. "They've never caught me yet." What an extraordinary girl. Bond's heart warmed and his senses stirred as he thought of her. Already, as he had found so often when people had deformities, he had almost forgotten her broken nose. It had somehow slipped away behind his memory of her eyes and her mouth and her amazingly beautiful body. Her imperious attitude and her quality of attack were exciting. The way she had reached for her knife to defend herself. She was like an animal whose cubs are threatened. Where did she live? Who were her parents? There was something uncared for about her, a dog that nobody wants to pet. Who was she? Bond heard her footsteps riffling the sand. He turned to look at her. She was dressed almost in rags, a faded brown shirt with torn sleeves and a knee-length patched brown cotton skirt held in place by the leather belt with the knife. She had a canvas knapsack slung over one shoulder. She looked like a principal girl dressed as Man Friday. She came up with him and at once went down on one knee and began picking up the live shells and stowing them in the knapsack. Bond said, "Are those rare?" She sat back on her haunches and looked up at him. She surveyed his face. Apparently she was satisfied. "You promise you won't tell anybody?" "Swear." "I promise," said Bond. "Well then, yes, they are rare. Very. You can get $5 for a perfect specimen. In Miami, that's where I deal with. They're called Venus elegans, the elegant Venus." Her eyes sparkled up at him with excitement. "This morning I found what I wanted. The bed where they live." She waved towards the sea. "You wouldn't find it though," she added with sudden carefulness. "It's very deep and hidden away. I doubt if you could dive that deep. And anyway," she looked happy, "I'm going to clear the whole bed today. You'd only get the imperfect ones if you came back here." Bond lowered. "I promise I won't steal any. I really don't know anything about shells. Cross my heart." She stood up, her work completed. "What about these birds of yours? What sort are they? Are they valuable too?" "I won't tell either if you tell me. I only collect shells." "They're called roseate spoonbills," said Bond. "Sort of pink stalk with a flat beak. Ever seen any?" "Oh, those," she said scornfully. "There used to be thousands of them here. But you won't find many now. They scared 'em all away." She sat down on the sand and put her arms round her knees, proud of her superior knowledge and now certain that she had nothing to fear from this man. Bond sat down a yard away. He stretched out and turned towards her, resting on his elbow. He wanted to preserve the picnic atmosphere and try to find out more about this queer, beautiful girl. He said, easily, "Oh, really? What happened? Who did it?" She shrugged impatiently. "The people here did it. I don't know who they are. There's a Chinaman. He doesn't like birds or something. He's got a dragon. He sent the dragon after the birds and scared 'em away. The dragon burned up the nesting places. There used to be 2 men who lived with the birds and looked after them. They got scared away too, or killed or something." It all seemed quite natural to her. She gave the facts indifferently, staring out to sea. Bond said, "This dragon. What kind is he? Have you ever seen him?" "Yes, I've seen him." She screwed up her eyes and made a wry face as if she was swallowing bitter medicine. She looked earnestly at Bond to make him share her feelings. "I've been coming here for about a year, looking for shells and exploring. I only found these," she waved at the beach, "about a month ago. On my last trip, but I've found plenty of other good ones. Just before Christmas I thought I'd explore the river. I went up it to the top, where the birdmen had their camp. It was all broken up. It was getting late and I decided to spend the night there. In the middle of the night I woke up. The dragon was coming by only a few chains away from me. It had 2 great glaring eyes and a long snout. It had sort of short wings and a pointed tail. It was all black and gold." She frowned at the expression on Bond's face. "There was a full moon. I could see it quite clearly. It went by me. It was making a sort of roaring noise. It went over the marsh and came to some thick mangrove and it simply climbed over the bushes and went on. A whole flock of birds got up in front of it and suddenly a lot of fire came out of its mouth and it burned a lot of them up and all the trees they'd been roosting in. It was horrible, the most horrible thing I've ever seen." The girl leant sideways and peered at Bond's face. She sat up straight again and stared obstinately out to sea. "I can see you don't believe me," she said in a furious, tense voice. "You're one of these city people. You don't believe anything." "Ugh," she shuddered with dislike of him. Bond said reasonably, "Honey, there just aren't such things as dragons in the world. You saw something that looked very like a dragon. I'm just wondering what it was." "How do you know there aren't such things as dragons?" Now he had made her really angry. "Nobody lives on this end of the island. One could easily have survived here. Anyway, what do you think you know about animals and things?" "I've lived with snakes and things since I was a child. Alone. Have you ever seen a praying mantis eat a husband after they've made love?" Have you ever seen the mongoose dance? Or an octopus dance? How long is a hummingbird's tongue? Have you ever had a pet snake that wore a bell round its neck and rang it to wake you? Have you seen a scorpion get sunstroke and kill itself with its own sting? Have you seen the carpet of flowers under the sea at night? Do you know that a John Crow can smell a dead lizard a mile away? The girl had fired these questions like scornful jabs with a rapier. Now she stopped, out of breath. She said hopelessly, "Oh, you're just city folk like all the rest." Bond said, "Honey, now look here. You know these things. I can't help it that I live in towns. I'd like to know about your things too. I just haven't had that sort of life. I know other things instead." Like, Bond searched his mind. He couldn't think of anything as interesting as hers. He finished lamely, "Like for instance that this Chinaman is going to be more interested in your visit this time. This time he's going to try and stop you getting away." He paused and added, "And me for the matter of that." She turned and looked at him with interest. "Oh, why, but then it doesn't really matter. One just hides during the day and gets away at night. He's sent dogs after me and even a plane. He hasn't got me yet." She examined Bond with a new interest. "Is it you he's after?" "Well, yes," admitted Bond. "I'm afraid it is. You see, we dropped the sail about 2 miles out so that their radar wouldn't pick us up. I think the Chinaman may have been expecting a visit from me. Your sail will have been reported and I'd bet anything he'll think your canoe was mine. I'd better go and wake my friend up and we'll talk it over. You'll like him. He's a Cayman Islander, name of Quarrel." The girl said, "Well, I'm sorry if..." The sentence trailed away. Apologies wouldn't come easy to someone so much on the defensive. "But after all I couldn't know, could I?" She searched his face. Bond smiled into the questing blue eyes. He said reassuringly, "Of course you couldn't. It's just bad luck for you too. I don't suppose he minds too much about a solitary girl who collects shells. You can be sure they've had a good look at your footprints and found clues like that." He waved at the scattered shells on the beach. "But I'm afraid he'd take a different view of me. Now he'll try and hunt me down with everything he's got. I'm only afraid he may get you into the net in the process. Anyway," Bond grinned reassuringly, "we'll see what Quarrel has to say. You stay here." Bond got to his feet. He walked along the promontory and cast about him. Quarrel had hidden himself well. It took Bond 5 minutes to find him. He was lying in a grassy depression between 2 big rocks, half covered by a board of grey driftwood. He was still fast asleep, the brown head, stern in sleep, cradled on his forearm. Bond whistled softly and smiled as the eyes sprang wide open like an animal's. Quarrel saw Bond and scrambled to his feet, almost guiltily. He rubbed his big hands over his face as if he was washing it. "Mornin', Cap'n," he said. "Guess I've been down deep. Dat China girl come to me." Bond smiled. "I got something different," he said. They sat down and Bond told him about Honeychar Ryder and her shells and the fix they were in. "And now it's 11 o'clock, Bond added. "And we've got to make a new plan." Quarrel scratched his head. He looked sideways at Bond. "Yo Don, plan we just ditch this girl?" he asked hopefully. "Ain't nothing to do with we." Suddenly he stopped. His head swiveled round and pointed like a dog's. He held up a hand for silence, listening intently. Bond held his breath. In the distance, to the eastwards, there was a faint droning. Quarrel jumped to his feet. "Quick, Cap'n," he said urgently. "Bay's a comin'." Bond 6 Dr. No. IX. Close shaves. 10 minutes later the bay was empty and immaculate. Small waves curled lazily in across the mirrored water inside the reef and flopped exhausted on the dark sand where mauve shells glittered like shed toenails. The heap of discarded shells had gone and there was no longer any trace of footprints. Quarrel had cut branches of mangrove and had walked backwards, sweeping carefully as he went. Where he had swept, the sand was of a different texture from the rest of the beach, but not too different as to be noticed from outside the reef. The girl's canoe had been pulled deeper among the rocks and covered with seaweed and driftwood. Quarrel had gone back to the headland. Bond and the girl lay a few feet apart under the bush of sea grape where Bond had slept, and gazed silently out across the water to the corner of the headland round which the boat would come. The boat was perhaps a quarter of a mile away. From the slow pulse of the twin diesels, Bond guessed that every cranny of the coastline was being searched for signs of them. It sounded a powerful boat. A big cabin cruiser, perhaps. What crew would it have? Who would be in command of the search? Dr. No, unlikely. He would not trouble himself with this kind of police work. From the west a wedge of cormorants appeared, flying low over the sea beyond the reef. Bond watched them. They were the first evidence he had seen of the Guinea colony at the other end of the island. These, according to Playdell Smith's description, would be scouts for the silver flash of the anchovy near the surface. Sure enough, as he watched, they began to backpedal in the air and then go into shallow dives, hitting the water like shrapnel. Almost at once a fresh file appeared from the west, then another and another that merged into a long stream and then into a solid black river of birds. For minutes they darkened the skyline and then they were down on the water, covering several acres of it, screeching and fighting and plunging their heads below the surface, cropping at the solid field of anchovy-like piranha fish feasting on a drowned horse. Bond felt a gentle nudge from the girl. She gestured with her head. The Chinaman's hens getting their corn. Bond examined the happy, beautiful face. She had seemed quite unconcerned by the arrival of the search party. To her it was only the game of hide and seek she had played before. Bond hoped she wasn't going to get a shock. The iron thud of the diesels was getting louder. The boat must be just behind the headland. Bond took a last look round the peaceful bay and then fixed his eyes, through the leaves and grass, on the point of the headland inside the reef. The knife of white bows appeared. It was followed by 10 yards of empty polished deck, glass windshields, a low-raked cabin with a siren and a blunt radio mast, the glimpse of a man inside at the wheel, then the long flat well of the stern and a drooping red ensign. Converted MTB, British government surplus. Bond's eyes went to the 2 men standing in the stern. They were pale-skinned Negroes. They wore neat khaki ducks and shirts, broad belts, and deep vissored baseball caps of yellow straw. They were standing side by side, bracing themselves against the slow swell. One of them was holding a long black loudhailer with a wire attached. The other was manning a machine gun on a tripod. It looked to Bond like a Spandau. The man with the loudhailer let it fall so that it swung on a strap round his neck. He picked up a pair of binoculars and began inching them along the beach. The low murmur of his comments just reached Bond above the glutinous flutter of the diesels. Bond watched the eyes of the binoculars begin with the headland and then sweep the sand. The twin eyes paused among the rocks and moved on. They came back. The murmur of comment rose to a jabber. The man handed the glasses to the machine gunner, who took a quick glance through them and gave them back. The scanner shouted something to the helmsman. The cabin cruiser stopped and backed up. Now she lay outside the reef exactly opposite Bond and the girl. The scanner again leveled the binoculars at the rocks where the girl's canoe lay hidden. Again the excited jabber came across the water. Again the glasses were passed to the machine gunner, who glanced through. This time he nodded decisively. Bond thought, now we've had it. These men know the job. Bond watched the machine gunner pull the bolt back to load. The double click came to him over the bubbling of the diesels. The scanner lifted his loudhailer and switched it on. The twanging echo of the amplifier moaned and screeched across the water. The man brought it up to his lips. The voice roared across the bay. "Okay, folks, come on out and you won't get hurt." It was an educated voice. There was a trace of American accent. "Now then, folks," the voice thundered, "make it quick. We've seen where you came ashore. We've spotted the boat under the driftwood. We ain't fools and we ain't fooling. Take it easy. Just walk out with your hands up. You'll be okay." Silence fell. The waves lapped softly on the beach. Bond could hear the girl breathing. The thin screeching of the cormorant seemed to them muted across the mile of sea. The diesels bubbled unevenly as the swell covered the exhaust pipe and then opened it again. Softly Bond reached over to the girl and tugged at her sleeve. "Come close," he whispered. Smaller target. He felt her warmth nearer to him. Her cheek brushed against his forearm. He whispered, "Burrow into the sand. Wriggle. Every inch'll help." He began to worm his body carefully deeper into the depression they had scooped out for themselves. He felt her do the same. He peered out. Now his eyes were only just above the skyline of the top of the beach. The man was lifting his loud hailer. The voice roared, "Okay, folks, just so as you'll know, this thing isn't for show." He lifted his thumb. The machine gunner trained his gun into the tops of the mangroves behind the beach. There came the swift rattling roar Bond had last heard coming from the German lines in the Ardennes. The bullets made the same old sound of frightened pigeons whistling overhead. Then there was silence. In the distance Bond watched the black cloud of cormorants take to the air and begin circling. His eyes went back to the boat. The machine gunner was feeling the barrel of his gun to see if it had warmed. The two men exchanged some words. The scanner picked up his loud hailer. "Okay, folks," he said harshly. "You've been warned. This is it." Bond watched the snout of the Spandau swing and depress. The man was going to start with the canoe among the rocks. Bond whispered to the girl, "All right, honey. Stick it. Keep right down. It won't last long." He felt her hand squeeze his arm. He thought, "Poor little bitch, she's in this because of me." He leant to the right to cover her head and pushed his face deep into the sand. This time the crash of noise was terrific. The bullets howled into the corner of the headland. Fragments of splintered rock whined over the beach like hornets. Ricochets twanged and buzzed off into the hinterland. Behind it all there was the steady road drill hammer of the gun. There was a pause. New magazine, thought Bond. Now it's us. He could feel the girl clutching at him. Her body was trembling along his flank. Bond reached out an arm and pressed her to him. The roar of the gun began again. The bullets came zipping along the tideline towards them. There was a succession of quick close thuds. The bush above them was being torn to shreds. Swip, swip, swip. It was as if the thong of a steel whip was cutting the bush to pieces. Bits scattered around them, slowly covering them. Bond could smell the cooler air that meant they were now lying in the open. Were they hidden by the leaves and debris? The bullets marched away along the shoreline. In less than a minute the racket stopped. The silence sang. The girl whimpered softly. Bond hushed her and held her tighter. The loud hailer boomed. "Okay, folks, if you still got ears, we'll be along soon to pick up the bits. And we'll be bringing the dogs. Bye for now." The slow thud of the diesel quickened. The engine accelerated into a hasty roar, and through the fallen leaves Bond watched the stern of the launch settle lower in the water as it made off to the west. Within minutes it was out of earshot. Bond cautiously raised his head. The bay was serene, the beach unmarked. All was as before except for the stench of cordite and the sour smell of blasted rock. Bond pulled the girl to her feet. There were tear streaks down her face. She looked at him aghast. She said solemnly, "That was horrible. What did they do it for? We might have been killed." Bond thought, this girl has always had to fend for herself, but only against nature. She knows the world of animals and insects and fishes, and she's got the better of it. But it's been a small world, bounded by the sun and the moon and the seasons. She doesn't know the big world of the smoke-filled room, of the bullion broker's parlor, of the corridors and waiting rooms of government offices, of careful meetings on park seats. She doesn't know about the struggle for big power and big money by the big men. She doesn't know that she's been swept out of her rock pool into the dirty waters. He said, "It's all right, honey. They're just a lot of bad men who are frightened of us. We can manage them." Bond put his arm round her shoulders. "And you were wonderful. As brave as anything. Come on now, we'll look for Quarrel and make some plans. Anyway, it's time we had something to eat. What do you eat on these expeditions?" They turned and walked up the beach to the headland. After a minute she said in a controlled voice, "Oh, there's stacks of food about. Sea urchins mostly. And there are wild bananas and things. I eat and sleep for 2 days before I come out here. I don't need anything." Bond held her more closely. He dropped his arm as Quarrel appeared on the skyline. Quarrel scrambled down among the rocks. He stopped, looking down. They came up with him. The girl's canoe was sawn almost in half by the bullets. The girl gave a cry. She looked desperately at Bond. "My boat. How am I to get back?" "Don't you worry, Missy." Quarrel appreciated the loss of a canoe better than Bond. He guessed it might be most of the girl's capital. "Cap'n fix you up wit, Anada. And, you come back wit, we. Us got a fine boat in de mangrove. Hit not get broke. Ours been to see him." Quarrel looked at Bond. Now his face was worried. "But Cap'n, yo sees what I means about dese folk. Dey mighty tough men and dey means business. Dese dogs dey speak of. Dose is policehoons pinchers dey's called. Big bastards. Ma friends tell me as dere's a pack of 20 or mo. We better make plans quick and good." "All right, Quarrel, but first we must have something to eat. And I'm damned if I'm going to be scared off the island before I've had a good look. We'll take Honey with us." He turned to the girl. "Is that all right with you, honey? You'll be all right with us. Then we'll sail home together." The girl looked doubtfully at him. "I guess there's no alternative. I mean, I'd love to go with you if I won't be in the way. I really don't want anything to eat. But will you take me home as soon as you can? I don't want to see any more of those people. How long are you going to be looking at these birds?" Bond said evasively, "Not long. I've got to find out what happened to them and why. Then we'll be off." He looked at his watch. "It's 12 now. You wait here, have a bathe or something. Don't walk about leaving footprints. Come on, Quarrel, we'd better get that boat hidden." It was 1 o'clock before they were ready. Bond and Quarrel filled the canoe with stones and sand until it sank in a pool among the mangroves. They smeared over their footprints. The bullets had left so much litter behind the shoreline that they could do most of their walking on broken leaves and twigs. They ate some of their rations avidly, the girl reluctantly, and climbed across the rocks and into the shallow water offshore. Then they trudged along the shallows towards the river mouth 300 yards away down the beach. It was very hot. A harsh, baking wind had sprung up from the northeast. Quarrel said this wind blew daily the year round. It was vital to the guanera. It dried the guano. The glare from the sea and from the shiny green leaves of the mangroves was dazzling. Bond was glad he had taken trouble to get his skin hardened to the sun. There was a sandy bar at the river mouth and a long deep stagnant pool. They could either get wet or strip. Bond said to the girl, "Honey, we can't be shy on this trip. We'll keep our shirts on because of the sun. Wear what's sensible and walk behind us." Without waiting for her reply, the two men took off the trousers. Quarrel rolled them and packed them in the knapsack with the provisions and Bond's gun. They waded into the pool, Quarrel in front, then Bond, then the girl. The water came up to Bond's waist. A big silver fish leaped out of the pool and fell back with a splash. There were arrows on the surface where others fled out of their way. "Tarpon," commented Quarrel. The pool converged into a narrow neck over which the mangroves touched. For a time they waded through a cool tunnel, and then the river broadened into a deep sluggish channel that meandered, ahead among the giant spider legs of the mangroves. The bottom was muddy and at each step their feet sank inches into slime. Small fish or shrimps wriggled and fled from under their feet, and every now and then they had to stoop to brush away leeches before they got hold. But otherwise it was easy going and quiet and cool among the bushes, and, at least to Bond, it was a blessing to be out of the sun. Soon, as they got away from the sea, it began to smell bad with the bad egg, sulphuretted hydrogen smell of marsh gas. The mosquitoes and sandflies began to find them. They liked Bond's fresh body. Quarrel told him to dip himself in the river water. "Dem like der meat with salt on him," he explained cheerfully. Bond took off his shirt and did as he was told. Then it was better, and after a while Bond's nostrils even got used to the marsh gas, except when Quarrel's feet disturbed some aged pocket in the mud and a vintage bubble wobbled up from the bottom and burst stinking under his nose. The mangroves became fewer and sparser and the river slowly opened out. The water grew shallower and the bottom firmer. Soon they came round a bend and into the open. Honey said, "Better watch out now. We'll be easier to see. It goes on like this for about a mile. Then the river gets narrower until the lake. Then there's the sandspit the birdman lived on." They stopped in the shadow of the mangrove tunnel and looked out. The river meandered sluggishly away from them towards the center of the island. Its banks, fringed with low bamboo and sea grape, would give only half shelter. From its western bank the ground rose slowly and then sharply up to the Sugarloaf about 2 miles away, which was the Guanera. Round the base of the mountain there was a scattering of Quonset huts. A zigzag of silver ran down the hillside. Toff huts, a de Corville track, Bond guessed, to bring the guano from the diggings down to the crusher and separator. The summit of the Sugarloaf was white, as if with snow. From the peak flew a smoky flag of guano dust. Bond could see the black dots of cormorants against the white background. They were landing and taking off like bees at a hive. Bond stood and gazed at the distant glittering mountain of bird dung. So this was the kingdom of Dr. No. Bond thought he had never seen a more godforsaken landscape in his life. He examined the ground between the river and the mountain. It seemed to be the usual grey dead coral, broken, where there was a pocket of earth, by low scrub and screw palm. No doubt a road or a track led down the mountainside to the central lake and the marshes. It looked bad stuff to cross unless there was. Bond noticed that all the vegetation was bent to the westwards. He imagined living the year round with that hot wind constantly scouring the island, the smell of the marsh gas and the guano. No penal colony could have a worse sight than this. Bond looked to the east. There the mangroves in the marshland seemed more hospitable. They marched away in a solid green carpet until they lost their outline in the dancing heat haze on the horizon. Over them a thick froth of birds tossed and settled and tossed again. Their steady scream carried over on the harsh wind. Quarrel's voice broke in on Bond's thoughts. "Days a comin', Cap'n." Bond followed Quarrel's eyes. A big lorry was racing down from the huts, dust streaming from its wheels. Bond followed it for 10 minutes until it disappeared amongst the mangroves at the head of the river. He listened. The baying of dogs came down on the wind. Quarrel said, "Dey'll come down de river, Cap'n. Deem'll know we kind move, sept up de river, assumin' we ain't dead. Dey'll surely come down de river to de beach and look for de pieces. Den most likely de boat come wit, a dinghy and take de men and dogs off. Leastways, that's what I'd do in der place." Honey said, "That's what they do when they look for me. It's quite all right. You cut a piece of bamboo and when they get near you go under the water and breathe through the bamboo till they've gone by." Bond smiled at Quarrel. He said, "Supposing you get the bamboo while I find a good mangrove clump." Quarrel nodded dubiously. He started off upstream towards the bamboo thickets. Bond turned back into the mangrove tunnel. Bond had avoided looking at the girl. She said impatiently, "You needn't be so careful of looking at me. It's no good minding those things at a time like this. You said so yourself." Bond turned and looked at her. Her tattered shirt came down to the waterline. There was a glimpse of pale wavering limbs below. The beautiful face smiled at him. In the mangroves the broken nose seemed appropriate in its animalness. Bond looked at her slowly. She understood. He turned and went on downstream and she followed him. Bond found what he wanted, a crack in the wall of mangrove that seemed to go deeper. He said, "Don't break a branch." He bent his head and waded in. The channel went in 10 yards. The mud under their feet became deeper and softer. Then there was a solid wall of roots and they could go no farther. The brown water flowed slowly through a wide, quiet pool. Bond stopped. The girl came close to him. "This is real hide and seek," she said tremulously. "Yes, isn't it?" Bond was thinking of his gun. He was wondering how well it would shoot after a bath in the river, how many dogs and men he could get if they were found. He felt a wave of disquiet. It had been a bad break coming across this girl. In combat, like it or not, a girl is your extra heart. The enemy has 2 targets against your 1. Bond remembered his thirst. He scooped up some water. It was brackish and tasted of earth. It was all right. He drank some more. The girl put out her hand and stopped him. "Don't drink too much. Wash your mouth out and spit. You could get fever." Bond looked at her quietly. He did as she told him. Quarrel whistled from somewhere in the main stream. Bond answered and waded out towards him. They came back along the channel. Quarrel splashed the mangrove roots with water where their bodies might have brushed against them. "Killed our smell of us," he explained briefly. He produced his handful of bamboo lengths and began whittling and cutting them. Bond looked to his gun and the spare ammunition. They stood still in the pool so as not to stir up more mud. The sunlight dappled down through the thick roof of leaves. The shrimps nibbled softly at their feet. Tension built up in the hot, crouching silence. It was almost a relief to hear the baying of the dogs. Bond 6 Dr. No. X. Dragon Spore. The search party was coming fast down the river. The two men in bathing trunks and tall waders were having to run to keep up with the dogs. They were big Chinese Negroes wearing shoulder holsters across the naked sweating chests. Occasionally they exchanged shouts that were mostly swear words. Ahead of them the pack of big Doberman pinschers swam and floundered through the water, baying excitedly. They had a scent and they quested frenziedly, the diamond-shaped ears erect on the smooth, serpentine heads. "Maybe a ring crocodile," yelled the leading man through the hubbub. He was carrying a short whip which he occasionally cracked like a whipper in on the hunting field. The other man converged towards him. He shouted excitedly, "For my money it's the ing limey. Bet ya he's lying up in the mangrove. Mind he doesn't give us a ing ambush." The man took the gun out of its holster and put it under his armpit and kept his hand on the butt. They were coming out of the open river into the mangrove tunnel. The first man had a whistle. It stuck out of his broad face like a cigar butt. He blew a shrill blast. When the dogs swapped on he laid about him with the whip. The dogs checked, whimpering as the slow current forced them to disobey orders. The two men took the guns and waded slowly downstream through the straggly legs of the mangroves. The leading man came to the narrow break that Bond had found. He grasped a dog by the collar and swung it into the channel. The dog snorted eagerly and paddled forward. The man's eyes squinted at the mangrove roots on either side of the channel to see if they were scratched. The dog and the man came into the small enclosed pool at the end of the channel. The man looked round disgustedly. He caught the dog by the collar and pulled him back. The dog was reluctant to leave the place. The man lashed down into the water with his whip. The second man had been waiting at the entrance to the little channel. The first man came out. He shook his head and they went on downstream, the dogs, now less excited, streaming ahead. Slowly the noise of the hunt grew less and vanished. For another 5 minutes nothing moved in the mangrove pool, then, in one corner among the roots, a thin periscope of bamboo rose slowly out of the water. Bond's face emerged, the forehead streaked with wet hair, like the face of a surfacing corpse. In his right hand under the water the gun was ready. He listened intently. There was dead silence, not a sound. Or was there? What was that soft swish out in the main stream? Was someone wading very quietly along in the wake of the hunt? Bond reached out on either side of him and softly touched the other two bodies that lay among the roots on the edge of the pool. As the two faces surfaced he put his finger to his lips. It was too late. Quarrel had coughed and spat. Bond made a grimace and nodded urgently towards the main stream. They all listened. There was dead silence. Then the soft swishing began again. Whoever it was coming into the side channel. The tubes of bamboo went back into the three mouths and the heads softly submerged again. Underwater, Bond rested his head in the mud, pinched his nostrils with his left hand and pursed his lips round the tube. He knew the pool had been examined once already. He had felt the disturbance of the swimming dog. That time they had not been found. Would they get away with it again? This time there would have been less chance for the stirred mud to seep away out of the pool. If this searcher saw the darker brown stain, would he shoot into it or stab into it? What weapons would he have? Bond decided that he wouldn't take chances. At the first movement in the water near him he would get to his feet and shoot and hope for the best. Bond lay and focused all his senses. What hell this controlled breathing was, and how maddening the soft nibbling of the shrimps. It was lucky none of them had a sore on their bodies, or the damned things would have eaten into it. But it had been a bright idea of the girls. Without it the dogs would have got to them wherever they had hidden. Suddenly Bond cringed. A rubber boot had stepped on his shin and slid off. Would the man think it was a branch? Bond couldn't chance it. With one surge of motion he hurled himself upwards, spitting out the length of bamboo. Bond caught a quick impression of a huge body standing almost on top of him and of a swirling rifle butt. He lifted his left arm to protect his head and felt the jarring blow on his forearm. At the same time his right hand lunged forward, and as the muzzle of his gun touched the glistening right breast below the hairless aureole he pulled the trigger. The kick of the explosion, pent up against the man's body, almost broke Bond's wrist, but the man crashed back like a chopped tree into the water. Bond caught a glimpse of a huge rent in his side as he went under. The rubber waders thrashed once, and the head, a Chinese negroid head, broke the surface, its eyes turned up and water pouring from its silently yelling mouth. Then the head went under again, and there was nothing but muddy froth and a slowly widening red stain that began to seep away downstream. Bond shook himself. He turned. Coral and the girl were standing behind him, water streaming from their bodies. Coral was grinning from ear to ear, but the girl's knuckles were at her mouth and her eyes were staring horror-struck at the reddened water. Bond said curtly, "I'm sorry, honey. It had to be done. He was right on top of us. Come on, let's get going." He took her roughly by the arm and thrust her away from the place and out into the main stream, only stopping when they had reached the open river at the beginning of the mangrove tunnel. The landscape was empty again. Bond glanced at his watch. It had stopped at 3 o'clock. He looked at the westering sun. It might be 4 o'clock now. How much farther had they to go? Bond suddenly felt tired. Now he'd torn it. Even if the shot hadn't been heard, and it would have been well muffled by the man's body and by the mangroves, the man would be missed when the others rendezvoused, if Quarrel's guess was right, at the river mouth to be taken off to the launch. Would they come back up the river to look for the missing man? Probably not. It would be getting dark before they knew for certain that he was missing. They'd send out a search party in the morning. The dogs would soon get the body. Then what? The girl tugged at his sleeve. She said angrily, "It's time you told me what all this is about. Why's everybody trying to kill each other? And who are you? I don't believe all this story about birds. You don't take a revolver after birds." Bond looked down into the angry, wide-apart eyes. "I'm sorry, honey. I'm afraid I've got you into a bit of a mess. I'll tell you all about it this evening when we get to the camp. It's just bad luck you being mixed up with me like this. I've got a bit of a war on with these people. They seem to want to kill me. Now I'm only interested in seeing us all off the island without anyone else getting hurt. I've got enough to go on now so that next time I can come back by the front door." "What do you mean? Are you some sort of a policeman? Are you trying to send this Chinaman to prison?" "That's about it." Bond smiled down at her. "At least you're on the side of the angels. And now you tell me something. How much farther to the camp?" "Oh, about an hour." "Is it a good place to hide? Could they find us there easily?" "They'd have to come across the lake or up the river. It'll be all right so long as they don't send the dragon after us. He can go through the water. I've seen him do it." "Oh well," said Bond diplomatically, "let's hope he's got a sore tail or something." The girl snorted. "All right, Mr. Know-all," she said angrily. "Just you wait." Quarrel splashed out of the mangroves. He was carrying a rifle. He said apologetically, "No harm in havin' a gun, Cap'n. Looks like us may need hit." Bond took it. It was a U.S. Army Remington carbine, .300. These people certainly had the right equipment. He handed it back. Quarrel echoed his thoughts. "Dese is sly folks, Cap'n. Dat man moose have come sneakin' down softly behind de others to catch us comin' out after de dogs had passed. He show is a sly mongoose, dat doctor fella." Bond said thoughtfully, "He must be quite a man." He shrugged away his thoughts. "Now let's get going, Honey says there's another hour to the camp. Better keep to the left bank so as to get what cover we can from the hill. For all we know they've got glasses trained on the river. Bond handed his gun to Quarrel, who stowed it in the sodden knapsack. They moved off again with Quarrel in the lead and Bond and the girl walking together. They got some shade from the bamboo and bushes along the western bank, but now they had to face the full force of the scorching wind. They splashed water over their arms and faces to cool the burns. Bond's eyes were bloodshot with the glare and his arm ached intolerably where the gun butt had struck. And he was not looking forward to his dinner of soaking bread and cheese and salt pork. How long would they be able to sleep? He hadn't had much last night. It looked like the same ration again. And what about the girl? She had had none. He and Quarrel would have to keep watch and watch. And then tomorrow, off into the mangrove again and work their way slowly back to the canoe across the eastern end of the island. It looked like that, and sail the following night. Bond thought of hacking away for 5 miles through solid mangroves. What a prospect. Bond trudged on, thinking of M's holiday in the sunshine. He'd certainly give something for M to be sharing it with him now. The river grew narrower until it was only a stream between the bamboo clumps. Then it widened out into a flat marshy estuary beyond which the 5 square miles of shallow lake swept away to the other side of the island in a ruffled blue-grey mirror. Beyond, there was the shimmer of the airstrip and the glint of the sun on a single hangar. The girl told them to keep to the east and they worked their way slowly along inside the fringe of bushes. Suddenly Quarrel stopped, his face pointing like a gun dog's at the marshy ground in front of him. 2 deep parallel grooves were cut into the mud, with a fainter groove in the center. They were the tracks of something that had come down from the hill and gone across the marsh towards the lake. The girl said indifferently, "That's where the dragon's been." Quarrel turned the whites of his eyes towards her. Bond walked slowly along the tracks. The outside ones were quite smooth with an indented curve. They could have been made by wheels, but they were vast, at least 2 feet across. The center track was of the same shape but only 3 inches across, about the width of a motor tire. The tracks were without a trace of tread, and they were fairly fresh. They marched along in a dead straight line and the bushes they crossed were squashed flat as if a tank had gone over them. Bond couldn't imagine what kind of vehicle, if it was a vehicle, had made them. When the girl nudged him and whispered fiercely, "I told you so," he could only say thoughtfully, "Well, honey, if it isn't a dragon, it's something else I've never seen before." Farther on, she tugged urgently at his sleeve. "Look," she whispered. She pointed forward to a big clump of bushes beside which the tracks ran. They were leafless and blackened. In the center there showed the charred remains of birds' nests. "He breathed on 'em," she said excitedly. Bond walked up to the bushes and examined them. He certainly did, he admitted. Why had this particular clump been burned? It was all very odd. The tracks swerved out towards the lake and disappeared into the water. Bond would have liked to follow them, but there was no question of leaving cover. They trudged on, wrapped in the different thoughts. Slowly the day began to die behind the sugar loaf, and at last the girl pointed ahead through the bushes and Bond could see a long spit of sand running out into the lake. There were thick bushes of sea grape along its spine and, halfway, perhaps 100 yards from the shore, the remains of a thatched hut. It looked a reasonably attractive place to spend the night and it was well protected by the water on both sides. The wind had died and the water was soft and inviting. How heavenly it was going to be to take off their filthy shirts and wash in the lake, and, after the hours of squelching through the mud and stench of the river and the marsh, be able to lie down on the hard dry sand. The sun blazed yellowly and sank behind the mountain. The day was still alive at the eastern tip of the island, but the black shadow of the sugar loaf was slowly marching across the lake and would soon reach out and kill that too. The frogs started up, louder than in Jamaica, until the thick dusk was shrill with them. Across the lake a giant bullfrog began to drum. The eerie sound was something between a tom-tom and an ape's roar. It sent out short messages that were suddenly throttled. Soon it fell silent. It had found what it had sent for. They reached the neck of the sandspit and filed out along a narrow track. They came to the clearing with the smashed remains of the wattle hut. The big mysterious tracks led out of the water on both sides and through the clearing and over the nearby bushes as if the thing, whatever it was, had stampeded the place. Many of the bushes were burned or charred. There were the remains of a fireplace made of lumps of coral and a few scattered cooking pots and empty tins. They searched in the debris and Quarrel unearthed a couple of unopened tins of Heinz pork and beans. The girl found a crumpled sleeping bag. Bond found a small leather purse containing 5 $1 notes, 3 Jamaica pounds and some silver. The two men had certainly left in a hurry. They left the place and moved farther along to a small sandy clearing. Through the bushes they could see lights winking across the water from the mountain, perhaps 2 miles away. To the eastward there was nothing but the soft black sheen of water under the darkening sky. Bond said, "As long as we don't show a light we should be fine here. The first thing is to have a good wash. Honey, you take the rest of the sandspit and we'll have the landward end. See you for dinner in about half an hour." The girl laughed. "Will you be dressing?" "Certainly," said Bond. "Trousers." Quarrel said, "Cap'n, while there's henna light'll get des tins open and get things fixed for tonight." He rummaged in the knapsack. "Here's yo trousers and yo gun. The bread don't feel so good but hit only wet. Hit eat okay and meb hit dry hout come de mornin'. Guess we'd better eat de tins tonight and keep de cheese and pork. Those tins is heavy and we got plenty footin' tomorrow." Bond said, "All right, Quarrel. I'll leave the menu to you." He took the gun and the damp trousers and walked down into the shallow water and back the way they had come. He found a hard dry stretch of sand and took off his shirt and stepped back into the water and lay down. The water was soft but disgustingly warm. He dug up handfuls of sand and scrubbed himself with it, using it as soap. Then he lay and luxuriated in the silence and the loneliness. The stars began to shine palely, the stars that had brought him to the island last night, a year ago, the stars that would take them away again tomorrow night, a year away. What a trip, but at least it had already paid off. Now he had enough evidence, and witnesses, to go back to the governor and get a full dress inquiry going into the activities of Dr. No. One didn't use machine guns on people, even on trespassers. And, by the same token, what was this thing of Dr. No's that had trespassed on the leasehold of the Audubon Society? The thing that had smashed their property and had possibly killed one of their wardens. That would have to be investigated too. And what would he find when he came back to the island through the front door? In a destroyer, perhaps, and with a detachment of Marines. What would be the answer to the riddle of Dr. No? What was he hiding? What did he fear? Why was privacy so important to him that he would murder, again and again, for it? Who was Dr. No? Bond heard splashing away to his right. He thought of the girl. And who, for the matter of that, was Honeychal Ryder? That, he decided, as he climbed out onto dry land, was at least something that he ought to be able to find out before the night was over. Bond pulled on his clammy trousers and sat down on the sand and dismantled his gun. He did it by touch, using his shirt to dry each part and each cartridge. Then he reassembled the gun and clicked the trigger round the empty cylinder. The sound was healthy. It would be days before it rusted. He loaded it and tucked it into the holster inside the waistband of his trousers and got up and walked back to the clearing. The shadow of Honey reached up and pulled him down beside her. "Come on," she said, "we're starving. I got one of the cooking pots and cleaned it out and we poured the beans into it. There's about 2 full handfuls each and a cricket ball of bread. And I'm not feeling guilty about eating your food because you made me work far harder than I would if I'd been alone. Here, hold out your hand." Bond smiled at the authority in her voice. He could just make out her silhouette in the dusk. Her head looked sleeker. He wondered what her hair looked like when it was combed and dry. What would she be like when she was wearing clean clothes over that beautiful golden body? He could see her coming into a room or across the lawn at Bow Desert. She would be a beautiful, ravishing, ugly duckling. Why had she never had the broken nose mended? It was an easy operation. Then she would be the most beautiful girl in Jamaica. Her shoulder brushed against him. Bond reached out and put his hand down in her lap, open. She picked up his hand and Bond felt the cold mess of beans being poured into it. Suddenly he smelled her warm animal smell. It was so sensually thrilling that his body swayed against her and for a moment his eyes closed. She gave a short laugh in which there was shyness and satisfaction and tenderness. She said, "There," maternally, and carried his laden hand away from her and back to him. Bond 6 Dr. No. 11. Amidst the alien cane. It would be around 8 o'clock, Bond thought. Apart from the background tinkle of the frogs it was very quiet. In the far corner of the clearing he could see the dark outline of Quarrel. There was the soft clink of metal as he dismantled and dried the Remington. Through the bushes the distant yellow lights from the Guanera made festive pathways across the dark surface of the lake. The ugly wind had gone and the hideous scenery lay drowned in darkness. It was cool. Bond's clothes had dried on him. The 3 big handfuls of food had warmed his stomach. He felt comfortable and drowsy and at peace. Tomorrow was a long way off and presented no problems except a great deal of physical exercise. Life suddenly felt easy and good. The girl lay beside him in the sleeping bag. She was lying on her back with her head cradled in her hands, looking up at the roof of stars. He could just make out the pale pool of her face. She said, "James, you promised to tell me what this is all about. Come on, I shan't go to sleep until you do." Bond laughed. "I'll tell if you'll tell. I want to know what you're all about." "I don't mind, I've got no secrets, but you first." "All right then." Bond pulled his knees up to his chin and put his arms round them. "It's like this. I'm a sort of policeman. They send me out from London when there's something odd going on somewhere in the world that isn't anybody else's business. Well, not long ago one of the governor's staff in Kingston, a man called Strangways, friend of mine, disappeared. His secretary, who was a pretty girl, did too. Most people thought they'd run away together. I didn't. Bond told the story in simple terms, with good men and bad men, like an adventure story out of a book. He ended, "So you see, honey, it's just a question of getting back to Jamaica tomorrow night, all 3 of us in the canoe, and then the governor will listen to us and send over a lot of soldiers to get this Chinaman to own up. I expect that'll mean he'll go to prison. He'll know that too and that's why he's trying to stop us. That's all. Now it's your turn." The girl said, "You seem to live a very exciting life. Your wife can't like you being away so much. Doesn't she worry about you getting hurt?" "I'm not married. The only people who worry about me getting hurt are my insurance company." She probed, "But I suppose you have girls. Not permanent ones." "Oh." There was a pause. Quarrel came over to them. "Cap'n, I'll take de fust watch if dat suits. Be out on de point of de sandspit. I'll come call yo around midnight. Den mebbe take on till 5 and den we all get goin'. Need to get well away from dis place afore it's light." "Suits me," said Bond. "Wake me if you see anything. Gun all right." "Him's just fine," said Quarrel happily. He said, "Sleep well, missy," with a hint of meaning, and melted noiselessly away into the shadows. "I like Quarrel," said the girl. She paused, then, "Do you really want to know about me? It's not as exciting as your story." "Of course I do, and don't leave anything out." "There's nothing to leave out. You could get my whole life onto the back of a postcard. To begin with, I've never been out of Jamaica. I've lived all my life at a place called Bow Desert on the north coast near Morgan's Harbor." Bond laughed. "That's odd. So do I, at least for that moment. I didn't notice you about. Do you live up a tree?" "Oh, I suppose you've taken the beach house. I never go near the place. I live in the great house. But there's nothing left of it. It's a ruin in the middle of the cane fields. I live in the cellars. I've lived there since I was 5. It was burned down then and my parents were killed. I can't remember anything about them, so you needn't say you're sorry. At first I lived there with my black nanny. She died when I was 15. For the last 5 years I've lived there alone." Good heavens, Bond was appalled. But wasn't there anyone else to look after you? Didn't your parents leave any money? Not a penny. There was no bitterness in the girl's voice, pride if anything. You see, the Riders were one of the old Jamaican families. The first one had been given the Bow Desert lands by Cromwell for having been one of the people who signed King Charles's death warrant. He built the great house and my family lived in it on and off ever since. But then sugar collapsed and I suppose the place was badly run. And by the time my father inherited it there was nothing but debts, mortgages and things like that. So when my father and mother died the property was sold up. I didn't mind. I was too young. Nanny must have been wonderful. They wanted people to adopt me. The clergyman and the legal people did. But Nanny collected the sticks of furniture that hadn't been burned and we settled down in the ruins, and after a bit no one came and interfered with us. She did a bit of sewing and laundry in the village and grew a few plantains and bananas and things, and there was a big breadfruit tree up against the old house. We ate what the Jamaicans eat. And there was the sugar cane all round us, and she made a fish pot which we used to go and take up every day. It was all right. We had enough to eat. Somehow she taught me to read and write. There was a pile of old books left from the fire. There was an encyclopedia. I started with a when I was about 8. I've got as far as the middle of T. She said defensively. I bet I know more than you do about a lot of things. I bet you do. Bond was lost in the picture of the little flaxen-haired girl pattering about the ruins with the obstinate old negress watching over her and calling her in to do the lessons that must have been just as much a riddle to the old woman. Your nanny must have been a wonderful person. She was a darling. It was a flat statement. I thought I'd die when she did. It wasn't such fun after that. Before, I'd led a child's life. Then I suddenly had to grow up and do everything for myself. And men tried to catch me and hurt me. They said they wanted to make love to me. She paused. I used to be pretty then. Bond said seriously, you're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen. With this nose. Don't be silly. You don't understand. Bond tried to find words that she would believe. Of course anyone can see your nose is broken. But since this morning I've hardly noticed it. When you look at a person you look into their eyes or at their mouth. That's where the expressions are. A broken nose isn't any more significant than a crooked ear. Noses and ears are bits of face furniture. Some are prettier than others, but they're not nearly as important as the rest. They're part of the background of the face. If you had a beautiful nose as well as the rest of you, you'd be the most beautiful girl in Jamaica. Do you mean that? Her voice was urgent. Do you think I could be beautiful? I know some of me's all right, but when I look in the glass I hardly see anything except my broken nose. I'm sure it's like that with other people who are well sort of deformed. Bond said impatiently, you're not deformed. Don't talk such nonsense. And anyway you can have it put right by a simple operation. You've only got to get over to America and it would be done in a week. She said angrily, how do you expect me to do that? I've got about 15 pounds under a stone in my cellar. I've got 3 skirts and 3 shirts and a knife and a fish pot. I know all about these operations. The doctor at Port Maria found out for me. He's a nice man. He wrote to America. Do you know? To have it properly done it would cost me about £500, what with the fare to New York and the hospital and everything. Her voice became hopeless. How do you expect me to find that amount of money? Bond had already made up his mind what would have to be done about that. Now he merely said tenderly, well, I expect there are ways. But anyway, go on with your story. It's very exciting, far more interesting than mine. You'd got to where your nanny died. What happened then? The girl began again reluctantly. Well, it's your fault for interrupting. And you mustn't talk about things you don't understand. I suppose people tell you you're good looking. I expect you get all the girls you want. Well, you wouldn't if you had a squint or a hair lip or something. As a matter of fact, he could hear the smile in her voice. I think I shall go to the Abiaman when we get back and get him to put a spell on you and give you something like that. She added lamely, then we should be more alike. Bond reached out. His hand brushed against her. I've got other plans, he said. But come on, I want to hear the rest of the story. Oh well, the girl sighed, I'll have to go back a bit. You see, all the property is in cane and the old house stands in the middle of it. Well, about twice a year they cut the cane and send it off to the mill. And when they do that, all the animals and insects and so on that live in the cane fields go into a panic, and most of them have their houses destroyed and get killed. At cutting time, some of them took to coming to the ruins of the house and hiding. My nanny was terrified of them to begin with, the mongooses and the snakes and the scorpions and so on. But I made a couple of the cellar rooms into sort of homes for them. I wasn't frightened of them and they never hurt me. They seemed to understand that I was looking after them. They must have told their friends or something, because after a bit it was quite natural for them all to come trooping into their rooms and settling down there until the young cane had started to grow again. Then they all filed out and went back to living in the fields. I gave them what food we could spare when they were staying with us, and they behaved very well except for making a bit of a smell and sometimes fighting amongst each other. But they all got quite tame with me, and their children did, too, and I could do anything with them. Of course the cane cutters found out about this and saw me walking about with snakes round my neck and so forth, and they got frightened of me and thought I was Obia. So they left us absolutely alone. She paused. That's where I found out so much about animals and insects. I used to spend a lot of time in the sea finding out about those people too. It was the same with birds. If you find out what all these people like to eat and what they're afraid of, and if you spend all your time with them, you can make friends. She looked up at him. You miss a lot not knowing about these things. I'm afraid I do, said Bond truthfully. I expect they're much nicer and more interesting than humans. I don't know about that, said the girl thoughtfully. I don't know many human people. Most of the ones I have met have been hateful. But I suppose they can be interesting too. She paused. I hadn't ever really thought of liking them like I like the animals. Except for Nanny, of course. Until, she broke off with a shy laugh. Well, anyway, we all lived happily together until I was 15 and Nanny died, and then things got difficult. There was a man called Manda. A horrible man. He was the white overseer for the people who owned the property. He kept coming to see me. He wanted me to move up to his house near Port Maria. I hated him and I used to hide when I heard his horse coming through the cane. One night he came on foot and I didn't hear him. He was drunk. He came into the cellar and fought with me because I wouldn't do what he wanted me to do. You know, the things people in love do. Yes, I know. I tried to kill him with my knife, but he was very strong and he hit me as hard as he could in the face and broke my nose. He knocked me unconscious and then I think he did things to me. I mean, I know he did. Next day I wanted to kill myself when I saw my face and when I found what he had done. I thought I would have a baby. I would certainly have killed myself if I'd had a baby by that man. Anyway, I didn't, so that was that. I went to the doctor and he did what he could for my nose and didn't charge me anything. I didn't tell him about the rest. I was too ashamed. The man didn't come back. I waited and did nothing until the next cane cutting. I'd got my plan. I was waiting for the black widow spiders to come in for shelter. One day they came. I caught the biggest of the females and shut her in a box with nothing to eat. They're the bad ones, the females. Then I waited for a dark night without any moon. I took the box with the spider in it and walked until I came to the man's house. It was very dark and I was frightened of the duppies I might meet on the road, but I didn't see any. I waited in his garden in the bushes and watched him go up to bed. Then I climbed a tree and got onto his balcony. I waited there until I heard him snoring and then I crept through the window. He was lying naked on the bed under the mosquito net. I lifted the edge and opened the box and shook the spider out onto his stomach. Then I went away and came home. God Almighty, said Bond reverently. What happened to him? She said happily, he took a week to die. It must have hurt terribly. They do, you know. The Abiamans say there's nothing like it. She paused. When Bond made no comment, she said anxiously, you don't think I did wrong, do you? It's not a thing to make a habit of, said Bond mildly. But I can't say I blame you the way it was. So what happened then? Well then I just settled down again. Her voice was matter of fact. I had to concentrate on getting enough food, and of course all I wanted to do was save up money to get my nose made good again. She said persuasively, it really was quite a pretty nose before. Do you think the doctors can put it back to how it was? They can make it any shape you like, said Bond definitely. What did you make money at? It was the encyclopedia. It told me that people collect seashells. That one could sell the rare ones. I talked to the local schoolmaster, without telling him my secret of course, and he found out that there's an American magazine called Nautilus for shell collectors. I had just enough money to subscribe to it and I began looking for the shells that people said they wanted in the advertisements. I wrote to a dealer in Miami and he started buying from me. It was thrilling. Of course I made some awful mistakes to begin with. I thought people would like the prettiest shells, but they don't. Very often they want the ugliest. And then when I found rare ones I cleaned them and polished them to make them look better. That's wrong too. They want shells just as they come out of the sea, with the animal in and all. So I got some formalin from the doctor and put it into the live shells to stop them smelling and sent them off to this man in Miami. I only got it right about a year ago and I've already made £15. I'd worked out that now I knew how they wanted them, and if I was lucky, I ought to make at least £50 a year. Then in 10 years I would be able to go to America and have the operation. And then, she giggled delightedly, I had a terrific stroke of luck. I went over to Crab Key. I'd been there before, but this was just before Christmas, and I found these purple shells. They didn't look very exciting, but I sent one or two to Miami and the man wrote back at once and said he could take as many as I could get at $5 each for the whole ones. He said that I must keep the place where they live a dead secret as otherwise we'd what he called, spoil the market, and the price would get cheaper. It's just like having one's private gold mine. Now I may be able to save up the money in 5 years. That's why I was so suspicious of you when I found you on my beach. I thought you'd come to steal my shells. You gave me a bit of a shock. I thought you must be Dr. No's girlfriend. Thanks very much. But when you've had the operation, what are you going to do then? You can't got on living alone in a cellar all your life. I thought I'd be a call girl. She said it as she might have said, nurse, or secretary. Oh, what do you mean by that? Perhaps she had picked up the expression without understanding it. One of those girls who has a beautiful flat and lovely clothes. You know what I mean, she said impatiently. People ring them up and come and make love to them and pay them for it. They get $100 for each time in New York. That's where I thought I'd start. Of course, she admitted, I might have to do it for less to begin with. Until I learned to do it really well. How much do you pay the untrained ones? Bond laughed. I really can't remember. It's quite a long time since I had one. She sighed. Yes, I suppose you can have as many women as you want for nothing. I suppose it's only the ugly men that pay. But that can't be helped. Any kind of job in the big towns must be dreadful. At least you can earn much more being a call girl. Then I can come back to Jamaica and buy Bow Desert. I'd be rich enough to find a nice husband and have some children. Now that I've found these Venus shells I've worked out that I might be back in Jamaica by the time I'm 30. Won't that be lovely? I like the last part of the plan. But I'm not so sure of the first. Anyway, where did you find out about these call girls? Were they under G in the encyclopedia? Of course not. Don't be silly. There was a big case about them in New York about 2 years ago. There was a rich playboy called Jelk. He had a whole string of girls. There was a lot about the case in the Gleaner. They gave all the prices and everything. And anyway, there are thousands of those sort of girls in Kingston, only of course not such good ones. They only get about 5 shillings and they have nowhere to go and do it except the bush. My nanny told me about them. She said I mustn't grow up like them or I'd be very unhappy. I can see that for only 5 shillings. But for $100. Bond said, you wouldn't be able to keep all of that. You'd have to have a sort of manager to get them in, and then you'd have to bribe the police to leave you alone. And you could easily go to prison if something went wrong. I really don't think you'd like the work. I'll tell you what, with all you know about animals and insects and so on, you could get a wonderful job looking after them in one of the American zoos. Or what about the Jamaica Institute? I'm sure you'd like that better. You'd be just as likely to meet a nice husband. Anyway, you mustn't think of being a call girl anymore. You've got a beautiful body. You must keep it for the men you love. That's what people say in books, she said doubtfully. The trouble is there aren't any men to love at Bow Desert. She said shyly, you're the first Englishman I've ever talked to. I liked you from the beginning. I don't mind telling you these things at all. I suppose there are plenty of other people I should like if I could get away. Of course there are, hundreds. And you're a wonderful girl. I thought so directly I saw you. Saw my behind, you mean? The voice was getting drowsy, but it was full of pleasure asterisk. Bond laughed. Well, it was a wonderful behind. And the other side was wonderful too. Bond's body began to stir with the memory of how she had been. He said gruffly, now come on, honey. It's time to go to sleep. There'll be plenty of time to talk when we get back to Jamaica. Will there? She said sleepily. Promise. Promise. He heard her stir in the sleeping bag. He looked down. He could just make out the pale profile turned towards him. She gave the deep sigh of a child before it falls asleep. There was silence in the clearing. It was getting cold. Bond put his head down on his hunched knees. He knew it was no good trying to get to sleep. His mind was full of the day and of this extraordinary girl Tarzan who had come into his life. It was as if some beautiful animal had attached itself to him. There would be no dropping the leash until he had solved her problems for her. He knew it. Of course there would be no difficulty about most of them. He could fix the operation even, with the help of friends, find a proper job and a home for her. He had the money. He would buy her dresses, have her hair done, get her started in the big world. It would be fun. But what about the other side? What about the physical desire he felt for her? One could not make love to a child. But was she a child? There was nothing childish about her body or her personality. She was fully grown and highly intelligent in her fashion, and far more capable of taking care of herself than any girl of 20 Bond had ever met. Bond's thoughts were interrupted by a tug at his sleeve. The small voice said, "Why don't you go to sleep? Are you cold?" "No, I'm fine. It's nice and warm in the sleeping bag. Would you like to come in? There's plenty of room." "No thank you, honey. I'll be all right." There was a pause, then, almost in a whisper, "If you're thinking. I mean you don't have to make love to me. We could go to sleep back to front, you know, like spoons." "Honey, darling, you go to sleep. It'd be lovely to be like that, but not tonight. Anyway, I'll have to take over from Coral soon." "Yes, I see." The voice was grudging. "Perhaps when we get back to Jamaica." "Perhaps." "Promise. I won't go to sleep until you promise." Bond said desperately, "Of course I promise. Now go to sleep, honey child." The voice whispered triumphantly, "Now you owe me slave time. You've promised. Good night, darling James." "Good night, darling honey." Bond 6 Dr. No. XII. The thing. The grip on Bond's shoulder was urgent. He was instantly on his feet. Coral whispered fiercely, "Summon comin' across the water, Cap'n. It de dragon fo show." The girl woke up. She said anxiously, "What's happened?" Bond said, "Stay here, honey. Don't move. I'll be back." He broke through the bushes on the side away from the mountain and ran along the sand with Coral at his elbow. They came to the tip of the sandspit, 20 yards from the clearing. They stopped under cover of the final bushes. Bond parted them and looked through. What was it? Half a mile away, coming across the lake, was a shapeless thing with two glaring orange eyes with black pupils. From between these, where the mouth might be, fluttered a yard of blue flame. The grey luminescence of the stars showed some kind of domed head above two short bat-like wings. The thing was making a low moaning roar that overlaid another noise, a deep rhythmic thud. It was coming towards them at about 10 miles an hour, throwing up a creamy wake. Quarrel whispered, "God, Cap'n. What's that fearful thing?" Bond stood up. He said shortly, "Don't know exactly. Some sort of tractor affair dressed up to frighten. It's running on a diesel engine, so you can forget about dragons. Now let's see." Bond spoke half to himself, "No good running away. The thing's too fast for us and we know it can go over mangroves and swamps. Have to fight it here. What'll its weak spots be? The drivers. Of course they'll have protection. We don't know how much. Quarrel, you start firing at that dome on top when it gets to 200 yards. Aim carefully and keep on firing. They'll go for its headlights when it gets to 50 yards. It's not running on tracks. Must have some kind of giant tires, aeroplane tires probably. They'll go for them too. Stay here. They'll go 10 yards along. They may start firing back and we've got to keep the bullets away from the girl." "Okay." Bond reached out and squeezed the big shoulder. "And don't worry too much. Forget about dragons. It's just some gadget of Dr. No's. We'll kill the drivers and capture the damn thing and ride it down to the coast. Save us shoe leather, right?" Quarrel laughed shortly. "Okay, Cap'n, since you says so, but our show hopes the Almighty knows he's no dragon too." Bond ran down the sand. He broke through the bushes until he had a clear field of fire. He called softly, "Honey." "Yes, James." There was relief in the nearby voice. "Make a hole in the sand like we did on the beach. Behind the thickest roots. Get into it and lie down. There may be some shooting. Don't worry about dragons. This is just a painted-up motor car with some of Dr. No's men in it. Don't be frightened. I'm quite close." "All right, James. Be careful." The voice was high with fright. Bond knelt on one knee in the leaves and sand and peered out. Now the thing was only about 300 yards away and its yellow headlights were lighting up the sandspit. Blue flames were still fluttering from the mouth. They were coming from a long snout mocked up with gaping jaws and gold paint to look like a dragon's mouth. Flamethrower. That would explain the burned bushes and the warden's story. The blue flames would be coming from some kind of an afterburner. The apparatus was now in neutral. What would its range be when the compression was unleashed? Bond had to admit that the thing was an awesome sight as it moaned forward through the shallow lake. It was obviously designed to terrify. It would have frightened him but for the earthy thud of the diesel. Against native intruders it would be devastating. But how vulnerable would it be to people with guns who didn't panic? He was answered at once. There came the crack of Quarrel's Remington. A spark flew off the domed cabin and there was a dull clang. Quarrel fired another single shot and then a burst. The bullets hammered ineffectually against the cabin. There was not even a check in speed. The thing rolled on, swerving slightly to make for the source of the gunfire. Bond cradled the Smith & Wesson on his forearm and took careful aim. The deep cough of his gun sounded above the rattle of the Remington. One of the headlamps shattered and went out. He fired 4 shots at the other and got it with the 5th and last round in the cylinder. The thing didn't care. It rolled straight on towards Quarrel's hiding place. Bond reloaded and began firing at the huge bulge of the tires under the bogus black and gold wings. The range was now only 30 yards and he could have sworn that he hit the nearest wheel again and again. No effect. Solid rubber. The first breath of fear stirred Bond's skin. He reloaded. Was the damn thing vulnerable from the rear? Should he dash out into the lake and try and board it? He took a step forward through the bushes. Then he froze, incapable of movement. Suddenly, from the dribbling snout, a yellow-tipped bolt of blue flame had hurled out towards Quarrel's hiding place. There was a single puff of orange and red flame from the bushes to Bond's right and one unearthly scream, immediately choked. Satisfied, the searing tongue of fire licked back into the snout. The thing turned on its axis and stopped dead, now the blue hole of its mouth aimed straight at Bond. Bond stood and waited for his unspeakable end. He looked into the blue jaws of death and saw the glowing red filament of the fire deep inside the big tube. He thought of Quarrel's body. There was no time to think of Quarrel and imagined the blackened, smoking figure lying in the melted sand. Soon he, too, would flame like a torch. The single scream would be wrung from him and his limbs would jerk into the dancing pose of burned bodies. Then it would be Honey's turn. Christ, what had he led them into? Why had he been so insane as to take on this man with his devastating armory? Why hadn't he been warned by the long finger that had pointed at him in Jamaica? Bond set his teeth. Hurry up, you bastards. Get it over. There came the twang of a loud hailer. A voice howled metallically, come on out, Limey. And the doll, quick, or you'll fry in hell like your pal. To rub in the command, the bolt of flame spat briefly towards him. Bond stepped back from the searing heat. He felt the girl's body against his back. She said hysterically, I had to come. I had to come. Bond said, it's all right, honey. Keep behind me. He had made up his mind. There was no alternative. Even if death was to come later, it couldn't be worse than this kind of death. Bond reached for the girl's hand and drew her after him out onto the sand. The voice howled, stop there, good boy, then drop the pea shooter. No tricks or the crabs'll be getting a cooked breakfast. Bond dropped his gun. So much for the Smith & Wesson. The Beretta would have been just as good against this thing. The girl whimpered. Bond squeezed her hand. Stick it, honey, he said. We'll get out of this somehow. Bond sneered at himself for the lie. There was the clang of an iron door being opened. From the back of the dome a man dropped into the water and walked towards them. There was a gun in his hand. He kept out of the line of fire of the flamethrower. The fluttering blue flame lit up his sweating face. He was a Chinese Negro, a big man, clad only in trousers. Something dangled from his left hand. When he came closer, Bond saw it was handcuffs. The man stopped a few yards away. He said, hold out your hands. Wrists together, then walk towards me. You first, Limey. Slowly or you get an extra navel. Bond did as he was told. When he was within sweat smell of the man put his gun between his teeth and reached out and snapped the handcuffs on Bond's wrists. Bond looked into the face, gunmetal colored from the blue flames. It was a brutal, squinting face. It sneered at him. Dumb bastard, said the man. Bond turned his back on the man and started walking away. He was going to see Quarrel's body. He had to say goodbye to it. There was the roar of a gun. A bullet kicked up sand close to his feet. Bond stopped and turned slowly round. Don't be nervous, he said. I'm going to take a look at the man you've just murdered. I'll be back. The man lowered his gun. He laughed harshly. Okay, enjoy yourself. Sorry we ain't got a wreath. Come back quick or we give the dollar toastin'. 2 minutes. Bond walked on towards the smoking clump of bushes. He got there and looked down. His eyes and mouth winced. Yes, it had been just as he had visualized. Worse, he said softly, I'm sorry, Quarrel. He kicked into the ground and scooped up a handful of cool sand between his manacled hands and poured it over the remains of the eyes. Then he walked slowly back and stood beside the girl. The man waved them forward with his gun. They walked round the back of the machine. There was a small square door. A voice from inside said, get in and sit on the floor. Don't touch anything or you get your fingers broke. They scrambled into the iron box. It stank of sweat and oil. There was just room for them to sit with their knees hunched up. The man with the gun followed them in and banged the door. He switched on a light and sat down on an iron tractor seat beside the driver. He said, okay, Sam. Let's get going. You can put out the fire. It's light enough to steer by. There was a row of dials and switches on the instrument panel. The driver reached forward and pulled down a couple of the switches. He put the machine into gear and peered out through a narrow slit in the iron wall in front of him. Bond felt the machine turn. There came a faster beat from the engine and they moved off. The girl's shoulder pressed against his. Where are they taking us? The whisper trembled. Bond turned his head and looked at her. It was the first time he had been able to see her hair when it was dry. Now it was disarrayed by sleep, but it was no longer a bunch of rat's tails. It hung heavily straight down to her shoulders, where it curled softly inwards. It was of the palest ash blonde and shone almost silver under the electric light. She looked up at him. The skin round her eyes and at the corners of her mouth was white with fear. Bond shrugged with an indifference he didn't feel. He whispered, "Oh, I expect we're going to see Dr. No. Don't worry too much, honey. These men are just little gangsters. It'll be different with him. When we get to him, don't you say anything, I'll talk for both of us." He pressed her shoulder. "I like the way you do your hair. I'm glad you don't cut it too short." Some of the tension went out of her face. "How can you think of things like that?" She half smiled at him. "But I'm glad you like it. I wash it in coconut oil once a week." At the memory of her other life, her eyes grew bright with tears. She bent her head down to her manacled hands to hide her tears. "Carrot," she whispered almost to herself, "I'll try to be brave. It'll be all right as long as you're there." Bond shifted so that he was right up against her. He brought his handcuffed hands close up to his eyes and examined them. They were the American police model. He contracted his left hand, the thinner of the two, and tried to pull it through the squat ring of steel. Even the sweat on his skin was no help. It was hopeless. The two men sat on their iron seats with their backs to them, indifferent. They knew they had total command. There wasn't room for Bond to give any trouble. Bond couldn't stand up or get enough momentum into his hands to do any damage to the backs of their heads with his handcuffs. If Bond somehow managed to open the hatch and drop into the water, where would that get him? They would at once feel the fresh air on their backs and stop the machine, and either burn him in the water or pick him up. It annoyed Bond that they didn't worry about him, that they knew he was utterly in their power. He also didn't like the idea that these men were intelligent enough to know that he presented no threat. Stupider men would have sat over him with a gun out, would have trusted him and the girl with an expert thoroughness, might even have knocked them unconscious. These two knew their business. They were professionals, or had been trained to be professionals. The two men didn't talk to each other. There was no nervous chatter about how clever they had been, about the destination, about how tired they were. They just drove the machine quietly, efficiently along, finishing their competent job. Bond still had no idea what this contraption was. Under the black and gold paint and the rest of the fancy dress, it was some sort of a tractor, but of a kind he had never seen or heard of. The wheels, with the vast smooth rubber tires, were nearly twice as tall as himself. He had seen no trade name on the tires. It had been too dark, but they were certainly either solid or filled with porous rubber. At the rear there had been a small trailing wheel for stability. An iron fin, painted black and gold, had been added to help the dragon effect. The high mudguards had been extended into short backswept wings. A long metal dragon's head had been added to the front of the radiator, and the headlamps had been given black centers to make eyes. That was all there was to it, except that the cabin had been covered with an armored dome and the flamethrower added. It was, as Bond had thought, a tractor dressed up to frighten and burn, though why it had a flamethrower instead of a machine gun he couldn't imagine. It was clearly the only sort of vehicle that could travel the island. Its huge wide wheels would ride over mangrove and swamp and across the shallow lake. It would negotiate the rough coral uplands and, since its threat would be at night, the heat in the iron cabin would remain at least tolerable. Bond was impressed. He was always impressed by professionalism. Dr. No was obviously a man who took immense pains. Soon Bond would be meeting him. Soon he would be up against the secret of Dr. No. And then what? Bond smiled grimly to himself. He wouldn't be allowed to get away with his knowledge. He would certainly be killed unless he could escape or talk his way out. And what about the girl? Could Bond prove her innocence and have her spared? Conceivably, but she would never be let off the island. She would have to stay there for the rest of her life, as the mistress or wife of one of the men, or Dr. No himself if she appealed to him. Bond's thoughts were interrupted by Ruffer going under the wheels. They had crossed the lake and were on the track that led up the mountain to the huts. The cabin tilted and the machine began to climb. In 5 minutes they would be there. The co-driver glanced over his shoulder at Bond and the girl. Bond smiled cheerfully up at him. He said, "You'll get a medal for this." The brown and yellow eyes looked impassively into his. The purple, blubbery lips parted in a sneer in which there was slow hate. "Shut your mouth." The man turned back. The girl nudged him and whispered, "Why are they so rude? Why do they hate us so much?" Bond grinned down at her. "I expect it's because we made 'em afraid." "Perhaps they're still afraid. That's because we don't seem to be frightened of them. We must keep them that way." The girl pressed against him. "I'll try." Now the climb was getting steeper. Grey light showed through the slots in the armor. Dawn was coming up. Outside, another day of brazen heat and ugly wind and the smell of marsh gas would be beginning. Bond thought of Quarrel, the brave giant who would not be seeing it, with whom they should now be setting off for the long trek through the mangrove swamps. He remembered the life insurance. Quarrel had smelled his death, yet he had followed Bond unquestioningly. His faith in Bond had been stronger than his fear, and Bond had let him down. Would Bond also be the death of the girl? The driver reached forward to the dashboard. From the front of the machine there sounded the brief howl of a police siren. It meandered into a dying moan. After a minute the machine stopped, idling in neutral. The man pressed a switcher and took a microphone off a hook beside him. He spoke into it and Bond could hear the echoing voice of the loud hailer outside. "Okay, got the limey and the girl. Other man's dead. That's the lot. Open up." Bond heard a door being pulled sideways on iron rollers. The driver put in the clutch and they rolled slowly forward a few yards and stopped. The man switched off the engine. There was a clang as the iron hatch was opened from the outside. A gush of fresh air and a flood of brighter light came into the cabin. Hands took hold of Bond and dragged him roughly out backwards onto a cement floor. Bond stood up. He felt the prod of a gun in his side. A voice said, "Stay where you are. No tricks." Bond looked at the man. He was another Chinese Negro, from the same stable as the others. The yellow eyes examined him curiously. Bond turned away indifferently. Another man was prodding the girl with his gun. Bond said sharply, "Leave the girl alone." He walked over and stood beside her. The two men seemed surprised. They stood, pointing the guns indecisively. Bond looked around him. They were in one of the Quonset huts he had seen from the river. It was a garage and workshop. The Dragon had been halted over an examination pit in the concrete. A dismantled outboard motor lay on one of the benches. Strips of white sodium lighting ran along the ceiling. There was a smell of oil and exhaust smoke. The driver and his mate were examining the machine. Now they sauntered up. One of the guards said, "Pass the message along. The word is to send 'em through. Everything go okay." The co-driver, who seemed to be the senior man present, said, "Sure. Bit of gunfire, lights gone, maybe some holes in the tires. Get the boys crackin' full overhaul. I'll put these two through and go get myself some shut-eye." He turned to Bond. "Okay, get moving." He gestured down the long hut. Bond said, "Get moving yourself. Mind your manners, and tell those apes to take the guns off us. They might let one off by mistake. They look dumb enough." The man came closer. The other three closed up behind him. Hate shone redly in their eyes. The leading man lifted a clenched fist as big as a small ham and held it under Bond's nose. He was controlling himself with an effort. He said tensely, "Listen, mister. Sometimes us boys is allowed to join in the fun at the end. I'm just praying this'll be one of those times. Once we made it last a whole week. And, geez, if I get you." He broke off. His eyes were alight with cruelty. He looked past Bond at the girl. The eyes became mouths that licked their lips. He wiped his hands down the sides of his trousers. The tip of his tongue showed pinkly between the purple lips. He turned to the other three. "What say, fellas?" The three men were also looking at the girl. They nodded dumbly, like children in front of a Christmas tree. Bond longed to run berserk among them, laying into their faces with his manacled wrists, accepting their bloody revenge. But for the girl he would have done it. Now all he had achieved with his brave words was to get her frightened. He said, all right, you're 4 and we're 2 and we've got our hands tied. Come on, we won't hurt you, just don't push us around too much. Dr. No might not be pleased. At the name, the men's faces changed. 3 pairs of eyes looked whitely from Bond to the leader. For a minute the leader stared suspiciously at Bond, wondering, trying to fathom whether perhaps Bond had got some edge on their boss. His mouth opened to say something. He thought better of it. He said lamely, okay, we was just kiddin'. He turned to the men for confirmation. Right. Sure thing. It was a ragged mumble. The men looked away. The leader said gruffly, this way, mister. He walked off down the long hut. Bond took the girl's wrist and followed. He was impressed with the weight of Dr. No's name. That was something to remember if they had any more dealings with the staff. The man came to a rough wooden door at the end of the hut. There was a bell push beside it. He rang twice and waited. There came a click and the door opened. Revealed 10 yards of carpeted rock passage with another door, smarter and cream-painted, at the end. The man stood aside. Straight ahead, mister. Knock on the door. The receptionist'll take over. There was no irony in his voice and his eyes were impassive. Bond led the girl into the passage. He heard the door shut behind them. He stopped and looked down at her. He said, now what? She smiled tremulously. It's nice to feel carpet under one's feet. Bond squeezed her wrist. He walked forward to the cream-painted door and knocked. The door opened. Bond went through with the girl at his heels. When he stopped dead in his tracks, he didn't feel the girl bump into him. He just stood and stared. Bond 6 Dr. No. XIII. Mink-lined prison. It was the sort of reception room the largest American corporations have on the president's floor in their New York skyscrapers. It was of pleasant proportions, about 20 feet square. The floor was close carpeted in the thickest wine-red Wilton and the walls and ceiling were painted a soft dove gray. Color lithograph reproductions of Degas ballet sketches were well hung in groups on the walls and the lighting was by tall modern standard lamps with dark green silk shades in a fashionable barrel design. To Bond's right was a broad mahogany desk with a green leather top, handsome matching desk furniture and the most expensive type of intercom. 2 tall antique chairs waited for visitors. On the other side of the room was a refectory-type table with shiny magazines and 2 more chairs. On both the desk and the table were tall vases of freshly cut hibiscus. The air was fresh and cool and held a slight, expensive fragrance. There were 2 women in the room. Behind the desk, with pen poised over a printed form, sat an efficient-looking Chinese girl with horn-rimmed spectacles below a bang of black hair cut short. Her eyes and mouth wore the standard receptionist smile of welcome, bright, helpful, inquisitive. Holding the door through which they had come, and waiting for them to move farther into the room so that she could cogay it, stood an older, rather matronly woman of about 45. She also had Chinese blood. Her appearance, wholesome, bosomy, eager, was almost excessively gracious. Her square-cut pince-nez gleamed with the hostess's desire to make them feel at home. Both women were dressed in spotless white, with white stockings and white suede brogues, like assistants in the most expensive American beauty parlors. There was something soft and colorless about their skins as if they rarely went out of doors. While Bond took in the scene, the woman at the door twittered conventional phrases of welcome as if they had been caught in a storm and had arrived late at a party. You poor dears, we simply didn't know when to expect you. We kept on being told you were on your way. First it was tea time yesterday, then dinner, and it was only half an hour ago we heard you would only be here in time for breakfast. You must be famished. Come along now and help Sister Rose fill in your forms and then I'll pack you both straight off to bed. You must be tired out. Clucking softly, she closed the door and ushered them forward to the desk. She got them seated in the chairs and rattled on. Now I'm Sister Lily and this is Sister Rose. She just wants to ask you a few questions. Now, let me see, a cigarette. She picked up a tooled leather box. She opened it and put it on the desk in front of them. It had 3 compartments. She pointed with a little finger. Those are American, and those are players, and those are Turkish. She picked up an expensive desk lighter and waited. Bond reached out his manacled hands to take a Turkish cigarette. Sister Lily gave a squeak of dismay. Oh, but really, she sounded genuinely embarrassed. Sister Rose, the key, quickly. I've said again and again that patients are never to be brought in like that. There was impatience and distaste in her voice. Really, that outside staff. It's time they had a talking to. Sister Rose was just as much put out. Hastily, she scrabbled in a drawer and handed a key across to Sister Lily who, with much cooing and tut-tutting, unlocked the 2 pairs of handcuffs and walked behind the desk and dropped them as if they were dirty bandages into the wastepaper basket. Thank you. Bond was unable to think of any way to handle the situation except to fall in with what was happening on the stage. He reached out and took a cigarette and lit it. He glanced at Honeychile Ryder who sat looking dazed and nervously clutching the arms of her chair. Bond gave her a reassuring smile. Now, if you please. Sister Rose bent over a long printed form on expensive paper. I promise to be as quick as I can. Your name please, Mr. Bryce, John Bryce. She wrote busily. Permanent address. Care of the Royal Zoological Society, Regent's Park, London, England. Profession. Ornithologist. Oh dear, she dimpled at him, could you please spell that? Bond did so. Thank you so much. Now, let me see, purpose of visit. Birds, said Bond. I am also a representative of the Audubon Society of New York. They have a lease of part of this island. Oh, really? Bond watched the pen writing down exactly what he had said. After the last word she put a neat query in brackets. And, Sister Rose smiled politely in the direction of Honeychile, your wife. Is she also interested in birds? Yes, indeed. And her first name? Honeychile. Sister Rose was delighted. What a pretty name, she wrote busily. And now just your next of kin and then we're finished. Bond gave M's real name as next of kin for both of them. He described him as Uncle, and gave his address as Managing Director, Universal Export, Regent's Park, London. Sister Rose finished writing and said, There, that's done. Thank you so much, Mr. Bryce, and I do hope you both enjoy your stay. Thank you very much, I'm sure we will. Bond got up. Honeychile Ryder did the same, her face still expressionless. Sister Lily said, Now come along with me, you poor dears. She walked to a door in the far wall. She stopped with her hand on the cut-glass doorknob. Oh dearie me, now I've gone and forgotten the number of their rooms. It's the cream suite, isn't it, sister? Yes, that's right, 14 and 15. Thank you, my dear. And now, she opened the door, if you'll just follow me. I'm afraid it's a terribly long walk. She shut the door behind them and led the way. The doctors often talked of putting in one of those moving stairway things, but you know how it is with a busy man, she laughed gaily. So many other things to think of. Yes, I expect so, said Bond politely. Bond took the girl's hand and they followed the motherly bustling figure down 100 yards of lofty corridor in the same style as the reception room but lit at frequent intervals by discreetly expensive wall brackets. Bond answered with polite monosyllables the occasional twittering comments Sister Lily threw over her shoulder. His whole mind was focused on the extraordinary circumstances of their reception. He was quite certain the 2 women had been genuine. Not a look or a word had been dropped that was out of place. It was obviously a front of some kind, but a solid one, meticulously supported by the decor and the cast. The lack of resonance in the room, and now in the corridor, suggested that they had stepped from the Quonset hut into the side of the mountain and that they were now walking through its base. At a guess they would be walking towards the west towards the cliff face with which the island ended. There was no moisture on the walls and the air was cool and pure with a strongish breeze coming towards them. A lot of money and good engineering had gone into the job. The pallor of the two women suggested that they spent all their time inside the mountain. From what Sister Lily had said, it sounded as if they were part of an inside staff that had nothing to do with the strong-arm squad outside and perhaps didn't even understand what sort of men they were. It was grotesque, concluded Bond as they came nearer to a door at the end of the corridor, dangerously grotesque, but it was no good wondering about it. He could only follow the lines of the gracious script. At least this was better than the backstage of the island outside. At the door, Sister Lily rang. They had been expected. The door opened at once. An enchanting Chinese girl in a mauve and white flowered kimono stood smiling and bowing as Chinese girls are supposed to do. Again there was nothing but warmth and welcome in the pale, flower-like face. Sister Lily cried, "Here they are at last, May. Mr. and Mrs. John Bryce. And I know they must be exhausted, so we must take them straight to their rooms for some breakfast and a sleep." She turned to Bond. "This is May, such a dear girl. She will be looking after you both. Anything you want, just ring for May. She's a favorite with all our patients." Patients, thought Bond. That's the second time she's used the word. He smiled politely at the girl. "How do you do? Yes, we'd certainly both of us like to get to our rooms." May embraced them both with a warm smile. She said in a low, attractive voice, "I do hope you'll both be comfortable, Mr. Bryce. I took the liberty of ordering breakfast as soon as I heard you had come in. Shall we?" Corridors branched off to left and right of double lift doors set in the wall opposite. The girl led the way to the right. Bond and Honeychar followed, with Sister Lily taking up the rear. Numbered doors led off the corridor on either side. Now the decor was in the lightest pink with a dove grey carpet. The numbers on the doors were in the tens. The corridor came to an abrupt end with two doors side by side, 14 and 15. May opened the door of 14, and they followed her in. It was a charming double bedroom in modern Miami style with dark green walls, dark polished mahogany floor with occasional thick white rugs, and well-designed bamboo furniture with a chintz of large red roses on a white background. There was a communicating door into a more masculine dressing room and another that led into an extremely luxurious modern bathroom with a step-down bath and a bidet. It was like being shown into the very latest Florida hotel suite, except for two details which Bond noticed. There were no windows and no inside handles to the doors. May looked hopefully from one to the other. Bond turned to Honeychar. He smiled at her. "It looks very comfortable, don't you think, darling?" The girl played with the edge of her skirt. She nodded, not looking at him. There was a timid knock on the door and another girl, as pretty as May, tripped in with a loaded tray balanced on her upturned hand. She put it down on the center table and pulled up two chairs. She whisked off the speckless linen cloth that covered the dishes and pattered out of the room. There was a delicious smell of bacon and coffee. May and Sister Lily backed to the door. The older woman stopped on the threshold. "And now we'll leave you two dear people in peace. If you want anything, just ring. The bells are by the bed. Oh, and by the way, you'll find plenty of fresh clothes in the cupboards. Chinese style, I'm afraid," she twinkled apologetically, "but I hope they're the right sizes. The wardrobe room only got the measurements yesterday evening. The doctor has given strict orders that you're not to be disturbed. He'd be delighted if you'd join him for dinner this evening. He wants you to have the whole of the rest of the day to yourselves to get settled down, you know." She paused and looked from one to the other, smiling inquiry. "Shall I say you?" "Yes, please," said Bond. "Tell the doctor we shall be delighted to join him for dinner." "Oh, I know he'll be so pleased." With a last twitter the two women softly withdrew and closed the door behind them. Bond turned towards Honeychar. She looked embarrassed. She still avoided his eyes. It occurred to Bond that she could never have met such soft treatment or seen such luxury in her life. To her, all this must be far more strange and terrifying than what they had gone through outside. She stood and fiddled at the hem of her Man Friday skirt. There were streaks of dried sweat and salt and dust on her face. Her bare legs were filthy and Bond noticed that her toes were moving softly as they gripped nervously into the wonderful thick pile carpet. Bond laughed. He laughed with real pleasure that her fear had been drowned in the basic predicament of clothes and how to behave, and he laughed at the picture they made, she in her rags and he in his dirty blue shirt and black jeans and muddy canvas shoes. He went to her and took her hands. They were cold. He said, "Honey, we're a couple of scarecrows. There's only one problem. Shall we have breakfast first while it's hot? Or shall we get out of these rags and have a bath and eat the breakfast when it's cold? Don't worry about anything else. We're here in this wonderful little house and that's all that matters. Now then, what shall we do?" She smiled uncertainly. The blue eyes searched his face for reassurance. "You're not worried about what's going to happen to us?" She nodded at the room. "Don't you think this is all a trap?" "If it's a trap, we're in it. There's nothing we can do now but eat the cheese. The only question is whether we eat it hot or cold." He pressed her hands. "Really, honey, leave the worrying to me. Just think where we were an hour ago. Isn't this better? Now come on and decide the really important things. Bath or breakfast?" She said reluctantly, "Well, if you think. I mean, I'd rather get clean first." She added quickly, "But you've got to help me." She jerked her head towards the bathroom door. "I don't know how to work one of those places." "What do you do?" Bond said seriously, "It's quite easy. I'll fix it all ready for you. While you're having your bath, I'll have my breakfast. I'll keep yours warm." Bond went to one of the built-in clothes cupboards and ran the door back. There were half a dozen kimonos, some silk and some linen. He took out a linen one at random. "You take off your clothes and get into this and I'll get the bath ready. Later on you can choose the things you want to wear for bed and dinner." She said gratefully, "Oh yes, James. If you'll just show me." She started to unbutton her shirt. Bond wanted to take her in his arms and kiss her. Instead he said abruptly, "That's fine, honey," and went into the bathroom and turned on the taps. There was everything in the bathroom: Floris lime bath essence for men and Guerlain bath cubes for women. He crushed a cube into the water and at once the room smelled like an orchid house. The soap was Guerlain's Sapaceti, Fleurs des Alpes. In a medicine cupboard behind the mirror over the washbasin were toothbrushes and toothpaste, Sterident toothpicks, rose mouthwash, dental floss, aspirin and milk of magnesia. There was also an electric razor, Lenthoric aftershave lotion, and 2 nylon hairbrushes and combs. Everything was brand new and untouched. Bond looked at his filthy unshaven face in the mirror and smiled grimly into the grey, sunburned castaway's eyes. The coating on the pill was certainly of the very finest sugar. It would be wise to expect that the medicine inside would be of the bitterest. He turned back to the bath and felt the water. It would be too hot for someone who presumably had never had a hot bath before. He let in some cold. As he bent over, 2 arms were thrown round his neck. He stood up. The golden body blazed in the white-tiled bathroom. She kissed him hard and clumsily on the lips. He put his arms round her and crushed her to him, his heart pounding. She said breathlessly at his ear, "The Chinese dress felt strange. Anyway, you told that woman we were married." Bond's hand was on her left breast. Its peak was hard with passion. Her stomach pressed against his. "Why not? Why not? Don't be a fool. This is a crazy time for it. You're both in deadly danger. You must stay cold as ice to have any chance of getting out of this mess. Later, don't be weak." Bond took his hand away from her breast and put it round her neck. He rubbed his face against hers and then brought his mouth round to hers and gave her one long kiss. He stood away and held her at arm's length. For a moment they looked at each other, their eyes bright with desire. She was breathing fast, her lips parted so that he could see the glint of teeth. He said unsteadily, "Honey, get into that bath before I spank you." She smiled. Without saying anything she stepped down into the bath and lay at full length. She looked up. The fair hair on her body glittered up through the water like golden sovereigns. She said provocatively, "You've got to wash me. I don't know what to do. You've got to show me." Bond said desperately, "Shut up, honey. And stop flirting. Just take the soap and the sponge and start scrubbing. Damn you, this isn't the time for making love. I'm going to have breakfast. He reached for the door handle and opened the door. She said softly, James. He looked back. She was sticking her tongue out at him. He grinned savagely back at her and slammed the door.